With Adobe Acrobat Pro, you can add perfect visuals to your docs. Simply click.
Good morning, everybody. How are we feeling? Good morning. Hello. Is it too early? No? We've had something to eat? Yes? There we go, in the back. Happy morning, indeed. Can you believe it? We already reached day 3 of CXO 2.0 conference. It just flies by, doesn't it? When you're surrounded by incredible people, incredible leaders, and just ideas are flying, the time just continues. I'd like to welcome you all to the CXO 2.0 conference room. My name is Maxine, and I'm going to be your host all day, the same like I was the previous 2 days. Now, before we dive into today's agenda, I'd love for you to take a moment and pause to just reflect for a second. Take a second to really remember who you've met, what has sparked your ignition to take your next step forward, because maybe what you are going to do within the next few days or months is going to inspire the next future leader to take their next bold step. Also, I encourage you to share your experience here by using our official hashtag, which is the CXO2Conf, which you never know who you might inspire. Yes? The young ones are always looking up, the younger leaders are always looking for inspiration to see how the older generation did it. We spoke about it a few days ago, how you have to change the generational gap. You cannot speak to baby boomers the way you would millennials. There's just a disconnect. There was just a big disconnect on how the generations were raised. And now we have to be a little bit more sensitive about certain things. At this point, I would also like to take a moment to express our gratitude towards our amazing sponsors. Our silver sponsor, AWA by Revolution, our bronze sponsors, Team Up Corp, Certainty Management, as well as Bob Lucido team of Keller Williams Lucido Agency, SAO, Deemed to be University, Barrett Enterprises, merchandise sponsor Avela Global, and our lanyard sponsor LMI. Now, of course, we are going to be diving into our very first panel discussion, and most of you in front of me will be joining the session, but we are on a live stream, so don't worry, there are many eyes that will be watching. Yes, no pressure, no pressure. Now, of course, who's going to be moderating the session is Mr. Renard van de Waal. He's the co-founder and CEO of Caius, which is an AI software about leadership development for managers and people analytics in human resources. He wrote a book about leadership last year and has been mentioned in Forbes this year. He grew up in France, lived in Australia as well as Canada, and has now finally settled in London. He started his career as a software engineer and quickly became the director and managing director before starting his own coaching consultancy and now software company. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand it over to Renard and he will introduce his panelists. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Hello everybody, you made it to the final day, well done, congratulations. So I will call George Cavallis to join me on the stage. He's holder of 6 international awards in leadership, CEO, cloud and security expert. George is an international speaker and business consultant with a background in corporate business, leadership and technology. His career expands over several industries, including banking, healthcare, entertainment, and hospitality. George worked his way up from a system engineer level position to chief information officer, and later on as a founder of 3 successful companies. So let's get to know George a little bit more. What's one thing we should know about you that is not in your bio?
Mike, Mike, Mike.
Test. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. One thing that's not in my bio. I had not a successful career in football.
Wow. Awesome. Now I'm going to call Gerard Hargreaves. Gerard is an international business coach, trainer, and facilitator based in London. For over 30 years, he has specialized in designing and implementing leadership development programs at all levels in organizations. Gerard works globally, helping organizations identify and develop the key behaviors and skills that make great leaders. He broadcasts on the BBC and consulted on the production of BBC training videos. He has written a number of books on leadership skills. Welcome, Gerard.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So same question to you. What's one thing we should know about you that isn't in your bio?
So when I'm not doing business, I'm an elected politician in the City of London.
Wow, awesome. Thank you, Gerard. Now I'm going to call Kamran Khan to the stage. Dr. Kamran Khan is an accomplished leader in food and beverage industry with 25 years of experience in operating international restaurants and cafe brands. He is currently the CEO of Arabian Entertainment Co., a very well-established hospitality group based in Saudi Arabia that operates international restaurant brands like IHOP, Applebee's, and Ocean Basket. He's also an international keynote speaker, has been recently featured by Forbes for his expertise in turning around F&B companies. Welcome, Dr. Kamran Khan.
Thank you. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So the question that Renard is asking, interesting, and I hope nobody's listening in the board when I'm going to say that. I am the CEO of a restaurant company, and I've been in this business for past 25 years, and I don't love kitchens at all. So cooking is not my passion, and that's not in my CV.
Wonderful. And now I'm going to call Guy Marang to the stage, former European and global CISO of Sony Electronics, managing partner of Cubic Consulting, expertise in applying security in many areas from electronics, banking, telecom, national medical data, social security, and local municipalities, from strategy, risk assessments to ISO certifications. Welcome, Guy.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you all had a coffee to get started, because you're the first ones and we rely on you.
So same question to you, Guy. What's the one thing we should know about you that isn't into your bio?
Everything which is not in my bio is confidential.
Very, very good answer. Now I'm going to welcome Sanjay Sinha to the stage. He's a product of a premier business school, FMS Delhi, India, and brings 30 plus years of leadership and strategy expertise that spans India, Asia Pacific, the USA, and the EMEA. Before transitioning into consulting, Sanjay held several prominent senior roles like Director HR APAC region, driving HR in 15 countries out of Singapore, Executive Vice President for M&A and Global Expansions, Global Head of HR for various companies. Presently, Sanjay acts as an advisor to CEOs, CXOs. His company, Crurentia, specializes in senior and middle management hiring and human resources consulting. Welcome, Sanjay Sinha.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
So, same question to you, Sanjay. What's one thing we should know about you that isn't into your bio?
So what is not in my biodata is that I almost completed my private pilot license. I did a lot of flying before getting into the industry.
Awesome, thank you very much. I'm just going to join the guys. All right, so the one thing you should know about me that isn't in my bio is that I hate feedback. Like, oh, sorry, actually, there's one person missing in the panel. All right, my apologies, Mohamed Shehata. Mohamed Shehata is a real estate entrepreneur and founder of C Square, a brokerage and property marketing firm based in Egypt with 12 years, plus 12 years of hands-on experience. He has built deep expertise in market dynamics, deal structuring, and client advisory, recognized for his strategic vision and grounded leadership approach. Mohamed works closely with investors, buyers, and developers to identify opportunities, drive value, and support long-term growth. Welcome to Mohamed Shehata. So same question to you, Mohamed. What's the one thing that we should know about you that isn't into your bio?
I don't love to be messed, Renaud.
Sorry?
I don't love to be messed, Renaud.
Right, I understand that. And that's the one thing you should know about me, is that I could be forgetting people very easily. All right, now that we are all in the panel, when we talk about letting go, the reverse service is controlling, right? And controlling as a manager, we could call them micromanager. So who in this room had to deal with a micromanager in their career? If you can raise your hand. In the panel too, yes. So actually it's quite representative of the research from what's the name? Gallup. Yeah, 70% of people had to deal with a micromanager in their career, so it's something that is quite present, unfortunately. And I thought that for me, a micromanager is someone who, you know, look over your shoulders, is very much leading you every step of the way, someone that you don't necessarily appreciate around you. And I thought I was not that guy, definitely not. You know, I'm a nice manager. I'm not over the shoulders of everybody, but somehow I realized that I was actually, to a certain extent, one of them, because I realized that even though I was not into the details of everything, I was still very much controlling every decision about which software to use, about how we're going to approach everything, the standards, the policies, procedures, etc. And so that was not leaving the space to my people. It was very much about managing the how. And that doesn't work very well. And this was due to the mindset that I had, the belief that I was the managing director at the time, and if I'm the managing director, it's because I've done something right. So what I do is somewhat working. So if my people would do what I do, then it's going to work well. That was my belief, and it turned out to not necessarily be the case and be right. So I wanted to ask you, Gerard, what's that one belief or mindset about leadership that keeps managers stuck in micromanagement?
Power. It is, isn't it? If you want to lead, you have to give away power. And you mentioned the word mindset. It's about, how do I move away from this pyramid style of a business? I'm at the top of it, I've got the title, and therefore I have the power. And until we emotionally, if you like, can start to let go of power, we're never going to lead properly. And that, then you move on to trust, you move on to all those other sorts of things. But it's the ability to give away power.
Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about trust in a minute. And for people like I was as a manager, like what's the one sign for managers to watch out for?
I think it is that micromanagement. It's getting too much down in the detail. You know, we're here to talk about leadership at this conference, and for me, leadership is about behaviors, management is about tasks. So if you want to be a leader, you've got to make that transition from being task-focused to being behavior-focused. The other way we talk about it is whether you spend your time in the business or whether you spend your time on the business. And if you're going to be a leader, you have to move from in to on, which means letting go.
And when you say on and in the business. Can you give us an example of that?
Well, it is about strategy, isn't it? It's about how do we develop, how do we grow this business, how do we look for the future rather than deal with... Management is task-driven, it projects, project plans, milestones, all of those sorts of things. And leadership is about that visionary stuff, that future, where we're going to be.
Awesome. I'm going to ask the same questions to Mohammed. I'm just going to repeat. It's just what's the one belief or mindset about leadership that keeps managers stuck in micromanagement?
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the great introduction you gave about every one of us. Well, let me answer this from my personal experience. I do run a real estate business in Egypt. It's a brokerage firm, and I've been in this business, I mean real estate, for the past like 12 or 13 years ago. When I established my company, I realized that I am a micromanager by nature, because I used to interfere into every single detail in the company. Even if an employee was sending an email, I was reviewing it and re-editing it, because I felt like it's the right way to the job to be done. But I think this is the belief that makes managers stuck in micromanagement. It's a trust. Trusting that your team is able to handle the job as well as you do.
Awesome. And the sign that managers should watch out for so that they can realize that they are micromanagers, what should they look out for?
Well, actually, following the same story, after a while from establishing the company, I realized that the company was moving forward slowly, very, very slowly. At that moment, I realized that I was the problem. I was the bottleneck of the whole process. So I started to delegate some small tasks to certain people. Why small tasks? Because actually, I always say that you need to trust that your team is able to handle the job as much as they trust you. So my first advice is start with small tasks, and after that, after you achieve results on the ground, you'll be more confident to let go and delegate bigger decisions and bigger tasks.
It totally makes sense. And what's made you realize that you were that bottleneck for your business?
Because I was slowing down the whole process, I had to give confirmation on every single detail in the company.
Holding on the fort, everything. Awesome. I've got another question about micromanagers. If you were to talk to this micromanager, like to, for example, yourself at the time or myself at the time as well, what would you tell him? Like, do you have another advice that you've already provided to tell that person?
Yeah, sure. I would say measure, do not control, and use KPIs. Regarding KPIs, I see like many managers are stuck during putting the KPIs. They put like dozens of metrics, so it ends up like they are micromanaged but from different angle. So if you need to put KPIs, you have to squeeze your mind. Just choose 3 to 5 metrics are very enough to show you what really actually happens on the ground. Talking from a real estate background, conversion rate is a key metric. High conversion rate actually means that your both sales and marketing team are doing well on the ground. If you have a high conversion rate, that means that your marketing team is spending your budget on the right platforms, doing the right campaigns, and reaching the right customers. And your team is skilled enough, your sales team, to close the deal. See how many things you know just from one metric. So squeeze your mind, get 3 to 5 metrics, and then let go.
For the fun of it, micromanaging is a little bit energy consuming. I have come across a case where someone realized micromanaging takes also energy. So he hired another guy who was a much better micromanager than himself to actually get the job done.
Awesome. And same question to you, Gerard. Actually, I want to have your opinion on what would you give as an advice to that person?
Build trust within your team, build trust within individuals. We talk about letting go, but there is one thing, there's a great line in a book I read years ago. You can delegate tasks and responsibility, you can't delegate accountability. Because at the end of the day, it's part of your role, you're delegating. So yes, we need to let go, but that's not dumping. It's letting go, but still retaining that accountability. You as a managing director are accountable to the board for the delivery of your business. So yes, we can let go, but it's not about dumping or abandoning.
Yes, otherwise you may end up with going back on that and back to square one. So talking about trust, for letting go, it's very important that you are feeling confident about your people. And as I became MD of a small consultancy in London, it was a software company that was struggling when I took on that role. So I did not have much time to celebrate. I had a lot of pressure. And what I did, I had to do something bold. I did not trust my team. Like for me, they were not doing the job because I was controlling them, right? And but I knew that I could not take those responsibilities all on myself anymore. I'm not going to be able to deliver. I could not do that anymore. So I did something bold, and I delegated more. I gave more responsibilities. I promoted people, and basically I just told them, this is where we need to go. Now the how, this is for you to figure out. I'm here to support you, but this is your responsibility. So basically, I acted as if I trusted them before actually trusting them. And so they took ownership, and within a year, the company became profitable. So happy days. That worked really well for me. Now there's different ways to do that. It was a major risk. I did not do what Mohamed would have told me to do step by step. The company was struggling, so I had to go all in, and that worked out. Now, Guy, I've got a question for you, because this was a small company for me. Team was with me, but Guy had to deal with very high stakes like decisions, and his team is spread across the world, so he could not see the people, which makes it even harder when it comes to trust. So what's the one behavior that most help a leader build real trust?
Well, I mean, to put the context, I was managing out of Singapore a cybersecurity team. We were about 160 globally, but some of them were 20,000 kilometers away, so can't really look over someone's shoulder when the guys are 20,000 kilometers away. Plus they're in a different time zone, yeah, you can't even look at night. So, you know, the person who is in cybersecurity, who is managing, let's say, an incident, is the one who is on site, who can see what's going on, who can take decisions, and so on. So, you know, of course, it takes a lot of trust in some ways, but it also is not even practical. So the important thing was, in our case, it starts with recruiting people in a proper way. You know, some people, you know, especially incident management is a unique thing. It is basically, you know, the house is burning and you have to decide what to do. Yeah. The recruiting is the most important part. So you really have to spend a lot of time on this. The second thing is you have to a little bit train people. Maybe it's a step-by-step approach. And at the end of the day, you know, you have to let them go. And you have to support them, because it's a two-way relationship. You're locally, you have to decide who you're going to save in the burning house. The guys on the first floor, the ground floor, and so on. But you also know that there's a team out there who is going to support you. So it goes in both directions. And I think it's still step by step in some ways, but in a more, you have to do a leap of faith, because you're in a different time zone, 20,000 kilometers. But you have to accompany, and there's post-incident discussion, what could I have done better, and so on. But it's doable, yeah. And I think the most important part is the recruitment, because some people, you know, will handle the pressure more easily in our case. And the other one is accompany them in their first 6 months to actually do a good job.
So it's about getting it right from the start, basically, which helps a lot in the process. Yeah, I made that mistake a lot. Sanjay, from an HR perspective, you're the expert here. So about also succession planning perspective, what's a simple signal that a manager, that shows that a manager is ready to take on more responsibilities?
So before I answer that question, let me just put my thoughts on, there are two words that have been useful very much till now. One is power, which is the tendency to cling on to things that because that tells you are the boss. And the second thing that has been talked about by both Mohammed and Gerard and others is about trust, right? The irony of the thing is, the situation is that you have low trust on the people that you hired, right? And Guy spoke about recruitment process. You don't trust, or you don't fully trust the people that you yourself have hired, right? So what does it tell you about your personality, right? This is one thing that people, the bosses, need to consider. Now, coming to succession planning and little bit of my experience in HR, I manage HR for Asia Pacific, 16 countries, and then a global role. Developing managers is one of the most ignored thing in the corporate world. It could be because of pressure of time, it could be pressure of deliverables, board, whatever you may call it, but it is not there. So we have realized, or I have realized over a period of time, that developing managers needs to be a part of the culture itself. And for some of the companies that I worked with, what we did, like Mohammed spoke of KPIs, 3 to 5 KPIs also. We hard-coded one KPI as every year you will put 2 names up who would be ready now and ready in 2 years. This was a hard-coded KPI, nobody could change it. So out of 5 KPIs, 1 is gone. You can play with revenue, recovery, growth rates, all those things for in the next 4 KPIs. And what we also said was, you develop managers, bring it to the front, but remember, managers, good top talent are corporate resources. They are not your resources or team's resources only, right? You develop them, and after 2, 3 years, you let them go, and so that they can perform equally well in other things. So these things have worked pretty well for us. And we work with clients, and one of our flagship programs is first-time managers, people who from individual contributors become people managers. So what we have realized that the managers compete with their own teams. And they will tell you, oh, I can do this in 5 minutes, you are taking 15 minutes. So they compete with their teams. So we teach them, and we tell them in terms of how to make sure that to develop people, you have to build a trust, you have to let go. You may be a master, but you have mastered over last 10 years the same job. And these guys you need to teach and do the transfer, so-called KT, knowledge transfer easily.
So yeah, letting go of the good people that works for you, and yeah, be vulnerable, but we never know, you might get, yeah, sorry.
So letting go is within the company, is not outside the company.
Yes.
So from one business division to the different business division to the different geography, different roles.
Makes sense. Now we're going to talk about developing those managers, how to support those managers. And I had just one case where about that same story about that company that I was leading. I promoted someone, again, that I did not necessarily trust. And that person, at some point, I realized she was always coming to my office. And she was the type of person who needed to talk a lot, like myself. But what I did is that I was very busy, so I would just keep on working while she was talking. That's very rude of me, but you know, I had high pressure. And so when things shifted around, I thought I had to change my behavior. So I gave her that space. I just, you know, stopped my laptop, and I was trying to listen to her. And what happened is that it took less time. Like, she would not talk as much. She would find her own solutions, and most importantly, we would have like a respectful type of relationship, and things went well. So what I realized that I did not leave her that space, and I had to adapt also to the different type of personalities of my managers and how to support them. Everybody's different, they need different things. It's all about, as a manager, to understand what those managers need. So, so we can give them what they need. And I've got a question for you, Kamran. You've led teams in an environment where people must make decisions independently, right? And what's one practical thing a leader can do to help manager feel confident making their own decision?
Thank you, Renaud. Now, before answering your question specifically, I think we have to step back and think for a while that who amongst us has really not micromanaged, in our corporate life or even in our personal lives. I think this habit and character starts right from the childhood. So it's instilled in us as a human being. So when we were children, when we were kids, we used to hear from our parents, don't do this or do this way. And then, you grow up, you become parents yourself, and you start doing with your kids. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is that it may not be all that bad micromanaging, but it depends on the phase. It depends on when you implement and when you start letting it go a little bit. So it's just that you do it in phase-wise to set that person up for success rather than for failure. Because if you continue with that habit, you're setting up that executive or person for a sure failure, will be completely dependent, you as a boss. Now, coming to your question specifically, there are a few things. There is nothing called a very specified framework or a structure. It all really depends the kind of team that you are leading, the size of the company that you are leading. So if you are appointed as a leader, as a CEO, as MD or chairman for a large conglomerate, it's a different setup versus if you're leading a team which is a mid-sized company or maybe a startup. It's totally different. So it all really depends from where you lead the company. I personally believe, and even from my experience, have been in situations where I had to lead from the front, and sometimes you just have to be in the middle of the pack, and sometimes you're just on the back, letting your team take the charge. Couple of things that are very important, and you have to make sure that you give it to your team in order for them to be really successful from transitioning from this managerial position to a senior level position or C-level position. And I think all of us have been through that phase in our careers at some point of time, is that you set that person up. In the beginning, define a phase, have maybe an internal development program, or maybe you can even appoint an external company or consultancy whereby you assess the capabilities, the skills, the limitations of that person, and then chalk out a development plan, a development program for that person, and assess periodically how the progress is. So you shouldn't let that person go immediately. I've experienced a couple of scenarios myself, whereas put in the situation when I first stepped onto a director position, and I realized that I started struggling in few things. Not from a skill perspective, but from a connection perspective or deliverable in terms of, like, for example, if you're in the board, those kind of things. And what I realized, and I demanded from our CEO that, I need to go through some sort of development program or course. And then I also experienced a similar, rather little bit different scenario where I already was given a development program, and then I went through it, and it was pretty easy. So one of the points that I always recommend is that have a development program for that executive, and then gauge her or him, give feedback, give very candid feedback, provide that safety net, because don't forget that person is now transitioning from a phase where she or he used to do everything, by themselves, trying to be perfect, by then growing up to that position where she or he has to delegate. So they're not confident whether, it's not the confidence in their team, but rather the lack of confidence in themselves, that are they going to really be able to get, whatever results they're expecting. So provide candid feedback and provide that safety net where that person can, give you feedback.
Yeah, so it's about helping them, supporting them to let go of their former role to move
Right.
and step into that new role. So thank you very much.
Can I add
yeah,
to
of
that?
course.
I think we used the word trust initially, but we just mentioned that the complementary word to that is confidence. We need to build the right confidence. I mean, we don't want anybody who's overconfident for no good reasons, but we also have talent in some ways, where we have to develop them and make them ready to actually let go. So it's not just blindly letting go. I think it's having the right talent and building their confidence that they can do the job in a good way.
Actually, just talking about confidence, that's that question for George, unless you wanted to just react on that.
I will say, we said a lot of things right now. So confidence, power, we dropped many words that combine in order to become a leader. But the thing for all of us, when you have something successful, you know how you built it, you know how you went there. So when you want someone else to follow up your steps, you think that he or she needs to do the same thing. So we're still trying to find leaders, but in fact, we are trying to find leaders that are doing our way. That means they're still managers. We give them tasks, okay? The idea is to bring people in, and the limit or the balance, the balance point there is like, do they let them do their own mistakes? Does this have any impact on the company or not? So, do we, stand by them and try to be supportive and let them make their own decisions? Because this is leadership, okay? I want him or she to lead, not to tell them what to do. So we need to think about that. So everything that all the fellow panelists said are obviously right. We need to build people, to create people to lead and take their own initiatives. But yeah, the idea is like, do we make them confident enough to get a bit out of the boundaries that we have, our own boundaries? Because, when you want someone to lead, you want someone to do something better than you're doing right now, not just delegate the work, okay? Building. So let it go. It's like, I want like Gerard to take over, but I don't want to tell him what to do. I gave him like the goals. We need to go that way. Let him do what he likes. That's the idea. If he gets off the path, we'll be next to him, let's discuss a bit. Why are you going this way? Is it wrong or not? But the general idea is like, we're still talking about leadership, but we're defining issues, defining all these nice words that we said, that if you think of it, it's like a bit of management. Not micromanagement, but a bit of management. I'm more, because I felt it with, I have lots of remote teams, so I was micromanaging. I was trying to lead them, but when you have like 10 different projects at the same time, 10 different teams at the same time, you cannot do that. So I put people there to lead it, fail on it. I took it on me. If they're gonna fail, it's on me. But after that, we're gonna sit down, identify the 5 whys, why this happened, why this happened, why this happened, and try to fix it all together. But the idea for me is, in order to let someone become a leader, they need to make mistakes, okay? They need to feel confident that it's okay to make a mistake. So, and this is something that I want to hear for all the fellow panelists, a comment about that.
Yes, it's good for Mo.
Yes, just to add on this, you need first to know from inside yourself that it's not a zero mistakes approach. Mistakes can happen, and you have to give the space to your team to make mistakes and learn from the real mistakes gradually. You are right. Yeah.
I've got one last question, but let's see if there's some questions from the audience right now. Does anybody has any question? Yes, one at the back.
I thought we made it all very clear.
I could see the intensity of the discussion. It's very encouraging. I just wanted to learn about this trust factor, because you're right, ultimately, for any organization to really work well, and especially in this volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, trust building is very important, because trust building is an integral part of every team. So I'd like this esteemed panel to throw a little bit more light on how to build a culture of trust in an organization.
Very good question.
Can I just start on that? And we touched on it earlier on. The first place you have to build trust as a leader is with yourself. And when we don't delegate, when we micromanage, when we overprotect, it's not about I don't trust the person there. If we really examine it, it's I actually don't trust myself. So part of building trust is to start by building trust with yourself. If you trust yourself, you're going to let go much more easily.
I'll just add what I had said earlier. If you don't trust the people that you have hired, who else would you trust more, right? So if you're not trusting the people you have hired or the teams that you have built over the period of time, then it's a reflection upon your own leadership style and your own process of developing others.
Yeah, that's what I commented on. The tolerance on making mistakes, fail. From my perspective, okay, this has to do also with the company you're in and how you want this to work. But at some point, I felt that I have built a really good trust with the clients. And after a couple of projects, I start, delegating things to other people to lead the whole thing, acknowledging that they might fail, and they might fail miserably, like in a level that I might lose the client. So I was like, okay, I know I have this company like for more than 10 years. I have done great job on my own. Now I have like other people leading. So it's okay. If I lose a client, I lost the client. Let's do it. Let's make it, because I truly, what I'm gonna gain after a fail is that I'm gonna have a new leader, someone that will feel confident, have trust in me, trust in the company, so next time he or she will do better. So it's also on the person, we're building trust. And what else builds trust if you doesn't support someone after they fail? Success is acceptable for everybody. Okay, we want everybody to be successful, but when someone fails, we need to be there for them. That's leadership.
Yeah, I mean the two are linked together for sure. Like if you drive the right behaviors, you will get those the success. It's all about kind of looking at the process rather than the results, and making sure that the process is going to get you those results. I just wanted to come back to what we were saying. It's about giving responsibilities and letting go of that. It's all about risk assessment as well, because back to my story, we were going to close shop. So I went all in because I had nothing to lose. Like the worst case scenario is that we would close shop in 3 months instead of 6. So you have to assess the risk as to what to delegate. If losing a client is acceptable, then why not do it? Because it's a great lesson. But if losing one client is going to make you close shop, obviously you should reassess this.
one of the statements or equation, I would say, that I have lived by is about trust. Is really, it's not about the trust that you have in your team or a particular member of your team when they do something right. Make sure you trust them when they make a mistake. Yes, you have to define your tolerance level so that you are not frustrated, the team member is not frustrated, and the company doesn't get the negative effect. But make sure, after defining the tolerance level, always trust them when they're making the mistake as well.
So, Arun, just to add to that, I told you what is not in my CV at the start. It was my flying lessons, right? And when you are learning flying, you have an instructor with you who takes you through X number of hours before he decides that this is the time to go solo. Same thing applies in the corporate world as well. You handhold, you develop people, if they make mistakes, find out if these mistakes are behavioral mistakes or these are competency mistakes. And then you, like a lot of people said, that develop those programs and make sure that they go up the learning curve without too many hiccups and falls.
So I think it's time for us to let go of the microphone. Thank you everyone for your participation. Really nice panel. Thank you for all of the public.
Thank you.
Well, that was an eye-opening discussion to kick off day 3. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you so much. At least I know someone's listening. Awesome. All right, now we're going to shift gears into a session that promises to be both unconventional as well as transformative. We talk a lot about strategy, systems, and skills when it comes to leadership, but what about the silent driver that's underneath it all, the subconscious mind? That's where our next speaker steps in. An internationally recognized award-winning trainer, coach, and therapist, she is also the founder of Hypno Rise. Her signature approach that integrates hypnosis with corporate training to unlock potential and reprogram limiting beliefs. Now we're just gonna wait for the table to step off. This is a keynote, so there will be a presentation, and I would love you all to put your hands together for our speaker, Ms. Mona Abdurrahim Samto.
Is this on now? Yeah. And thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. Thank you everybody for being here early morning, but I really, really appreciate that. I got an award yesterday for that, and this is my baby. This is something that I'm really, really, really passionate about, so I'm really glad that so many of you are here. Now I have too many things in my hand. Just a few words about myself, Mona Abdurrahim Samto. So my background is a little bit mixed. I'm half Lebanese, half German. I lived in many, many countries, Europe, Saudi Arabia here, Germany, Lebanon. So what this taught me is that each person is different, each culture is different. And We need to understand people better. I started with psychology, pure psychology, then psychotherapy, and then very, very early on, I moved away from psychotherapy because I thought, I don't want to diagnose people. I want them to really get the answers from within. And that's how I discovered hypnotherapy. This was back in 2005. And a couple of years later, I became a hypnotherapy instructor, and I'm loving it. I've been doing that since then. Results are faster. Now, why Hypno Rise? In 2010, I was also an instructor for NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming. Many of you are shaking their heads, so I guess you know what I'm talking about. It's about communication, how to interact with people, etc. And this is something that every corporation needs, every organization needs. I took all of that into corporate and started my training company for corporate training, for leadership training. This was about 2008. Now, here's what I discover a lot of times. And I want to start with a question to you. So, when we talk about leadership training, what do you think is the most challenging part of a leader? What do you think a leader's challenges are? Yeah. Thank you. Limiting beliefs, yeah. Imposter syndrome, maybe, yeah. Our subconscious is telling us something that we cannot do. And I want to start with a story. A story that happened about 10 years ago. I had a company which I trained. A very confident, actually. He appeared to be very confident man, CEO of a mid-sized company. He came to me for team building training. We trained the team. It was a really, really good session. After that, he wanted leadership training. So we did a modular program. We trained the entire management level. And everything was fine, and it seemed like this mid-sized company was blooming. And then he came to my office. At that time, I had an office still in Lebanon. He came to me and he said, Mona, I have a huge opportunity in Japan. Huge opportunity, there we go, Japan, yeah. And I have to present in front of a whole board, a whole room full of Japanese, and I'm terrified. So, turns out he had a fear of public speaking. Now the thing is that fear of public speaking is something that many, 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 many people have. Yeah? And you can be an excellent leader. You can form an excellent organization and all of what he did. But still there was something inside of him that was holding him back. And that's where I thought, you know what, we really, really need to bring that together. We did a hypnosis session with him. And by the way, just let me clarify, because before I'm speaking about hypnosis here, and who of you thinks hypnosis is unconscious sleep? Huh? Who of you is afraid when I say I'm a hypnotist? Sometimes when I travel and I'm at the border in the US and they ask me, what are you here for? I say, for conference. And then they say, what conference? I say, hypnosis conference. Ooh, don't look me in the eye. You know, it's the first reaction, like, whoa, what are you doing to me? Well, that's not it, because guess what? I'm not going to hypnotize you right now, or maybe I am, without you knowing. But hypnosis is not what we see in movies. It's not really that dangling of whatever it is in front of you to make you sleep and make you do things that you don't want to do. It's really just working with the subconscious, not with the conscious. Now here's the thing, the conscious mind is our logical mind. The conscious mind is the mind that says, I want to go up there or fly to Japan and sit there in the board and speak. The subconscious mind is the world of imagination and emotions. So when we say we work with the subconscious, we work with a mind that is not in the real space, but is imagining something bad that might happen. And that imagination is so powerful that it overtakes your daily activities and life. Does that make sense? So we use exactly that same power that makes you believe that, ooh, something's going to happen to me on stage. We use that same power of imagination to imagine that you just go up and sit in that boardroom and talk to them. Yeah? And that can be applicable for any fear, for any behavior that we have. So this is what I did with this man. He came in and we sat and I started a session. And the thing is that our beliefs most of the time start in the first, let's say, 5 years of our lives. That's where we shape most of what we believe about life, about ourselves, habits that we form and learn from people around us, from experiences that we had. Because as a small child, I don't have that conscious mind that can say, do I want to accept that belief or do I want to reject it? Do I want to accept that I'm not good enough or others are better? Or do I want to reject it and say, no, I can do it? See, as a small child, we don't have that capability. And that's why these beliefs are formed. So what happened to that man? You did what we call in hypnosis a regression, and that means really going back and seeing what happened in your childhood. Well, here's the story. He remembered a scene from a school bus. He was 5 years old. He sat on the school bus in the back row with his friends. And there was a girl he liked. She was sitting in front. I mean, at 5 years old, it's a very, very, very pure and naive love, but he said to his friends, I really like her. And guess what? They started laughing. They started laughing, and he sat there and felt bad, felt embarrassed. And this was the moment where his subconscious mind learned, if I speak my truth in public, people will laugh at me. That small moment on a school bus as a 5-year-old determined his fear of public speaking or sitting in a boardroom. Yeah? This is how simple sometimes our mind connects things. We then move on, when we do that regression work, into informing that young child with the informed, logical, and rational mind that we have today. Saying, okay, then at 5 years old, I thought that if I spoke my truth, in front of people, they would laugh at me. But today I know that this is not true. So we change the perception, we change the story, we transform stories in our mind. Because guess what? Your mind functions more according to the stories you tell it than according to actual reality. Yeah? So when I say leadership training, it's not about learning skills. When I do leadership training, yes, of course, we teach frameworks, we go through exercises, etc. But the real challenge lies beneath. So I'd like you actually to just think about something, a situation where you reacted without thinking. And usually when either a stressful situation occurs or we have a time pressure or someone irritates us, again, that's stressful situation, we react instead of responding the way we actually want to respond. So think of a situation where you recently just responded in a way that surprised you. Or maybe a way that didn't surprise you because you often react this way. What emotion drove that? Just take a moment to reflect. Is there anything that comes up or anyone who wants to share? You don't have to. Yes, go ahead. Fear. Thank you for sharing. Okay. And is that situation something that you recognize that happens maybe often? Yes, you're nodding. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Gratitude. Okay. Again, think about, is that something that occurs often that you keep repeating? Gratitude. Okay. I heard excellence over there. Yeah. Excellence. Again, is that something that you recognize? Is it a pattern that you recognize? Ah, okay. You always want to excel. Right. Thank you all for sharing. So we can recognize patterns that we always go back to. Yeah. These are habits, these are patterns, and these are automatic reflex responses that we have. And why do we do them? Because at some point in your life, probably in your early childhood, you learned that this gratitude, excellence, fear, whatever it is, actually serves you. Yeah? Now, although we say fear doesn't serve, but again, the story that I said earlier of the man on the bus or the boy on the bus shows that in that moment, it's a lesson, right? So it serves us. So this is actually what we just did was basically the first part of the framework that I call RISE. So HypnoRISE is really about going deep before you can rise. Yeah? And I used the word RISE to really frame that framework, coin that framework, and the first thing is really recognizing, and we'll go back to that a little bit later. So I was talking about this conscious and the subconscious mind, and the thing is really that we are driven by our, here it is, yeah? So we're driven actually by our subconscious mind and not the conscious. Yeah? We think we are logical human beings. We think that we can rationalize our actions, but we don't. Yeah? When it comes to doing something fast, when it comes to a situation where I need to react, it's always your subconscious driving you. So this is exactly why HypnoRISE, why I founded HypnoRISE, why I did that. This is very recent, by the way. Yeah, it was, so this year when I put both together, I was debating it for a long, long time. But in many, many countries, there are a lot of misconceptions about hypnosis and what it is. Just like you had at the beginning, and you thought, okay, maybe I will bring that pendulum and woo, do something to you. And many, many people think that, and especially in this region, it's not very easy to bring it into the world. However, I am deliberately using that word now because I also want to educate people in a way to say it's nothing to be afraid of. It's really just working with your subconscious. The subconscious is 95% of your mind. So why are we afraid of it? Why are we stepping away from it? Why do we think that we can do everything with our brain and our logic? Because we can't. So I deliberately want to bring that back in and say, let's work more with that mind of us that actually will help us grow, will help us succeed, will help us rise. Yeah? So HypnoRISE is really not just meditation or a hype or anything like that. It's really going deep. It's reprogramming these narratives that you have, reprogramming these stories that you learned at some point, and making an informed and conscious choice to change these unconscious programs. You actually don't need a hypnotherapist for that. You can do that alone. Sometimes it is easier to have someone guide you, someone help you, but you can actually even do it alone. Yeah? So, HypnoRise actually exists to work where the change actually happens, and the change does not happen in our conscious mind. And think about it, how many times, do we have any people who smoke in here? Some of you? Okay. Anyone who wanted to stop smoking and never succeeded? Or, okay, yeah? So, any other habit, it doesn't need to be smoking. Eating chocolate, I don't know, I love chocolate. Yeah, okay, here we go, right? Or I want to sleep, but I cannot sleep. Or I want to start working on time, but I procrastinate. Whatever it is, we have so many habits. We want to do something, but we can't. Or we want to stop something, but we can't, yeah? Why? Again, because it is your subconscious driving you. So the change has to happen there and not in the conscious mind. The change cannot happen in leadership training sessions where I say, now you learn how to lead your team. Now you learn how to listen to your team. Now you learn how to give feedback to your team. Now you learn how to strategize. All of these are good and important, and we need them. But we need to have the ability to do it from the inside out. So the RISE framework that I was talking about earlier is really just 4 steps, and I just put it down so that we actually know what we're doing. The first step is really to recognize. So it's recognize, integrate, shift, and elevate. And the recognize is actually really just what you did earlier, recognizing what is that story that I'm telling myself. What is that script that is deep inside of me that I want to overcome? What is that habit maybe or pattern that I keep recognizing and I don't like it, and it's stopping me from maybe managing or leading my team effectively? Maybe it is also preventing me from communicating or interacting with my family effectively. That's not only for work. That's for everybody, for life, yeah? So really recognizing these patterns like you did before. And by the way, I did mention for whoever saw me yesterday when I got my award, I said, if nothing goes wrong, my book will be out today on Amazon. I don't have the link yet. And I wanted to actually give it to all of you. So I'm saying that now, everybody who's here in the room, or everybody who's actually in the conference, I'd be glad to just send you that link and send you that book with maybe a digital signature from me. It's probably gonna be tonight or tomorrow, just with a slight delay. But you know what? So be it. But in that book, you'll have a lot of reflective questions. You'll have a lot of opportunities to think about what actually shaped me in my childhood. It could be your parents, could be your teachers at school or friends, but also just the culture that you grew up in, the community that you grew up in. So all of that actually shapes us. And sometimes we think, you know what, I know this, I behave in a normal way, but maybe it's normal for you, but not normal for others, yeah? So recognizing these, and then going into really integrating them, yeah? The thing is that when we are in a stressful situation, we go into what we call the fight or flight response. When we are in a fight or flight response, what actually happens? And I'm going to explain it in a very easy way. So if we imagine decades, centuries ago, imagine your ancestors, and you were one of them. We were still living in the jungles or in the deserts or in the caves. Caveman, exactly, right? And a lion came to attack you. Boom! What did you do? run, run, or fight, right? So we know that term fight or flight. But here's what actually happens biologically. When I go into in that mode, fight or flight mode, my body is a perfectly designed system. Yeah? And it's perfectly coordinated. So all the strength that I actually need for that survival moment, because that lion is in front of me, all of that strength will go into the muscles that I need to flee or to fight, which are my muscles of my legs and my arms. And all the other systems will be deprived of oxygenated blood and of strength, like digestive system, etc. But what I want to get to is that part of our brain, that frontal cortex, that part of our brain that is actually supposed to now think rationally and strategize and say, okay, what's the best strategy now, does not work. And that makes sense. It makes sense from a perspective of when you're standing in front of that lion, you cannot start thinking what is the best way to flee, right? So you have to just react. And when we are in stressful situations, and I'm sure you all remember times at university or school when you had studied and everything is really easy, you know your material, you go and sit in the exam, and what happens? Boom, blank, right? Everything is out of the, yeah. And then I finish the exam, I go out of the room, and suddenly, now I remember everything. Why didn't I know this and there? And that's exactly because that part is just blocked so that you can react and not respond logically. Yeah. So, in order to do that, we need to really go deep. We need to breathe. We need to stay calm. We need to allow our minds to think rationally and not allow the subconscious to take over and just react in a fight or flight mode. The recognition that we had with the R is now integrating it. And integrating it means starting to use it in a different form. So I told you at the beginning, I moved to a lot of countries. I moved from Lebanon to, I moved from Dubai actually to Finland. And I lived in Finland for 3 years. Do we have anyone from Finland in this room? No. Guess, I lived there for 3 years. Guess how many times I was invited to dinner in 3 years? You say 0? Another guess? Once? Give them a little bit more credit. Once a year. Once a year. 3 times in 3 years, right? So, I had to first recognize that my way of going to them and overwhelming them, because I went there and I invited the whole neighborhood and I made that Lebanese big dinner, this was overwhelming for them. So I had to first shift my mindset. And it's not about changing who I am. I'm still who I am. I'm just changing the way I speak to them, the way I interact with them. Many times in leadership we think, or in work, we think we know what we're doing and we want to explain it to others. But here's the thing, if they don't understand it, ich könnte mit euch Deutsch sprechen, so viel ich möchte. Ihr würdet nichts verstehen, außer jemand, der vielleicht Deutsch spricht hier drin. Was würdet ihr machen? Was würdet ihr antworten? Was würdet ihr sagen? I see a lot of blank faces. This is a very, very small example of miscommunication at work. This is a very small example of people thinking, well, I'm telling you everything, I know everything, why are you not replying? Because we're speaking a different language. So first of all, it's really recognizing what language am I speaking. But language can be a language, can be also a personality style, can be also a technical language, can be also a gender language, can be also a cultural difference or an age difference. I speak differently to children than I speak to adults. So I need to first recognize what are my actions, what are my patterns, how do I actually communicate and interact, and then integrate them. I'm going to go a little bit faster here because I am aware of time. Then after we integrate it, it's that shift where we say, okay, now let's go deep and let's reconsider. By the way, again, in my book, I have a QR code where you have some hypnotic recordings. And again, I hope that by now you know that a hypnotic recording is not go to sleep and do something scary, but is really just changing these inner dialogues that you have with yourself. And then basically at the end, elevate and soar like a falcon, because that falcon soars now without being tethered, without being pulled down by limiting beliefs that they had. So elevation is not becoming louder, faster, or more aggressive. It's really leading from a calmer inner state of mind that we have done through this work. So it's really that consistency of really going deep, understanding yourself that will shift. So this is the book that was supposed to be yours by now. Again, please, please, please connect with me. And I'm really, really happy. Just tell me you were here and I'll send you that book. So there is that whole RISE framework that we had in here. I have real client stories. The one that I told you at the beginning with the bus, but I have also other stories in there of beliefs that shaped people at work. I have a lot of reflective questions in there, so it's a really good workbook. And I have some QR codes that link to hypnotic recordings where I will guide you through that transformation that I was talking about. I am taking that into corporations now, and I have had a few meetings already with companies who said, we will try it. Maybe it will help. The return on investment that we see in after leadership trainings, and I am a trainer, so I'm not saying training doesn't work. It absolutely works, and we need to learn new methodologies, etc. But we also need to go deeper, because a lot of people after the trainings do say, oh, okay, I know what to do, but there's something inside of me stopping me. So let's allow them through this program to actually go deeper into that world of hypnosis that is just that world of that vast, vast, vast iceberg that you saw, the 95% of the subconscious, in order to then rise above like that falcon and be free of these ties that were stopping them. This is my tree link. You can connect with me anytime. I'd love to. And any questions? Any questions? Yeah?
Hello. Yes, thanks for shifting our mindset. You made me reflect on a lot of things I thought I was not capable to ever solve, be it on a personal level, intimate level, business level, whatever. You gave me hope. I love that. So the question is, if we read your book and you said we can do it on our own, are there chances we might fail in doing that? Or do we need a helping hand like you to help us do that the first time, maybe until we train that muscle in our mind so that we can do it later on ourselves or no?
I love your question. Thank you. Can we fail on our own? We can never fail when we make that first step, because that first step is recognizing really that you want to make a change. And compare it to a child who is a 1-year-old who starts walking. How many times did you fall when you started walking? All of you. Yeah? But then we know, because there is a force inside of us that says, this is what I need to do. This is what is helping me. So I stand up again and I fall, and I stand and I fall, and I stand and I fall. And then one day I will do it. So yes, you can do everything on your own. Obviously, if someone guides you, if someone helps you, it is easier. Yeah. but the first step is really wanting to recognize that and saying, I'm changing, and not for the sake of changing. Nobody says you are not okay the way you are. It's just really untying yourself from something that has held you back in the past. Thank you for that question.
Munaji, hi. Yeah, I'm here.
Where are you? Oh, there. Yeah.
Hi, Muna. I just wanted to ask you one thing because I saw in your slide. Don't you feel that affirmations help in shifting subconscious mind? And one more statement was, doesn't meditation accelerate transformation?
Thank you for 2 questions. Affirmation, yes, 100%, because with repetition, we form new beliefs. And affirmation, I always say you are the best hypnotist for yourself because you're talking to yourself all day long. So if you say to yourself, I can't do it, I can't do it, why am I so stupid? Why did I do it? This is an affirmation itself, a negative one. So positive affirmations absolutely can help. And yes, meditation can help. The reason I said it's not meditation at the beginning, because many people think, who don't know how to meditate, think they have to sit there and clear their minds and think of nothing. This is very, very hard to do. We in hypnosis want to think of something because we know the power of our subconscious is the power of imagination. So work with your imagination, but create, again, these affirmations or these stories or just the visualization. I mean, just imagine something and you'll feel you're there. And it will create the emotions. So the slight difference here is that we want to work with visualizations and not just clear our mind of. But someone who is already used to meditation and who can go deeper, obviously that will also speed up the process. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
One more or?
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, there's one more question.
Okay.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi. You know, your presentation deeply resonates with me because I personally feel, especially in the corporate world, we focus on skills, but we don't dare to go deeper. The question which comes into my mind is, how do you feel, is the corporate world ready to go deeper? And what is your experience in a way that, you know, that's too deep. I don't want to go there. So I would like to have your opinion and your view here.
Thank you. And I wish I could tell you today, wow, they're accepting it. I wish I could say it's very easy. The last 10 years have shown me that it is, like you say, the leadership, the corporate world is a world where we have to appear strong, where we are the leaders, where we are strong, where we don't want to touch our emotions and talk about them. However, I can say after, let's say about 10%, maybe 15% of the people who I train will call me not during the sessions, the training sessions, but afterwards and say, you know what, I really have that problem that I don't believe in myself, or I have low confidence, or I always, don't trust others, etc. Can you help me? So I have seen over the past 10 years that, yes, the need is there. And what I'm doing right now is I want to bring that closer because we are more and more going towards human-centered leadership. We're more and more addressing things that we did not address maybe 10 years ago in leadership training. We're addressing that human factor, that personal factor, we're addressing emotions in trainings. We're talking a lot more about emotional intelligence now than we were talking 15, 20 years ago. So I think the time is now and people are ready for it. They have to go there. They have to go there. Thank you.
I have one last question.
Sure.
So it's kind of a personal one, but it's like I have like 15 years of an experience working for different companies as a leader, right? While I was working for them, I was a very cool guy, as a cool leader, right? I was easy to approachable and then, right, to be friendly as well. So when I started my entrepreneurship journey, when I became a business owner, I was very aggressive, right? I want to control my emotions because I have very tight schedules. because I'm taking care of the finances, businesses, income and outcome, right? So I want to control that. I subconsciously, I want to like my previous version of it, but I could not able to become that.
Thank you for a very personal story, but it might be somewhere inside of you that you learned that as a leader or as someone who has a higher position now, I have to be aggressive, because isn't that what we saw sometimes in movies? The boss who sits there and boom and is more aggressive or is more stronger, and we maybe learn that this is the way to handle it, or maybe we had an experience with our father who taught us this. It can be many, many things. And the thing is that there is no one size fits all here. Each person has his own patterns that were created from your own experiences, yeah? But I'm happy to take that outside. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank you so much, Mona. I really look forward to that book of yours. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So now we are going to be shifting focus to a panel discussion. And this time it is going to be labeled Making Bold Decisions in Volatile Markets. Now, of course, leadership demands more than just planning. It demands courage, clarity, and decisive action. From balancing risk with opportunity to leading teams through unpredictability. Our panelists will share insights that can help any leader navigate volatility and with clarity and impact. I would like to hand over to our moderator. Our moderator for this session is the managing partner of Jaksh Life Science Consulting. And once I've handed over to the stage, he will introduce his panelists. Please put your hands together for Mr. Arner Jaksh.
Welcome and good morning to everyone. Welcome to this panel discussion, Making Bold Decisions in Volatile Markets. Over the next 50 minutes, we are going to explore a simple but powerful idea. We talk about if uncertainty is not only a risk, but if it can be also a great opportunity. And if you know it can be an opportunity, if you know how to read, decide in it, and if you move fast. We have a fantastic group of panelists here from business, education, leadership, law, sales, and digital transformation. And it's an honor for me to introduce my panel quickly to you. So to my left, I have Kunal Sinha here. He's Chief Knowledge Officer at Ampersand Advisory. He has 36 years of experience in brand strategy and insights into consumer and cultural trends in India, China, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Right next to him, I have sitting Arunagiri Mudalya. He's a global sales trainer, wellness trainer, corporate mentor, best-selling author, international sportsman. Don't play basketball against him. and successful industrialist from India with over 30 years of experience. After him, we have Brigadier Sushil Bashin here. He's a military-inspired leadership and team-building coach with 34 years of distinguished army service and 21 years in the corporate world. Bashin empowers individuals and organizations to build and lead high-performing teams. And then I'd like to welcome Dr. Murray Bond. He's Vice President for Global Initiatives at the American Imperial University and Dean at the Royal Roads University at the Ras Al Khaimah campus. And he brings over 20 years of experience in higher education, leadership, and international partnership to this panel. And last but not least, I would like to welcome Anastasia Shakrina. She's the founder and managing partner of Aluma Solutions, a Dubai-based consultancy specializing in legal operations, technology, and AI transformation, with over 20 years of global experience in the legal field, including 10 years as managing legal operations at multinational companies. And my name is Arne Jaksch. I'm the founder and managing partner of Jaksch Life Science Consulting. We are based in Switzerland, where we support our clients to make safe and science-based decisions in highly regulated, often uncertain environments. We will keep this conversation practical and concrete. Expect real stories, not theory. Examples of decisions are presented that were difficult in the moment where they appeared, and also expect some learnings from what the panelists learned out of that situations. Before we start, we would like to invite you to think about a couple of questions you want to ask to us. We don't want to have this as a one-way discussion panel, so your feedback and your questions are welcome at the end. And now we're gonna start. And yeah, the first question is, I'm gonna start with Kunal here. When you hear the phrase, making bold decisions in volatile markets, what does it mean in your specific world and business?
Yeah, so I think one of the big challenges in our industry, which is the branding, marketing, communications industry, is that, you know, every few years we go through a whole set of new changes, which makes the entire industry having to reevaluate the way it works. 15 years or 20 years back, it went through the whole cycle of moving from analog to digital. Right now, the transformation that it's going through is moved from digital to artificial intelligence. And the impacts of that are very, very deep, especially in an industry that is creative, in an industry that is constantly being forced to be innovative. So I'll give you a personal example of how I kind of navigated and went through that change. In 2005, after growing up and working in India for 15 years, I had an opportunity. I worked for a large multinational organization to move to a new market. Now, in the early 2000s, when everyone knows that Indian IT was through the success stories, a lot of people were going outside, you know, when they were advancing in their careers, the only place to go was westwards. The opportunity that came to me in that company was to go to China. And I looked at the work that I did, which was based on consumer behavior, which was based on building brands. That's what most of our clients would want to do. I realized that China and India, if I have the combined experience of consumers and culture, that would be absolutely fantastic. So I decided to go to China, whereas most of the people within the company, including my own boss, thought I was completely crazy doing that, right? This happened during a phase of change, maybe not extremely volatile, but I was so glad I went there, because all the lessons that I learned, 2005 is when Alibaba was founded, right? That's when China, because the rest of the technology, which was Google, Facebook, all those were banned, decided that it's going to invest in building its own capability. And see where they are now, where they're challenging the leaders, you know, in technology, in social media, in e-commerce.
Arunagiri, how is it for you?
Yeah, top of the world. In terms of the difficulty, what I really got present to was I've been a founder CEO of a company which is now completing 30 years. And in this last 30 years of my first generational entrepreneurial journey, I've seen a lot of ups and downs. And I realized one thing as an entrepreneur, I need to continuously keep on building the factor of resilience in my team. There is going to be failures, there is going to be challenges, but you need to embrace pain of failure. You have to embrace the pain of losses. And if you can build that culture, and I for one believe that that is one of the bold decisions that you need to take, so that you are always able to bounce back from every challenges that come in any entrepreneurial enterprise's journey. So that's my take. Embrace pain, accept failures, accept mistakes, learn from it, and keep on moving forward.
Thank you. Bashin, what does it mean to you?
So firstly, taking the mic from my friend Arunagiri, not only that we are from India, but we are also both professional speakers from Professional Speakers Association of India. And we have both been buddies for a long time. So what he's talking about is really, I've seen it happen in his company, very close to his company, and we've done some work with them. So having said that, for me, after my 34 years in the army and 21 years in the corporate, that one thing I have seen through and through, both in the army and in the corporate, less in the army and more in the corporate, is leaders firefighting. They generally are working crisis to crisis. They have a task today, and they are just doing all they can to make that task happen today without a glimpse of what's going to happen tomorrow. Forget about what's happening 2 to 3 years later. And why this happens is they don't build good teams, they don't trust their teams, they don't have clarity, and because of this, the uncertainty factor keeps multiplying. And with that, what happens is that what a leader should do is delegate and empower other people to do the main task, which he does, not realizing that the moment you transition from a team member to a leader, your job is not to do things, it is to get things done. And they don't do it, they keep doing those things again and again, and the other people become redundant. But what suffers is the organization not being able to look forward and prepare for it. So to me, good leaders operate ahead of the predictability curve. They allow their teams to work on everything that the organization requires, and they get into a strategic thinking mode and think about the futures, because leaders today must be future ready. Thank you.
Maury?
Hello? Okay, perfect. Yes, in my career, I've worked in international higher education for the past over 20 years, but also international business development. And I found that, I mean, wherever I went, I started my career in Ukraine in 2004. So I go from pre-conflict Ukraine to post-conflict Iraq to post-financial crisis UAE to landing on January 23rd in Shanghai, China, right before the national lockdown of COVID. So having lived and worked around the world in volatile markets, I find that one thing remains true is that the most lasting, impactful capital that you can infuse in a market is human capital. It's the most transformational. It's the most, you know, I've worked in different industries, oil and gas, construction, manufacturing, but those are transactional in nature. What's transformational is that you can create generational wealth if you allow people in host countries to enhance their skills. And so what I did, for instance, in Iraq was working with the Prime Minister's office to send Iraqis to the US, to the UK, and to come back with advanced degrees to lead the new country. And so to see that, that's generational wealth. That is the most impactful most lasting capital you can generate within a new market, because it creates credibility and trust with the government, it creates corporate partnerships, and it creates talent pipelines with universities. And that's the only way to sustain growth in a new market, is to have public, private, and academic partners. And that's what I found in my experience, but also to have an owner's mentality. This is a great place to visit. Dubai is an amazing place. And you can come here and you can compete. Or you can stay here and win. There is a difference. People rent or people own. And when you rent, you might make a living. But when you own, when you put a permanent presence in a new market, you have opportunities you will not get in other places. When you live and breathe and work in a certain market, I was able to work with the Prime Minister's office, I told you, in Iraq, or work with the, several governments here, Ministry of Finance and whatnot. And so to have the access, we call it Wasta here, we call it Guangxi in China when I lived in China, but the relationships you can build happen when you put boots on the ground, when you stake your claim and you make a long-term commitment to a certain market. And so I think that there's volatility, but the resilience that you speak to, if you stay. I came here after the financial crisis, but I left like everyone else. If I stayed here after 2008, 2009 till today, my life would be completely different. And so I would say, when you enter a new market, make that firm commitment, add human capital where you enhance the host country, and you can drive long-term change.
Anastasia, what means making bold decisions for you in your world?
Well, I think it's first of all being really brutally honest. Let's put it this way. Brutally honest in the meaning that at some point of time realize that the model that you have developed, worked on, the narratives that you lived with has changed. And you need to make the decision to move on and change the reality. And this is, based on my experience, is one of the most difficult decisions that leaders make. Before, and I will give example that personally shaped me in many ways. Before moving into my own business, I worked in a major multinational company for about 10 years, like an executive role. And it's indeed one of top 3 in the world in its industry. And there was a CEO of the company who at some point of time realized that the company requires lots of change. That was very clear signals from the market, the overall state of the company, but it's a great company with outstanding culture who lived decades successfully in the market. And what he has done, he has made a decision to reshuffle the business. And the scale was huge. I'm not talking about small business, I'm talking about multi-billion business. And he decided to reshape the company, sell parts of the business that are not beneficial, reinvest into new areas, let many people go, change the portfolio. And he put everything on the track. He communicated rigorously about the need of change to the board of directors and to the management. And then everything was agreed and moved on. He decided to leave. My personal, it's impressed me so much. And what he said basically, that he is so much interconnected with the business, with people that he worked with for many years, for decades, that he would not be able to drive the change with the speed and boldness that to make it happen. And the management needs another person, another management in order to drive the change in the company. That was his decision. frankly, and he could stay, but he decided to leave. This is the bold decision. In spite of all the pain, in spite of all the history of this person with the company, after 35 years of career, he decided to leave to let the company strive.
Hashim, you want to
I
add?
wanted to say something. You know, again, this one thing about people leaving at the time when they are probably required and make a very crucial difference to the running of the company. In the army, we have a system of a second in command at all levels. Right from a section commander has a section 2, a platoon commander has a platoon 2IC, and so on. So anyone leaving at the second in command is so, their structure of duties is such that they know exactly what the boss was doing and they can carry on in war, in peace, to do the same task without any loss of continuity. And the second thing, second thing is that the system is such that you are trained to be one up. So a company commander is always trained to be a battalion commander before he becomes a battalion commander. In the corporate, it happens after you take over and you start learning from the job at the cost of the company.
Thank you. Maury, can you elaborate a little bit of what are the biggest changes at the moment occurring in the educational sector in your area?
I'm actually proud to say that we just recently launched the first international branch campus of a Canadian public university here in the Middle East North African region, and it's redefining, you know, what the U.S. universities, Canadian universities, how to reach, you know, their markets and how to reach students where they are, because if you're not able to pivot, if you're not able to innovate, then you will be left behind. And AI and all the tech innovations that are taking place are changing the way that we reach students, that we educate students, but that we reach people that are working professionals, C-suite as well. And so if you look at IT, for instance, or AI, we used to recruit students to come to, you mentioned Indian students to go to the US or to the West. All those people have lost their jobs. All those people 20 years ago that I recruited to come to the US for IT positions, they're gone. But you know who stayed? People that got IT management programs, because they were able to gain leadership skills. Because AI is going to replace everyone but top leadership. So if you have senior level, if you can reach that senior level, the opportunity for you to manage teams, to lead teams of people, even in AI or any industry, but especially in tech, because a lot of those guys, they would come from Silicon Valley to our university to get that MBA that was IT management related, that sustained them, that helped them to survive, you know, with the challenges that are taking place. And so programs that innovate, universities that innovate, being able to reach people where they are instead of having them, you know, relocate, it provides, you know, a much more of a consumer focus in terms of higher ed, that we're looking to upskill, we're looking to have market relevant programs. So a lot of the programs, a lot of the universities that are more traditional in nature are, you know, are being, you know, acquired or closing. And so in my field, you reach the student where they are, you reach the consumer where they are with a product that provides value, that adds value, and it doesn't have them separate their personal professional life, that's kind of in alignment with where their goals are. That's what's going to survive, and that's going to thrive.
Sorry, on the aspect of education, you know, I just wanted to add what you said very beautifully. You know, many times people talk about many of the people skill, selling skill, motivation, leadership as soft skill. I, for one, strongly believe that it's a misnomer. These soft skills are the real core skills, which is what you very beautifully, rightly said. Because there are two skills which I strongly believe will never be replaced by any technology at any point of time. One is the people skill and one is the selling skill. Because sales is equal to income is equal to business. More sale, more income, more business. No sale, no income, no business. So everybody of us have to understand the importance of learning the science and art of selling as well as people skill, as you already said. That's how you're able to motivate and take organizations forward, irrespective of whatever may be the technological disruption that may happen. This is my take.
And you know, these soft skills are very hard to acquire.
Okay. Kunal, do you think that catching the right timing is then also a soft skill one must have to anticipate changes and entering volatile markets at the right point of time?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really in the thick of the business. This is one of the core areas that I operate in, which is building foresight. Yeah, and you know, we've had these discussions, which is leadership requires foresight. What is becoming challenging in the world of volatility, you know, until 2 or 3 years ago, a lot of companies, especially large companies, would do scenario planning. They would plan 5 years ahead, 10 years ahead. I've personally been involved in scenario planning for small companies as well as large conglomerates, an absolute necessity. Today, fewer companies are doing scenario planning simply because they're saying that we can't predict what's going to happen 2 years from now, let alone 5 years hence. But a larger number of leaders are recognizing that you still need to do scenario planning, except that you have to build many alternate scenarios. And leadership as well as staff should be prepared when that alternate scenario arrives. So the way you approach things is becoming different in terms of volatility. And you can actually break it down. Having worked with leaders, you've actually been able to, you know, whether it's trade or technology, and the way the sands shift, your approach to dealing with that change is going to be completely different.
I just want to say one thing, but you mentioned, I think that the Western expats, and that's what I did my PhD, was on expatriate management in UAE. And what I found was that there's a lot of Americans that come here with subject matter expertise, and they're motivated. But what they're not ready for is, they don't have the metacognitive skills. They can't adapt, because we have a 3 p.m. deadline, and this is how things have to happen. Well, that doesn't work in all markets, and you have to be able to have some tolerance for ambiguity, right? You have to be able to, it's not about your leadership but as much as it is buy-in from that host country. So when you're reaching that new market, you have to be able to be nimble and versatile. And I don't think that those skills are necessarily taught in the classroom. Like, they teach you, this is how it is. You know, it's like the world is not in a textbook, right? The world is in the book is in black and white, but life is in shades of gray. So.
Yeah, I was going to you know, add to that when you were making that point, which is, I'm sure you recognize it in business schools especially, but also in areas like social sciences, which is volatility and change need to be very much part of curricula, because most curricula take so long to actually set in an academic institution that to change from that very quickly doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, and you see, the primary thing in leadership is you have to have a vision, a very far distance vision, whether you like it or not, and knowing that it may not happen. And then when you work backwards, what really matters in a leader is foresight, and along with foresight, the agility and adaptability. These are the very fundamental requirements, because you have to have contingency plans, like you said. You have to have ways of dealing with the situation as it comes, but still keep the goal in mind.
How is that for you, Anastasia?
I agree. So the ability, what I see currently with many of my clients, that the teams are lacking exactly the ability to change and adapt. And what is happening actually is that the best way, in many ways, the best way to proceed is how it's happening in IT industry. Try fast, fail fast. Right, so the ability of a team or a company to come up with idea, realize, not major, but a small one, try, fail, learn, go ahead. This is a skill that is totally missed. And what I also spotted that there is a major contradiction in between the corporate mentality, I'm sorry for saying that, and the ability of the teams to innovate. Because, well, for the manager, if a manager fails, well, that's a major concern about the personal consequences. So right, so even if I fail on a minor area, what will be the personal consequences to me? How I would move with that approach if I cannot predict the consequences for my personal career? And I think what is very important at the corporate level in any company currently is to be very articulative about this culture, about the ability of team, that the management is okay, and actively encourage the ability of the team to try, fail, and go ahead. Here, I think the important point is governance. How the company in overall, where are the red lines? How the company outline the red lines that you cannot cross within this culture. Yes, you can fail, but this is the red line that you cannot cross. And that would bring, for example, major liability for the company or risks. But this environment, the ability to adapt, learn, and move ahead, this is something that is very much missed, especially in major companies.
In fact, one study which I did, because I've been a student of attitude, because as we all know, the altitude of success that an individual or organization happens depends upon the attitude they harbor. On the study, we found that 4, which substantiate what Sushil and Natasha said, 4 attitudinal qualities can help you in the volatile and very challenging environment we are facing us. First is alertness, curiosity, responsiveness, and resourcefulness. These are the 4 attitudinal quality which if an individual or organization adopts, they will be able to face the volatile environment better.
Thank you. We have only a couple of minutes left, so I would like to invite you one more time to think about a question you want to ask us. While you are thinking about it, I'm going to ask my panel a question. So for the leaders in this room who might feel overwhelmed by uncertainty, what is a bold and smart decision which they could implement over the next 30 days in their normal workday? So Anastasia, do you have a suggestion? Do you want to start just giving a small hint?
Well, I would probably disclosing the strategy, but anyway, so no problem with that. So I worked in the market and work with many teams, corporate teams, currently because I am in digital transformation and legal, so you can imagine the complexity. So considering that legal is one of the most conservative functions or businesses, I think that this market is a bit missing it's not only in the UAE, it's everywhere actually. So that there are no talents. There is no talent pipeline. The technically driven lawyers having digital mindset who can drive the operations. And this is a very special skill, I can tell you, considering that I'm 10 years in this industry. I think the next move that I'm going to make strategically wise, I will step into education. What's the answer? So if there is no talent pipeline in the market, the best way to approach that is to help this pipeline to grow. And so I will move more into educational area, working with probably universities and helping them and shaping the course to drive the legal operations and technology and artificial intelligence to grow the new generation of lawyers that can, in the end of the day, shape the market.
Thank you. Maury, one thing to implement?
Well, something that I think, what's great about living here in the UAE and in other similar markets is that the synergy with public and private sectors, the ability to really develop incubators, both in terms of business, but also enhancing human capital and skill development here in the UAE. I found that if you find a permanent presence, if you register your business, it's different than passing through. Dubai is a great place again to visit, but having a permanent presence in the markets that you're looking to engage provides that stability, and it helps you create that long-term partnership with the university. If you're looking to build a talent pipeline, which I think is vital, we're doing AI, and there's even micro-credentials that you can do. even whatever industry you're working in. AI is critical to learn to know. So there's ways to operate, complementing with what you're doing in your work. Gain those AI tools to really drive growth in your business. But I think to have a permanent, presence in the markets you're operating will help you develop alliances with government, with industry, and with academia. So that's what I would recommend.
Bashin, point to implement.
Yeah, so the main decision I need to take in 2026 is to come down from 1 mile wide to 1 inch deep. That's my problem. I am now going deep into learning AI. I'm also doing a lot of training on public speaking, particularly focused on preparing people for the TEDx talk, and so on. So I want to narrow down to only 1 or 2 things because I am making my life too busy, and I want to narrow down to 1 or 2 things and have to eliminate. Because even yesterday I was talking in one of my panels that clarity is the main important thing for any leader or for any entrepreneur, because clarity is, to me, defined as eradication of the unwanted. The moment you start narrowing down your options from many to few, you get clarity, and only with clarity can you focus and grow in a particular way.
Yeah, I've got 2 statements to make, 2 formulas. One is one which has been a part of my life is to be always a student of life. Learn, unlearn, and relearn is one of the important principles which all of us have to adopt in order to keep up with the technological disruption with the AI coming. And second one is always remember your personal development is your business development. And I really want to appreciate all of you in the audience for being here, because you have shown, by being present here, you have shown that you are willing to learn. I think that is going to be very, very important for this challenging, volatile market. Thank you.
Kunal?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's really about personal development. What we realized is companies have realized that the one size fits all formula doesn't work. So no longer training programs for 50 people in an organization. It's completely and already moved to very, so you determine what your own growth needs are, what your own trajectory is, and the company will support you. The entrepreneur will support you in your growth. And if you do that, you're adding value not only to the individual, but you're also adding value to the entire company, because along with that individual, the people around that person, whether they are managers or their workers, will grow.
Thank you very much. Now I would open up the panel discussion to you. Is there a question from the audience? Yes, please. Do we have a microphone, or I hand over mine? Thank you.
Hi, hi everyone. Very insightful discussion. My name is Mayuresh. I'm from Betacraft. I had one question. In this volatile times of AI, how do you decide when do you retrain or when do you replace the people that you have in your organization? Thank you.
In fact, here, Mayuresh, I've been an entrepreneur for the last 30 years and multiple businesses. One thing I would really urge you is, in order to sustain and build your culture of your team, ensure that you always do keep your team as much as possible. Try to retrain them, ensure that you re-educate them. Don't allow them to be just let off, because that sets a very big precedence. I just give you an example. During COVID, when we had a total shutdown in India for almost 2 years, as a leader, I took a decision that I will not let even one of my people to leave. And right from the day one, we, through the Zoom network, ensured that had a communication with them, just giving them the confidence that we are there with you. Our sale came down to less than 5%, but still we sustained. And I tell you, because of that, today our company has rebounded more than our sale earlier. My friends like Sushil, I had 64 of my personal friends come every day on the Zoom and educate people. Just give them the confidence. So I would always recommend that don't replace people, retrain them and do it.
I'll add one thing, and that is again from my army experience. In the army, as a leader, we were taught one very clear thing. A leader has two tasks. One is accomplishment of mission at all costs, no compromise. So you have to tell your teams, task has to be done, come what may, or whatever it takes, right? Second is welfare of men. Only two things. So they said, if you are sure that you want to get your job done, and the second thing is you keep your people happy, because stressed out people, tired people, unhappy people can never produce results. Simple. Now it's a very tight rope for the leader. If you do too much of welfare, then you're likely to suffer somewhere on the accomplishment of mission part. And if you're too focused on your mission and you don't care about the human factor of people involved, then you are not going to get the real productivity from a person. You're not going to get that inspired team worker who's going to go and sort of reinforce your work. And therefore, when you balance out these things, you will find what Arunagiri said, your people will not leave. I was just listening to him talking to a girl whom I know from the last 10 years working with him, and I also interacted with her for some mutual trainings and all we do. The way they are so motivated, they'll never leave this company. So you don't have to fire them.
I would put it into sequence. First retrain. If it doesn't work, let go. And actually that's the most painful matter. Always with huge pain. But sometimes you have to. My experience, my personal, very painful experience, because again, it's huge for me personally every time. Remain human and caring.
Yeah.
That's very important. Even in case you have to people go, and sometimes it's just objective reality. The person is not at the right place and you cannot find the right place in the organization. The person is consistently resistant to change and doesn't want to train in spite of all the investment. Remaining human and keep talking, keeping the contact with the person, having discussions, it's critical element of all the change management in this case. If a person is not explained why you are making this decision, if the person feels that he or she is ignored and just rejected without explanation, that's the worst outcome, the worst. Keeping the person's hand, explaining, even taking the pain that this person would inevitably throw to you, because that happens. That's a managerial task. You have to accept the pain. You have to keep talking.
Two things I want to add to this. One is be firm and polite. No compromise, job has to be done, but don't abuse them, don't use language that they will not like, number one. And number two, a leader should be very human, very empathetic, but have a streak of ruthlessness. That's it.
Thank you very much. I think we are running out of time quickly, so I will not take another question, but I would like to thank my panelists for their openness and insights, and thank you to you for your attention and the questions you asked. And yeah, if something sparked from what we have said, please feel free to catch the panelists in the hallway. I'm sure they will be open to have a further and longer and deeper discussion with you. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy CXO 2 conference.
Thank you.
very big thank you to all of our experts and their insights. Thank you very much. You're welcome. All right, everybody, let's shift gears to a challenge every founder and leader faces. How do we fund our visions? Do you grow independently through bootstrapping, or do you bring outside capital to scale faster, even if that means sharing control? Our next set of panel discussions will share real-world lessons on balancing freedom and growth, ownership and speed, and the mindset it takes to succeed on either path. To guide us through the conversation, I'm going to be handing over to our moderator. He is the CIO of Pixie, and he will introduce his panelists. Please put your hands together for Richard McCandless.
Is that on? Good morning, everybody. Well, that's exciting. It's like being at the Oscars. Can I welcome my panelists to join me up on the stage? I can see Alain. Dr. Dor is over here. Susan. We'll congregate up here and let's get the party started. Please. So, morning everybody. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to jump off this lecture and join my panel over here. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Richard McCandless. I'm part of the founding team at Pixie, and our business is focused on looking at patterns of behavior that differentiate businesses that successfully scale from those that fail. And one of the most strident criteria are the types of decisions companies make about the way they choose to fund their growth. And we've assembled, well, I think this is the rocks. This is the, well, that makes a huge difference, doesn't it? This is the rockstar team, I think, that we have assembled. Dr. Dor, you're very modest. Let me just very briefly introduce the team that are here today. Alain Leroy from New York, who's the founder and managing director of venture philanthropy Blueprint. We've spoken quite a lot during the conference, and the business that he's up to is fascinating. It's very aligned with values that underpin investing. We'll hear from him. Dr. Dor Matai, who's the CEO of Quomi. He's a healthcare founder and clinical professional, and his perspective, I think, is particularly interesting here because he navigates quite highly regulated environments and how that would play into a funding decision. Susan Daniel, morning.
Morning.
Susan's a consulting professional, I think it's fair to say. Advises institutions on governance and compliance and strategic development trajectory.
Yeah, spot on.
Fair affection. That was the tough test. Amit, morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Amit is the GM worldwide and president of a company called White Clay. His particular focus is data, AI, and has a background which kind of spans the whole enterprise infrastructure right through to M&A and even exit strategy. So looking forward to hearing from you. And last but by no means least, probably our most hands-on practitioner, Mehdi Karumbux, who is the COO of Aura Beauty app. We've checked in a bit already, and you have the most fascinating background going from operating within UK government and driving huge infrastructural projects, and somehow made the transition to starting your own business and being a founder. So there must be some learnings we can extract from that. I've promised that we will keep this sharp and snappy. This isn't a tutorial on how to raise capital. This is, I think, much more of a look into the sorts of the thoughts and decisions that you might make as you evaluate whether you want to grow your business from within your own resources and bootstrap it, or whether you need to reach outside and bring in external funding, and the implications that goes with VC capital or other forms of institutional money. So we have some topics to explore. We're going to keep them quite quick, about a minute or so in each one. So with your permission, I'll launch in, and Alain, you're blessed with the first. So I mentioned that you're particularly interested in the alignment of values, and I wondered how founders should evaluate whether a potential investor actually aligns with their long-term vision, and how critical that is in terms of evaluating whether that money is good money to have in the business.
Great question. Is this working? No? Great question. Okay. Great question, and pleasure to be here, everyone. So my perspective today, as I sit here today, is my focus is around the entrepreneur that wants to make profit with purpose. So it's creating a business that is going to be profitable, scalable, and backable, but has an element of impact that's core to its business model. So it may not be that 10x return, it may not become a unicorn, but maybe it's going to reach 100 million ARR or even 10. But if we have a whole bunch of those, that portfolio is pretty powerful in making an impact in the communities. And in my experience, talking to a lot of younger entrepreneurs, 85% of them want to make an impact with their business. But the curriculum hasn't caught up to that thinking yet. So when you're looking for an investor or you're looking for resources and support, first of all, it's really important to have a full understanding of the problem that you're trying to solve with your business. And it really is important on, well, what stage are you, right, in that startup? And to align the capital that makes sense. And that usually in the beginning, it comes from friends and family. Some people don't have that friends and family to invest in their business, so it becomes more challenging. And then you need the support that you need to get to the stage where you are investable. So I think that the investor should be aligned with your mission.
I think that's this is a sort of message that I've heard repeatedly throughout the conference, and particularly how some of that narrative is evolving more towards the objective of impact rather than just maximising exit within a time frame or a multiple. Dr. Dorr, can I just sort of bring you in on this? So is it a different investment vibe in regulated or in healthcare sectors? Are the considerations for you about how you fund your enterprises different because of the nature of the sector you're in?
Not really, because I mean you have the same options in Germany for finding funding or investors as you have anywhere else in the world. So you can come up with an idea, you can have a pitch deck, and you're selling it basically. So I've never really been one going into VC capital or angel investors, anything of the sort. I've been going more into straight out getting a loan from a bank and scaling from small to large.
So I guess that's a perspective from, say, the German marketplace, whereas access to those types of funding options might very well be different in the different markets which some of the founders here in this room operate. Do you have a thought as to a moment where you begin to think that external funding outstrips your ability to fund a business from a bootstrap point of view?
Obviously, I mean, if I really had, say, the guts, I would go and say, look, I've got a great product, I'm going to sell it. Give me 10 million and we're going to become partners. It's difficult for me to let go of the power play, having someone else involved. So this is why I always start off small with what I can, and I start building up. All the private practices that we helped build up in Germany, for example, and even in Switzerland and other countries, we did a copy and paste system. It is quite simple. You start small with a small amount, because you have to it's your knowledge as a doctor or your biggest asset, which are your employees, on how far this office is going to lift off. Will patients come in? Will you have clients in that respect? So my opinion is always start small and keep building up. Now, if you really can take the pressure, you can go to the next bank, you can go to an angel investor and say, look, I'm going to build a clinic. Give me 10, 20 million.
This is a brilliant opportunity to reflect this back with Susan now, because there's a point, I guess, at which a business has reached a kind of a legitimate threshold where institutional investors will consider investing in either the vision or the product or however the model works. What typically do you see as being the sort of those key instruments of legitimacy that would bring in institutional investors into a growth business?
Yeah, interesting question. I was on the buy side many years ago before I became myself as an entrepreneur, founder, CEO of my company or my firm. So typically what happens is that your institutional investor is hungry for deals that will last, and they don't just look at the cash or the return on investment. They want to make sure that also by them coming into your company, they have a great story to tell and a success story to tell, because ultimately your institutional investors want to IPO your business eventually. So they tend to hunt for deals that people think that they always look at the financials. Financials is one element, but there are many other items or many other important and critical decisions that they need to make around what is this product, where are you at, what's the life cycle of that product, are you reaching a point where you think you're at the right time to go for investors. Then you also need to have a story to tell. Investors get really annoyed when they go into a company and all they see is that it's a family business and it's run like a family, and real decisions are not there, governance is not there, risk management, which is what I specialize in, is not there, the operational efficiencies are not there, are lacking. So they get really frustrated, and people tend to think that if I give you my audited financials, you should make a decision on that. That's not the case. They look at the quality of the management driving that company or that firm. They look at how the product has evolved. They look at what stage it is at. Then they go away and look at the entire team behind the decision making. They look at your policies, procedures, they look at your risk management team, they look at where are you in terms of regulatory compliance, because typically organizations that are very, very small tend to neglect some of the core elements of a decision.
I think that's, so we followed a sort of certain trajectory so far, I think, with this discussion, and I think what you're alluding to, Susan, there is almost the kind of the terror end of the spectrum for founders, because by the point we get to the subjects that your expertise plays into, we're into serious territory from a funding point of view. So that kind of neatly sort of, I think, explains the spectrum we're in here. I wanted to just get down a bit to the nitty-gritty, a bit more into the sort of, I suspect, some of the day-to-day thoughts that people are having that are in the room. And I mean, I'm going to throw this one at you. At a very practical level, everything is a cause and effect of everything. There's a cost benefit. What's your thoughts on, on the risks or the impacts of attempting to drive business from a bootstrapped funding point of view, and what might be the consequences of not taking a more aggressive external funding strategy?
Debatable question and a tricky one. So I've been there.
You're the man.
Felt that, burnt my fingers. So what I would say is bootstrapping is not at all bad. But like what Alan said, it all depends on what stage you are in. There are certain costs, I would say, based on your question, which are not there on the balance sheet. And the first one is founder's time. So the founder's time is never there on the balance sheet. You tend to wear a lot of hats, you tend to do a lot of things early on inside the company, and that kind of like doesn't feature on the balance sheet. Second cost, I would say, is talent trade-off. So talent trade-off is, you want to hire senior talent from the industry, and if you're not backed with VCs, you are unable to hire them. So that brings on to the third cost, which is speed and agility. So though you are convinced with grit as a founder or as a founding team, and you want to excel really, really fast, but at the end of the day, you don't have that fund which will drive you in parallel note. You tend to do things sequentially. One experiment at a time, one market at a time, one hire at a time. So these are few costs that I see, and I would say that, like Alan said, it all depends on what state are you in, at what stage are you in, and if you are convinced to go and get the funds in order to excel faster, I would say don't think too much about dilution. So go for it.
I think that's a really it's an interesting perspective, and I hadn't actually thought about it so clearly before. But this idea that that with limited resources, you're almost forced into a sequential path to scaling or growth, whereas by adding to the capital infrastructure of the business, that widens the lens and allows you to operate almost in parallel, bringing in people, developing markets. So then I have to ask my good friend Mehdi over here about this subject, which I know is very dear to your heart, and that is, with all of these things considered, how do you weigh up the pros and cons of being the owner that controls the business against the owner that shares the control and the ownership of the business in exchange for some of the acceleration opportunities that bring in outside capitalists, and weigh up those?
Hello? Yeah, there we are. Thanks, Richard. Yeah, I think it just boils down to one question, and it's whether the founder, him or herself, would want to relinquish that control, their vision, essentially, versus scalability. Is it my company versus getting a big company? And I've spoken to hundreds of people over the past 12 months or so, all of beauty. And everyone has an idea, about how it should be run. These aren't investors; these are just, people who just want to talk to me. And it's a case of, like, okay, I think you should do this. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Great ideas, of course, but it's not. Want all beauty to our vision, our ethos. We have to stick to that ultimately. So yeah, I think there's a question there whether the founder wants to sort of relinquish that. That vision, their own vision, in order to scale up.
Do you see it, Mehdi, as literal control? A 4951 threshold where you literally don't control the business, or even having other people's opinions that came in from outside that need to be brought into the conversation as you think about the future? Where do you see the control sort of balance being tipped?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's down to how the founder views their own company, and I've spoken to founders who are just happy to provide that service and aren't really looking to scale up so much, which is something that's to be respected ultimately.
Yeah,
but we're in a business here, everyone's investing in their time, their money and the effort. So it's really a question of, making the money while still preserving the service and the ethos that you're trying to create in the first instance, I think, there's obviously, like you said, literal control, but also there's a situation where, for me, I think it's a case of getting investors to buy into your own vision. I think you sort of flip the script a little bit and say, well, what we just talked about here, trying to get investors to buy into your own vision, if they're going to invest their time and money. Well, we don't want something that's off the scale, basically, yeah.
at the risk of being slightly provocative, I don't think investors can own the vision. The vision must be the founders, because that's where the passion burns. Alan, let me bring this back to you, if you don't mind. With a background in VC and as a management consultant, and having been around this, I mean, this is not your first rodeo by any long stretch. What are the pivotal moments when these sorts of thoughts do come into focus? And just share with me some examples of where you've seen good decisions being made and perhaps decisions that weren't quite so well founded.
Well, good question. I think, I think, first of all, it's a journey, right? So entrepreneurship is a journey. And I think from the perspective, I don't know if you want me to take it from the perspective of the founder or the investor.
I think from the general viewpoint. I mean, I think
Okay.
you've seen this question from both sides.
Right. So, I think like from the perspective of the founder, this is a journey, right? So I think you have to ask yourself, you need an ATM machine. Now, is the business the ATM machine, or are you creating an ATM machine in order to do what you really want to do, right? So a lot of entrepreneurs don't understand that sometimes it's not a direct route. So you need to have the support and the resources that you need to do what you truly want to be able to do. Now, for you to create that ATM machine, people have to want to invest in that ATM machine. And maybe that's all you want is the ATM machine. Or you need the ATM machine to supply you with the capital for you to do what you really want to do, right? And that may be confusing, but a lot of times when I speak to entrepreneurs, and they tend to be early stage, and I just help them to understand that this is a great business that you want to do. You validated your problem and your solution. In order for an investor to want to provide you with some capital, you have to be able to explain some things, like the problem that you're solving, how you're going to monetize that problem. They probably want you to be at least generating $10 million a year within 3 to 5 years. And that really challenges the entrepreneur to think about their business in a way where, how am I going to reach at least from the United States, how am I going to reach $10 million a year? That means that you're generating like $3 million a month. That means you're generating, do the math, like per day, per week. That's a lot actually for an early stage entrepreneur. Right. So it challenges you to think about your business model in a way and be a little probably more aggressive and have bigger dreams in how you're approaching the market.
I think I'm going to ask Mehdi to. I'm sorry, I'm coming straight back to you with this, because I'll tell you why I think this is fascinating, is because I know that you're actually on the journey right now. And so within that sort of context, and you're absolutely right. If you take the big number and you break it down into the small number, the daily number is still big, right? So how is your thinking, Mehdi, as you're growing your business? And what are the milestones that you see where you might move from one posture from, say, pure bootstrapping to maybe some angel investments, and maybe then going on and raising some more structured institutional. What are your decision points, and how do you feel about those looking forward?
Thank you. Yeah, good question. So we're bootstrapping at this moment in time, and I've spoken to investors, absolutely, and most of them said, like, too early, which is fine for me. So I know my clear path. I'm not going to get investment at this moment in time, which is fine. It gives me that control we talked about earlier on. For me, I think I want to do things, because we're launching the MVP hopefully early next year, sort of March, April. It's absolutely fine. I've spoken to web developers, app developers, and some of them said 3-4 months, some of them said 7 or 8 months. I've said, so long as it works, that's what we want. Doesn't matter how long it takes, that's absolutely fine. So, I want our product to, when we roll it out, to actually do what it says we want it to do. So again, there's that element of control there. It's just sort of holding things back. And ultimately, if people want to, sort of external people want me to push that forward, I would always push back and say, well, no, that's not what we want to do. So, yeah, I think it's just a case of, at this moment in time, just I'm happy where we are, and I've got that control. And then once we decide to market the product and get people to know about it, I don't need 10 or 20,000 people to know about my product. I just need 1,000 people to know about it. Simple as that. And that's with having a good, solid product to talk about.
You feel like you're in quite a comfortable posture right now, like you've got your hands on the reins, and the road for you appears to be relatively clear in your mind?
Yes, absolutely. I think so, yeah. So when we started Oral Beauty earlier this year, I thought I was quite arrogant. And I said, oh, we're easily going to get investment because people, everyone said, oh, we love your product, love your product. But it's all about numbers, as we know. It's all about traction. And we didn't have any of that. And I've sort of made peace with that. And I've turned it around saying, right, okay, not just making peace, but, that's good for me. It's a positive. Bootstrapping is a positive for me. And when we do market the product, when we really roll it out, it'll just be a case of getting then people to help us market it, external funding that way. So we do have a clear route and a way forward there. It's clarity. That's what we needed.
So Susan, I'm itching then to kind of get you to extend that thought. It feels to me like the funding decisions as you go through the funding process, it's more like an architectural decision for the business. It kind of frames the strategy. So from a consulting point of view, and from all range of your perspectives, how do you see this as being a positive weapon for a business to develop in a conscious way, evolve its architecture and evolve the way it runs its growth?
I think if you are an institutional investor, you want to hear that story. You want to hear the history to the entire organization. When you, and like I mentioned earlier, what frustrates an institutional investor is the lack of that. The tendency is that when you're looking at a specific company and you're trying to advise this as a company well worth investing in, the story behind it is where are we today, and what's the history to the organization, and how is it set up, how is it working, and institutional investors always look at how value is being created in that given organization, and they always are. They don't just simply want to part with the money, they also want to leave behind a legacy. And they always look for pockets where they can come in and help the founder establish themselves even better. What we've always advised founders is to, when you're at a stage where you think you're likely to be raising funding in the next 2 to 3 years, we always say, have you thought of having an advisory board? Get the advisory board in, engage in discussions with them, get them to understand. It's almost you're selling it to them before you sell it to a very aggressive institutional investor. The advisory board, what it does, it gives you the right direction. It tells you what you have and what you don't have. It's almost they give you a checklist to work from, tell you where you need to be focusing more on, and rather than actually just selling the product. And I think we're guilty as founders of the fact that we believe so much in our product, and I like what Elaine mentioned earlier was what is the problem that you're trying to solve, rather than here's a great product, get in and buy it. As consultant and also as being on the investor side, we hear so much of that, and then when we start digging into the more detail, we find there's nothing much in there. So it gets very frustrating, and it makes people walk away. It makes your investor walk away because they don't think you have really a solid case to tell.
Do you know what? It's absolutely fascinating that you mentioned that. And amongst the 150 or so benchmarks that we use to essentially decode the scaling trajectory of businesses, one of the key markers is the existence of an advisory board and that's amplified if the members of those board have got a small interest in the success of the business.
Usually, yes.
It's one of the most unobvious opportunities
Yep.
for anyone who's got a business that they're looking to grow, and particularly then looking to draw in some, some heavy money into. Having a founding, I mean, we are so blessed at Pixie to have the most amazing advisory board. Every one of them has an interest in the business, and the perspective they bring to us helping develop is beyond value. But aside from that, it is a very, very strong determinant of overall probability of being successful. So I genuinely couldn't, if you took anything away from today, in terms of thinking about some of the things that you might do at a practical level, give some serious thought to whether an advisory board would be helpful for you, because it brings obligations with it, of course, as does anything that that you take seriously. But it will genuinely have a positive impact, I think, on the outcome of your startup. Okay, I'm going to throw you the controversial bone here. So I think this is fair to say there's a certain image amongst founders' minds about what VCs are and what they bring, and the sort of, how do I phrase this? Their characteristics. Do you think this is a damaging misconception? How do you perceive the role of VCs and how they should be considered in the general ecosystem of growing businesses?
So, thank you for that question. And most of the answers were given by Susan. So, ideally, we perceive that the first thing that we perceive that VC is funding into is the product vision, the product strategy. What we forget, the VCs are funding, I mean this for the early stage and the mid stage ones. The VCs are funding into the founders and the confidence that the founders have, the conviction that they have behind the product. Because when the VCs come in, they're going to push in the money, and product strategies will change. It's not that your product strategy on day one will remain on day 7. I've seen VCs, come in, pulling us into the boardrooms and changing what you felt was right in the beginning, because they carry that experience. They know what sells. Because when you are designing a product, you have not seen the market fully. You've been very theoretical. And like what Susan said, there are a lot of compliance which VCs get in. So the misconception that, I'm going to continue the way I was or way I thought on day one is not going to be. The second thing is VCs, this is a misconception again, that VCs control your company. No, VCs don't control your company. VCs bring in a lot of guardrails. VCs bring in a lot of compliance, but they want you to freely do your business because they want you to do what you love. The day you stop loving your own business, I think it's time for you to exit.
I could not agree with you more thoroughly on that. If the fire stops burning, it's time to put it out. Thank you. That's really interesting and quite refreshing actually from a very practical point of view. Dr. Dorr, it would be, if you don't mind, I'd like to give you the last word on this. I think we're in great danger of setting a record here by being on time. There's been a lot of discussion during the last 2 days, and I'm sure will continue today at this conference, about the mental well-being and the stress loads that founders find themselves under, and the extent to which founder burnout is a dimension of failure. One of the key forces of failure is if that fire stops burning for unhealthy reasons. So I'm very curious to hear what you have to say in your mind on on the trade-offs from that point of view between growing a business with full control but bootstrapped, as opposed to bringing in, let's call it more aggressive money that brings with it those extra burdens?
That's quite a tough one to answer, really. So it's really it's a very personal question in the end, because everybody has to decide for himself when he's getting tired, when he's losing passion and the fire goes out, as you said. This is the point when that person really should take time out. Give yourself 3 days, a week, whatever. Really, the company will not go bankrupt in that time. And really just reflect. Leave everyone behind you, just close the door. That's what I did, and all my colleagues did whenever they had, a downtime. Everybody gets there eventually, I think. Reflect and then come back with either, okay, that's it, I'm closing shop, or I'm continuing. And then you decide how are you going to continue. Can you still bootstrap, or are you going to go for a VC? VCs are really not bad. Out of my personal experience and people that we have advised with our company before, we're talking about different kinds of investing models. That's when the pressure rose. This is why I'm not very keen on external investors, because they came in, they said, I like what you're doing, I want you to scale up. We're buying part of it, or we're investing, which means we owe you partially, so you're going to work for us. So you've increased your workload, you've increased your pressure level, and this is when your environment changes, and you're losing control, you're losing the fun in the matter, and you're stuck. Whereas if you did bootstrap that, then it's like two options: it works or it doesn't work. But it's your decision. There's no one else behind you. This is why I usually go for bootstrapping. Although in certain situations, yes, VCs are very welcome, definitely. And I think it's a great idea, especially in certain areas of the world where you can't just get a bank loan. You can't just go to your neighbors, or your parents. So you definitely get a VC in. And some of them are really, really good and very helpful. And there's like, microcredits and whatever else. Your psychological state is very important. If you have a good day, the company runs mint. If you have a really, really bad day, your shares will go down, right? I mean, it's such an influence that you really have to reconsider it every single time, and take that time. Really, just give yourself a little bit of space. I think you know what I'm talking about.
So I totally agree with Dr. Matai. And so if you look at the topic, it says bootstrap to venture capital. So the journey from bootstrap to venture capital, there are a lot of things in between, even from a funding perspective. So what I would suggest is for all early stage startups to find an angel. An angel is somebody who actually gets you onto that VC roadmap and also helps you with your vision. So an angel could be your own partner, founding partner. Your angel could be your own family, or an angel could be an outsider who actually brings in that perspective, a third vision to the vision that you have. So
I can feel itching.
Yeah, no,
Jump
I just,
in here, please.
just wanted to say that, the stage you're in really, really, really matters, right? So I think that when you reach a place where you figured out how to solve the problem you're trying to solve, like you've experimented, you've researched, you have a pilot that's out, you got enough customer feedback and discovery where you have a level of confidence to walk into a room and tell somebody writing checks, I know this is what I found out. I spoke to 100 people. We actually have something out that proves. Now you're in a whole different position to have more control over how you're going to spend the money that you may receive. If on the other side, you're at a state where, man, I need to run more experiments, I need to do more research, and I need some capital to be able to do that, that's a different kind of investor, right? So I think you just have to be careful, because at that early stage, it's probably somebody that's more, they're betting on you as a person, They believe in your conviction, your passion. They believe you are the right person to figure out how to solve that problem. They may not be looking for a 10x return. They're just really trying to support you, as opposed to at the latter stage where you're reaching potentially a VC or an institutional investor. They want to make sure that the math is going to work out. They want to make sure they're getting a 5, 10x return on their investment. So I think it just matters, right? And I think last part is that at that early stage, there could be a way for you to get people to support you without having to receive financial capital, right? There could be human capital. There could be friends or interns or college students, or there could be a way for you to get the support that you need, but they have to rally around your vision for what you're trying to do.
Interesting. I think that's. I see what we're going to do. We've had an extraordinary cross section of experience, perspectives, expertise. I think that's been very clear, certainly to me. We have a bit like the Oscars, a few minutes left. So before I thank my family, I'm just going to say. Now's the opportunity for anybody out here. I mean, I can't believe how many people are here, which is fantastic. If you have any questions from the audience that you'd like to put to the panel, please now, love to hear from you. Sir.
This question is for Alan. I love what you said about profit and purpose. And are you based in the United States?
Yes.
Okay, a couple things. I'd love for you to be my mentor. And I'm stepping out on the ledge and asking for that. You align in the vision of Colorful Voices, but so that's my statement. My question is, what is the question I should ask you right now that I don't know?
There's 5 questions.
Just 5.
I don't know what you don't know. So first of all, I need to talk to you for 2 minutes to understand what question to ask you. But there's 5 questions that every entrepreneur needs to be able to answer, and they're going to come to you, and they may not be phrased the same exact way, right? I gave you 2 of those questions today. What problem are you solving? How do you plan on monetizing that problem? There's 3 more questions. I'm not going to give it away right now. Reach out to me, catch me on LinkedIn, whatever. But that's really important. And again, what I said earlier, just before you asked that question, is really important. It's a journey as an entrepreneur, and depending on where you are in that journey, you have a set of goals, and you have a destination, and there's some pit stops along the way. So I think you just have to really take it one step at a time. You have to understand the big picture of where you're trying to go, but then you have to take that next step. And the people and the support that you need to take that next step could be different in that first step versus that 5th step.
Thank you so much.
All right.
My numbers have gone red down here, which means I'm probably in trouble. Can we take a couple more questions? Does anybody have any more questions that we could take from the floor whilst I have my panel here? It's hard to see these slides. Sir. I think we might be all done. So let me just please wrap up by saying thank you so much for everybody coming, all of you. It's quite extraordinary. And I mean, what can I say? Thank you so much, panel. It's been a pleasure working with you on the run-up to this. I think I've made some friends for life, and I appreciate the time and effort you've put into this. So I'd like to please, on behalf of the audience, thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can take a step to the front of the stage so we can take a group photo. If everyone can stand up, take a step to the front so we can take a group picture. All right, how is everyone feeling? Day 3. Here in the front, you got me. Everyone in the back, I'm not sure what's happening. All right, so of course, it is time for the most special part of the day, and that is, of course, our CXO 2.0 conference recognition sessions. Yes, pretty much the reason why everyone is in this room. This is where we pause to honor the trailblazers in the room and the leaders who have set benchmarks in innovation, leadership as well as impact. These recognitions aren't just titles or accolades. They're about celebrating the courage to push the boundaries and redefine what is possible. Now, of course, I cannot do this alone, so I would require the founder and head coach of Phoenix Transformation Finesia Academy. Please put your hands together for Cal Jurdy. Are you ready? Your face is gonna hurt from all the smiling. Yeah? Great. If you can stay in the center. Thank you so much. All right, our very first award for today, the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award. Please welcome Alex Jordan to the stage. Alex, are you in the room? I guess not. Up next, again, for the CXO 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, Alok Chug. Alok, are you in the room? Our visionary is not in the room. How about Ashok Bhatt? Ashok? Wow. No one here. Captain Sushant Singh Bhatia? There you go. This is for the Business Leadership Excellence Award. Ashok Bhatt is the global leader in business analytics, AI, ML, and sustainable transformation. A founding team member at Clarity X with over 27 years of experience, he helps organizations worldwide innovate responsibly.
Since we've saved on some time, so I'd like to take a minute because moments like these don't happen time and again. So I'd like to start off with an iconic Bollywood movie dialogue which says, "Mere paas maa hai," which means I have my mom, so I have the entire world with me. So thanks to mom, dad, and my sister for making me capable of standing here today. There's something which I call my ladder theory, which says, see the ladder, climb the ladder, can't see the ladder, find the ladder, and can't find the ladder, make the ladder. So I'd like to thank my wife, Purva, for her silent sacrifices while I was busy finding and making my ladders. I'd also like to thank my organization, Fleet Management Limited, and the senior management, Dr. Harry Banga, who is himself a legend in the maritime sector, Mr. Angad Banga, Captain Raja, our CEO, and Captain Soma, our executive director and my mentor, for having their belief in me. And lastly, I'd like to conclude by saying that in this world full of people who tell you it's never too late to start, I think I'm someone who believes it's never too early to start, do, be, or learn something either. Thank you so much, and Shukran Dubai.
Thank you, Captain. For the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award, I'd like to welcome Daryl Eden to the stage. Daryl, are you in the room? For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Manish Sutta. Manish? Manish Sutta is an associate partner at IBM India and data transformation and AI enablement expert with over 20 years of global experience.
Many thanks to CXO. This is my first CXO participation, and I'm sure this is not the last. I dedicate this award to my organization and my family. And you must be wondering that in the world of startups, with small to mid-size, most of them, where does IBM fit into the picture? As I told in my panel yesterday, IBM is a 100-year-old elephant, but it still operates like a startup. So that's the evolution that has happened within IBM over the last 10 years. Happy to be a part of this conference. I think it gave me an opportunity to rub shoulders with a lot of young people. And as they always say, you need to be learning, unlearning, and relearning. So that's the opportunity that I think I got, and hopefully I've been able to share some insights with folks around. So once again, thanks so much.
Thank you. The next award for our CXO 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, Matthew Byrne. Matthew, are you in the room? There he is. Wonderful. He is the Program Director of AGM's General Manager's Program and Adjunct Faculty, a University of Technology in Sydney and a Harvard graduate. Matthew helps organizations align personal leadership with corporate strategy, integrating high AI and amplified human judgment. Our next award for the Conference Business Leadership Excellence. Please put your hands together for Mehdi Korumbax. Mehdi? There he comes. I know he's in the room. He just did the panel. Mehdi is the COO at Aura Beauty App, an experienced project manager and policy advisor. He delivers complex programs and strategic initiatives across government departments.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just wanted to say thanks to my wife, who unfortunately isn't here today. She's the real founder and the brains behind Aura Beauty. I'm just the COO. Yeah, thanks very much to Aisha. Without her, obviously, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here at all. So it's a great honor to receive this award. But yeah, shout out to my family as well. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. For our next Business Leadership Excellence Award, Nala Mohammed Abdel Razak Mahmoud. Nala is the founder and CEO of Vibe Creators. With a postgraduate degree in sports entertainment and event marketing from Toronto, she empowers Dubai communities through innovative events, marketing, and health campaigns.
Thank you for this recognition, and thank you everyone who has involved in this conference. It was an amazing conference, and I want to say that don't wait until you gain a big opportunity to start. I started as a volunteer, and now I am here. Thank you all.
Congratulations. For our next award of Business Leadership Excellence, Satoko Shimuka. Satoko is the founder and CEO of CG Hive. This is a Japanese intercultural communication specialist and certified NLP coach. She helps organizations embrace global perspectives, turning cultural differences into opportunities for insight as well as collaboration.
Hi everyone, I'm Satoko. First of all, thank you all of you for being here today. So I am a marketing communication specialist from Japan. I help companies tell their brand stories better in a new market. And I call this cultural shape-shifting. Because, shape-shifter in American comics changes look depending on the situations. And I think that this logic is the same when you want to advertise yourself in a new market. This is what I do. So if you are looking to work on the Asian market or interested in doing so, I'd be happy to talk with you. Very looking forward to sharing insights, getting to know all of you. Thank you so much.
Oh, we got a little jump in our step there. All right, our next award for the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Saurabh Kishu. Saurabh, are you in the room? Moving on, again for the Conference Visionaries Award, Saji Mohidin? Saji? Shaji? No? For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Sravan Kumar Apna. Sravan is the CEO of iGo, a techie turned entrepreneur. His experience is a product manager working with municipal, that's right, forget my words, municipal corporations under the union government's 100 Smart Cities mission, shaped his conviction, and true urban livable cannot be achieved without dignified mobility.
First of all, thank you the CXO team. It's a phenomenal event. The energy is unparalleled. Very grateful to meet the kind of diverse individuals from across the globe. Truly humbled. We want to give a special shout out to our team who make this possible. To my family, my wife, my mother, my daughter, and my 6-month-old son who allowed me to visit. We really appreciate this opportunity. I represent iGo. We build light electric vehicles that are more focused on stability, providing more comfort. If you need to reduce your Uber cost by half, you should check us out and support us. And really thank you for this honor and appreciate this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next award for Business Leadership Excellence, Sunal Kumura. Sunal? Again for Business Leadership Excellence, Suprakesh Das. Suprakesh is the Director and Finance and Operations at TGC Centers for Research and Education in Science and Technology. Bringing over 19 years of experience, he leads one of India's most visionary science institutions by combining fiscal discipline with sustainable growth. A CMA, MBA, and a doctorate holder, and an ISB alumni, Suprakesh is recognized for his courage, clarity, and compassionate leadership.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this honor. So I would like to mention that today leadership is not about control. It's about building an ecosystem built on trust, resilience, and your what should I say? It's like ethical leadership. And when we talk about leadership, your numbers tells a story, but visions gives a direction. And this recognition, belongs to the team who believes in long-term thinking, execute with courage, and they don't they have the courage to reinvent before being disrupted. And also leadership don't measured by the performance, but by the way we leave the impact behind. And on that note, after spanning several years in the business of petrochemical, life sciences, number of IT companies, we started Center for Research and Education in Science and Technology, where we are doing neuro research, to solve problems like Alzheimer, dementia, Parkinson's, and we are making artificial brains. We are into cancer biology, into research in sustainable energy, where we are making solid-state sodium-ion battery. We are into green energy. We are into food technology. So a whole lot of research we are doing for the societal benefit. That is the way we are giving back to the society. Thank you so much.
Our next award for Business Leadership Excellence, Suvika Tamiredi. Suvika, are you in the room? Yes. Suvika is the Managing Director of Kroll Digital Solutions. With 2 decades of experience in the IT industry, he excels at building digital products within the financial sector.
First of all, congratulations to all honorees. Thank you, CXO, for organizing such a great event and recognizing top leadership across the globe. Thank you very much, and I really wanted to dedicate this award to my family and all my family members and my supporters till now in my entire journey, and specifically to my wife, who is sitting there. So, thank you, CXO team.
And to share. It's expressed.
For our next award, the Business Leadership Excellence, Timothy M. Jones. Where is Timothy? There he is. Timothy Jones is the CEO of Colorful Voices and a veteran author and speaker. He has trained military and university communities nationwide to boost reporting and resilience among survivors.
Thank you so much to CXO for this acknowledgement. I'd like to dedicate this to my amazing team. Tim, Roberta, thank you so much. We are a dynamic 3-veteran team doing wonderful things. I'd also like to dedicate this to my brother Calvin Jones, who is my Christmas miracle every day, and the staff at Signature Healthcare, the nursing home that my brother is in. Thank you so much for caring for my heart that allows me to be present every day. I also would like to thank my community in Graceville and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for allowing me to heal. And lastly, thank all of you for showing up as yourself. Never doubt that your hello can save a life. Thank you.
For our next award in Business Leadership Excellence, Tomo Nagami. Tomo? Tomo Nagami is the founder and CEO of Cross Culture Project Consultants at Tomo Nagami Consulting, a trilingual intercultural consultant and NLP coach. She bridges cultural and corporate divide across Japan, France, and beyond.
So thank you, merci, et arigatou gozaimasu. So I'm deeply honored to receive this excellent award here in Dubai. As a Japanese professional living in France, my work has been always to bridge Japan and Europe through trust-based leadership, cross-cultural collaboration, and human connection. That I first learned during my years at the Renault Nissan Alliance before starting my own consulting practice. This recognition celebrates not only my work, but every person I have met along the way, and with you too. As a France-Japan expert and executive coach, my mission is to help leaders communicate across differences, whether they come from company differences, also country culture difference, and to build organization where people can truly feel empowered. So I'm so very happy this opportunity, and I look forward to creating a new project, new connection, and a new opportunity together. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next award for business leadership, Turab Ur Rahman. Tarub is the general manager at SAB Express. With nearly 20 years in logistics, his expertise spans sales, operations, biofuel, EVs, carbon footprint reduction, and RPA BOT processing, driving innovation from the 1990s to today.
Just 12 o'clock, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy and proud to be here on the stage today. So thank you to the organizers. Thanks to Almighty, Alhamdulillah, for this award today. I also wanted to thank a few people. First one, Zahra, my wife. She's sitting there in the audience. So thank you so much for all the support for the last 22 years. I also want to thank a few more people. One, which is my mother-in-law, especially she's been with us for the last 4.5 years while I make the trips from Saudi to Dubai. And my 3 little daughters who are my inspiration. I also want to thank my late father and 3 people who I do want to take a mention. One, especially the bosses who I've learned what to be and what not to be. Balu, this is for you because you are the one who got me into the industry. It's been 3 decades now, and I do remember your words. If you spend 2 years within the logistics industry, you'll spend the rest of your life here. And to all my other bosses, Ajay Kaul and Jinendra, this is all to you. Thank you so much. Just one last word, especially to all the investors out here. Normally they say food, clothing, and shelter are the 3 industries that were going to be steady irrespective of what the situations were. I would like to add 3 more: education, health, and logistics. So these are the 3 more industries that will be essential for the business and the continuity of this world. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Our next award for business leadership excellence, Turki Al-Raweli. Turki? Not in the room. Moving on to our business leadership excellence award, Alexander Kamenev. Alexander, are you in the room? I guess not. For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Nasreen Al-Qudari. Nasreen? For the Business Leadership Excellence Award, Omar El-Amari. There he is, Mr. Omar. He's a seasoned executive and enterprise leader who currently serves as the Chief Shared Service Officers at MedGulf, Saudi Arabia. In his role, he oversees human capital, transformation, and corporate strategy, among others. Omar is a pivotal point in advancing people's strategies to build capability, leadership, as well as engagement.
You know, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I actually thought that the recognition award was the most important session, but it turns out not. You know, meeting all great leaders here today in this hall, and yesterday and the day before yesterday was actually an outstanding experience. And you know, for that, I'm humbled to receive this award, and thank you for the 2.0 conference. But in general, I would like to dedicate this award actually to all leaders and future leaders available here in the hall. I see some young talent available with us today. Allah yakhlihum lak. Inshallah, tomorrow they will be one of the future leaders guiding this very important mindset and completing their evolution in terms of leadership and advancement. So thank you again, everyone.
Thank you, Omar. For our next award in Business Leadership Excellence, Suman Rangbashyam. Suman is the Managing Director of SR Business Solutions, has over 30 years experience in management training, corporate communication, and staffing. Has an MBA and an EMBA holder. She's trained teams at ICCI, Infosys, Wipro, L&T, IIMs, and ISB, specializing in experimental simulation-based learning.
Thank you so much, Dubai, and thank you so much, CXO event, for giving me this wonderful opportunity of receiving this award on the stage. I need to dedicate this award to my two heroes in my life. My late father, Air Commodore R.P. Sinha, a fighter pilot in the Indian Air Force, and to my late husband, Group Captain Vinod Rangabhashyam, a fighter pilot of the Indian Air Force. One gave me life, and the other taught me how to live life. From an introvert to a TEDx speaker and an author, thanks to these two heroes of my life. And thank you, CXO. I'm standing here because of these heroes in my life. Thanks a million once again. Thank you.
Our next award for Business Leadership Excellence, Sagar Shah. Sagar is the Chief Executive Officer at Life First Concepts and Technologies. Driven by compassion and conviction, he's dedicated his professional career to creating meaningful change across water management, sustainability, and human development. His journey reflects a deep faith in innovation as a force for good, transforming challenges into opportunities.
Thank you CXO for this opportunity to receive this award. I'm receiving this award on behalf of Life First. We are a water, wastewater and sanitation solution company. We've been talking all about AI and things like that, but in the first day presentation they said two major infrastructures that you need for even AI is water and electricity, and that's what we produce. And on behalf of Life First, I thank CXO, and on behalf of Life First, I received this award. Thank you very much.
Our next award for Business Leadership Excellence, Susan Daniel. Susan Daniel, FCCA, and the founder and CEO of Aquile Consulting, specializing in governance, quantitative risk management, compliance, internal audit, and assurance across the Middle East. With over 37 years of experience, Susan has held senior roles at PwC and Deloitte, and has been an ACCA Fellow since 1994.
Thank you. I'm touched. Amazing. I remember that back in 1994 when I qualified, my husband received my qualification, and he didn't want to say if I passed or didn't pass. And I said, don't open the envelope, because I'm either going to be very, very poor because I've got to repeat the exam, or I'm going to be super rich because back in England, as soon as you qualify as an accountant, you're actually on the hire, and you get hired very, very quickly. So thanks to the man standing there, he's taking a photo of me, and he's been great husband, great partner, great mentor, kept me going at times when I really dipped, at times when I succeeded. And of course, I have to also thank my father, my late father. He was a great mentor till I met my sweetheart, my husband. So thank you, Gordon. And great to be here. This is a real honor, a real pleasure. Thank you so much. And I'm definitely going to come back again next year. So Aquilay Consulting is a concept, again, named after my husband. We actually tell everyone, no decision can go without thinking about risk. So whatever you do, whatever journey you're on, founder or non-founder, institutional investor that I worked for, risk management drives the show, helps you for better decisions. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Our next award is for Patrick Lang. Patrick? Yes, he's in front of me. He is the founder and CEO of Certainty Management and is a best-selling author, speaker, and award-winning business leader. With over 40 years of experience, a decorated U.S. Army veteran, and graduate of Birmingham Young University, Paragon. Hosts weekly podcasts, Finding Certainty, nationally syndicated on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple, Spreaker, and Amazon, and many more.
Thank you very much. I joke that the last conference I came to was 15 minutes from my house in Las Vegas. This one was a little bit further of a commute. But it's been an extraordinary opportunity to be here in Dubai. Grateful for the award and the recognition, but especially grateful for the lessons I've learned and the connections that we've made here at CXO 2.0 Dubai. I was so impressed last time that it's the number one reason I came back, and I hope to go to Singapore as well. You know, as I've been speaking with several colleagues here at the conference, it seems like the recurring theme is how to find new customers. It's all about sales. That's why we're here, to make new relationships and to develop business. I shared 3 insights with a friend earlier, and I thought I'd share them with you as well. Too often in sales or in business, even in life, we're focused on ourselves. We're focused on our needs, our goals, our finances, our worries. I say it's kind of like we're staring at our shoes and trying to walk. And I say the key to more sales, to more business, to more success is to look up and look outward and meet new people and then look for ways to serve them. Not just to find out what they can do for you, but to determine what you can do for them, because they will not forget that. And it creates ripple effects. I call them actually a snowball effect, because it gets bigger as it's rolling. That's the second. So the first is to look up and look outward. The second is to look how you can benefit those around you. It will come back to you 1,000-fold. And the third principle, I say, is always to look bigger. Don't just call on that one customer you might make, but look for associations, look for networks, look for cities, look for large groups that you could get your foot in the door. It's not usually who you know, it's who they know. But if you can do that, you can change your stars. We became the #1 dealer in the country, in the US, out of 3,500 dealers, and it wasn't by calling on single doctors for our, or single clients for our services. We can help anyone who's trying to develop power for AI. We have a global footprint for this. If you know a data center, a country, anyone who's looking for ways to power. But we've done that and are doing that through large connections, extraordinary relationships, and thinking bigger. Because you find that one big connection who introduces you, it could be a small one who introduces you to a larger one who introduces you to an enormous client. It will change your stars and create generational wealth for you. And it all starts with looking up. Stop looking at your feet and look outward. Thank you.
Our next award for our visionaries here at the CXO 2.0 conference, Alok Chugh. Alok is the CEO and managing partner of Helios Consulting, bringing over 30 years of experience in tax, regulatory, and business advisory services.
Good afternoon, everyone. I had the privilege of coming here back second time, actually. This is the second time in a row and I've always enjoyed it. Thank you again, CXO, for recognizing it. Goes without saying, I want to thank my entire family who supported me through this period and obviously supported me, provided me the vision to grow and succeed. And also goes without saying that none of this could have been achieved without the support of my entire team at Helios Consulting. We are a young organization from that perspective, only 5-year-old. I've had the privilege of working in the Middle East for past 32 years, but we started my journey 5 years ago as an independent consultant advisor. 27 of those years were with a Big Four firm working in the region. I must say these 5 years have been extremely engaging from the perspective of unlearning some of the things that I'd learned in the 27 years before that, and then trying to learn new skills, upskill myself, upskill my teams, and it has been very fruitful so far. Attending at these events makes it all the more special from the perspective that I get to meet some very young, enterprising people who've been doing a wonderful job in their niche areas, and also at the same time meeting not so young, but at the same time some very strong leaders who've developed their skills in multiple ways, and we get to learn from them. So that's been very, very fruitful so far. Our session so far has been extremely useful. We've had good interactive discussions with on my panel as well, which we spoke about. So looking forward to engaging with all of you. And like I said, this is home for me. I've been here 32 years, so do look out for me. Any support that you require in the region, I'll be available to support you. Thank you.
All right, I would just like to see if the people we missed are back in the room. Alex Jordan? Still not. Ashok Bhatt? Daryl Eden? Sarab Kishu? Sarab? Shaji? Shaji? Sunal Kuruma? And lastly, Turki Al-Rawili and Alexander. Still not in the room. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our final round of applause goes to Cal. Thank you so much for helping presenting the awards. Thank you so much, sir. All right, and here is something else that is exciting. Our Las Vegas and Singapore edition is right around the corner, and it's already buzzing with many international speakers and world-class exhibitors. So if you would like more information, do find the 2.0 conference booth outside in the lobby. Now, of course, it is time for a well-deserved lunch break. We will be continuing at 1:30 with our next panel discussion. This one is important and something I'm looking forward to. It is titled From Imposter Syndrome to Confidence, How Women Can Lead Authentically. Thank you so much, everybody, and I will see you after lunch.
Work is
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I trust you all had a great break. Lunch is always good. Yes? Had chance to connect to a few more people as well as make those meaningful connections on our third and final day here at CXO 2.0 conferences. Now, of course, we're going to be jumping straight into our next panel discussion. And did you know that research shows that nearly 70% of people experience imposter syndrome at some point in their careers? That nagging voice that keeps asking, am I really good enough? This can hold even the most talented individuals back. So our panel discussion topic is from imposter syndrome to confidence, how women can lead authentically. Leading the panel discussion is Ms. Awatif Yaya, and I will hand it over to her to introduce her panelists. Please put your hands together for Ms. Awatif.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Is everyone awake? I have been walking around this entire conference for the past 3 days telling people about this panel. So I hope everyone's going to come. I know it's a difficult time right now. Our bellies are full after that lunch, which makes this time slot very challenging for any conference. But we're going to make it as interactive as possible. We're going to run this panel. We're going to run this panel a little bit different. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce these beautiful women to you. I'm sure most of you have met them already. And then we're going to go through our very limited questions. We've got only 3 questions. 3 questions. No, 4 questions. But we want to make this interactive. So we're going to go through one question and then give it to you to ask us any questions, and if there are questions, we're gonna, address those, and if there are no questions, we're gonna move to the next one. So that way, we're all having a discussion here together rather than keeping it to the end. All right, with that said, and thank you for the introduction, and the title of this conference is dedicated to women, but like we said before, imposter syndrome, everyone has that. So it's not only a challenge that women face, men face it too, and sometimes very successful executives come across this problem too. So we're going to try and pivot, make sure that we address this issue as an issue for everyone so that everyone can walk away with something beneficial today. All right, so with that, I am going to do a little introduction here. I'm going to introduce my fellow panelists. I'm going to start with Tanya. Tanya is a qualified social worker from the UK. She has been working there for 3 decades, and she started her coaching consulting business in 2018 after the worst experience burnout ever. She now helps high achievers and high performers, offering rapid transformations via reflective spaces. Online, I love this about her, online she's known as the Muslim alchemist. Ask about that later. She combines Islamic psychology and Jungian psychology, but despite this reputation, she doesn't work exclusively for Muslims only, but helps everyone reflect and heal. Tanya, thank you, and welcome to the conference. Next is Geeta. Geeta is known for bringing order to complex environments through scalable and trusted transformations. Her strength lies in cutting through ambiguity, identifying the real problem, aligning cross-functional teams, and delivering solutions that are both user-centric and future-ready. She has strong foundation in fintech, real estate, and AI-enabled workflows. She has a calm ability to consistently turn vision into outcome-driven product strategy. Thank you, Geeta.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Cynthia. Cynthia was born from a journey of self-discovery, courage, and purpose. Cynthia is a Canadian-Lebanese entrepreneur. She's worked across industries from environmental initiatives and technology to women's empowerment. She's driven by her passion for inspiring others and building meaningful, empowering spaces of confidence and connection. She's the founder of a personal branding and marketing agency based here in Dubai, and is a co-founder of a real estate agency helping people navigate relocation, investments, and exciting opportunities. Welcome, Cynthia.
Thank you.
All right, next one. Rinku. Rinku, co-founder of Amplilair, is a teen entrepreneur turned people development catalyst known for her journey of constant reinvention. After over 17 years of corporate experience in sales and program management, she blends image consulting, power skills, and Japanese growth philosophies to help leaders and teams communicate with impact and show up confidently. Rinko is a strong champion of women. She's on a mission to empower 10,000 individuals through personal branding. She brings up sharp insights, real-world experience, and a passion for unlocking the best in people.
Thank you, Awati.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Kyukan Gun. Gun is the founder of a CEO of FenI Thailand, where she leads Thailand's first personalized and entrepreneurial micro school ecosystem. She brings over 18 years experience in education, specializing in personalized learning, youth entrepreneurship, and future-ready skills. Gun is also a PhD candidate at the university?
At Chulalongkorn University, Thailand.
Thank you, Gun. I didn't want to butcher that, so I asked him to help me with that. She's researching innovation in lifelong learning. Her work focuses on helping young people discover who they are and who they can become by building clarity, confidence, and purpose. Welcome, Gun. And finally, little me. My name is Awatif Yahya. I'm the founder of Our Horizons LLC, a leadership skill development firm. We offer interactive leadership workshops to shift the mindset from what I call a very poor style of dictatorship into very a productive leadership conduct. I'm a strong believer of diversity, and without diversity, companies will really struggle in gaining competitive advantage, and have been supporting women since birth. So this panel is very, very dear to my heart. All right, so with that, we start with the first question. I'm going to direct this one to Tanya. Tanya, can you share a time when you doubted something about yourself or something you're about to do, and how did you overcome that doubt?
So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to start with something that maybe has sort of like spiked your curiosity. Why do I call myself online the Muslim alchemist? Alchemy is something we're all alchemists. We can turn the crap, the shit, into gold. And when you know how, it becomes easier. When you know how to do it for yourself, you can definitely do it for others. And actually, it's not doing it for others. It's just basically reminding that we're all born to flow. And that kind of leads me to how did I come from imposter syndrome to being very confident. I think imposter syndrome exists within all of us because we're all human. And that is the collective, what we call the collective unconscious or consciousness, where we're kind of constantly being bombarded with, I'm not good enough. This is in very many stories with our own upbringing, or stories that we're listening to, or and so sometimes I find, and I'm a real advocate for digital detoxification, digital minimalism, which is very contradictory because a lot of my business is done online. Some of it's done offline. And recently I basically decided to do an in-person workshop called Born to Flow. And I started marketing it, I can't remember, several months back. I didn't leave it enough time. And so basically my marketing was just organic on LinkedIn, Facebook, email marketing, Instagram. And also I did some in-person marketing with in-person leaflets, going to places like the Ritz, Chanel. I still can't, there's a part of me that can't believe it feels very surreal, going to very high class places within central London. And there was a part of me that was like, Tanya, who in the hell are you? You're like this social worker that's been a social worker for ages. Like, who in the hell are you to do this? But I have actually been running these like one-to-one sessions and workshops online. But yeah, this was my first in-person workshop in central London, which I was going to be facilitating by myself. No collaborator, no friend, just me. So there was a lot of, am I really this one to do this? Can I really do this? Well, I mean, am I like promising too much? Am I going to like under-deliver? I've said I can do this is what it's going to be like. And as I was marketing it, there were these doubts that were like sprouting. And I could have let those doubts spread like mushroom, and there was a part of me, as the event approached, I kind of hadn't like really got a structure. I kind of roughly knew what I was doing. And then my 2 assistants basically said it would really help if you got a structure and you kind of shared this in your marketing. And so I reluctantly did a structure because I like to flow. I think some of the people on the panel know this. And then when I got the structure, it kind of was a very rough structure. I then decided a couple of days before the panel to actually sort of say, not completely, but roughly what I was going to actually say, do some sort of techniques, grounding techniques, slowing down techniques, all the stuff that I work when I kind of work privately with clients, just to like to share some of my strategies. And some of it was going to be like, let's just take this and see how much time it is, and I didn't want to over like saturate the day. And as the day approached, yes, there were those nerves, and I felt like that sometimes you need to be a little bit nervous, because you need to, otherwise you just go into arrogance, and I don't really like. There needs to be that middle ground, not too humble, not too arrogant. And I went in and I bought some very high quality chocolate, because it was a workshop for high achieving women. High achieving women love chocolate, they love coffee. And then the day came, and I ended up having three sign-ups, and I ended up gifting the places. And for me, it wasn't a failure. For me, it was like, I'm going to go through with this, and it's also taught me I need to market something a lot longer. But the actual 3 people that came, so it was the 4 of us in the room, the harmony that came, and the synchronicity that came, the insights that they got, the testimonials that they gave, and it then gave me ideas on how to make this and make it run for corporate. There's been lots of different ideas. And what changed from imposter syndrome to confidence was just taking the action, taking the really scary action. And although I wasn't really scared because I've done this, so I was grounded by my experience of doing what I was doing online since 2018 and just putting it into an in-person workshop. The key is to just carry on doing. Despite what other people will be saying, what you hear online, what your friends say, what your family say, because sometimes your friends and your family aren't your cheerleaders. You'll find your cheerleaders are other people that you really, I had lots of people that said they wanted to come, they couldn't come for various reasons. And now I'm planning to deliver it online. So that is how I came from imposter syndrome to confidence.
Thank you, Tanya. So basically, it comes within, you just do it. Any other panelists would like to add to that? Okay, the question was, can you share a time when you doubted something, and how did you overcome that doubt?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So there's 2 things. The first one, when I first doubted myself, was exactly 5 years ago. I wouldn't even be on this stage. I didn't even imagine that it was possible at that time for me to speak up and to actually, what I was saying would be relevant to people, and that people could actually resonate with my story. And so I take it back to the day where I was so hesitant on starting myself on social media. And I started it not even being confident about my own story, but then I realized that it is much bigger than me. It is much bigger than my insecurities and my fears. I need to show up because somebody else needs me to. And that's without even knowing at the time. So that's why like I started posting on social media and sharing about my story and the fact that I went through a lot of bullying and body dysmorphia, and yes, there was a time in my life where I was not comfortable with my appearance. So I started sharing about that, and what I realized is, wow, while I'm sharing my story and I'm trembling while doing so, other people are actually resonating with what I'm saying. And they are, focusing on one word in my sentence and saying that that word really got to them. So that's what gave me the fuel to be, you know what, I'm going to keep showing up, I'm going to keep sharing until I believe in myself. And so I will be 100% transparent here. I still deal with imposter syndrome at times. And the second thing that I wanted to share is, like professionally wise, like I have my personal branding agency, and at first I didn't even have confidence in what I was selling because I was so focused on selling the features and the services that I completely forgot that no, I'm actually promoting my value and all my experience and my knowledge, and that's more powerful than just stating services that doesn't mean anything to people. So I think the biggest takeaway is to really focus on the value that you bring to the table and to understand that your voice is your blueprint. So nobody has that. Everyone can have your services, but at the end of the day, no one can be you. And that's your superpower.
Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. So you guys had two intakes. One is to just do it, and that kind of gives you courage. And the other one is to do it for somebody else. So almost like a servant leadership. I'm doing this so that other people can benefit, other people, maybe my story will resonate with somebody else, and that would help them in their journey. So thank you for that. Does anyone have a quick question on any of these 2 points right now before we pivot to the next question? No, we can move on swiftly. All right, so I know we talked about this syndrome, and the title there has women, but we talked about this being a problem faced by other people as well, not mainly women. But women have specifically a challenge in this one. Sometimes when we voice our concerns, we're told we're too loud, right? When we want to stand out, we're told, okay, sit down, tone it down. You know, what are you doing? When we're comfortably sitting, we're told, okay, stand up. Take the spotlight. What are you doing? Aren't you ambitious? Where's your ambition? Try to be ambitious, but not too ambitious. When we show emotions, either laughing too hard or crying, we're too emotional. And when we don't, we're cold. So all these conflicts are not helping. But it leads to my next question. What do you think is causing this phenomenon? And we're talking about men and women here, but why is this happening? Or why are people having imposter syndrome? And for this one, I'll kick it off to Renko, please.
Personally, I've faced imposter syndrome almost all my life. I think till I turned 40, and even till recently, I'm 47 now, I think I've constantly had that at every stage of life. And let me list down a couple of reasons. I think one is the environment that we come from, extremely critical environments, and it doesn't have to be just your home, right? It can be your school. And at least when we studied, our education system did not talk about celebrating uniqueness, right? It was all about competing with each other. I come from India, where today there are 1.5 billion people. There are so many people there. There is no space. There is no space to celebrate individuality. It's always competition. It's always comparison, right? So when there is so much of critical or criticality around you, you start doubting yourself. And that is one of the reasons I think leads to imposter syndrome. And yeah, I think things are changing now, right? So things are changing. So you're constantly, believing that you're not good enough. You set yourself up for very high standards. There is no permission to fail. Nobody says it's okay to fail. Nobody says that there are lessons to be learned from failure, right? If you're not first, second, third, then you're not good enough. And then you grow up thinking, because there are so many people around you, you just keep telling yourself, I'm not good enough. And even when there are opportunities, you don't take it up. So I think, you know, that's probably one or two reasons why people have, not just women.
Does anyone want to add to that? Gita, please.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. This time I'm going to say it right. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. So basically, I think for me, recently I had done a leadership program from a training institute called Iron Lady. And that is where I realized that there is a root cause for the imposter syndrome. Like when we were kids, we were bullied or we had some bad experiences, some are molested, and there is a scar which lives with us. And that does not allow us to move forward and think positively about ourselves. I think that is the root cause of, you know, imposter syndrome. At least 70% of the people are like that. Yeah. And the second part is, I think we think a lot about what the front person is thinking about you, right? If the front person is giving a comment like, oh, you're too short, what should I do? Yeah. Oh, you're not dressed well enough. Okay, what should I do? So we care a lot about what the front person thinks about ourselves, of you. And that is one of the reasons for imposter syndrome.
Done?
Sure. I would like to share from the perspective of entrepreneur who started something from scratch. You know, the moment that you decided to leave your full-time job or the job that very secure, pay you every month at a high pay, and then you start your own business with these random ideas that nobody really understand you yet. So you own all the responsibilities. You responsible for your team, you're responsible for your dream, you're responsible for your plan, and also you need to prove to your own family that's the path that you chose is right. So that come to the moment that I always say this, that entrepreneur journey is very lonely journey, you know. It's very difficult to really find someone that could connect with you and share the common values. So then it's caused that you will become the very high achiever. You expect always the perfect result because you carry all the hope and the expectation of people around you. So that make you not really appreciate the small steps. And that happened to me a lot in the early years, because at that time, you know, 2014, we don't have ChatGPT to really share the idea with, and I started something very new to the society. So I would say the missing piece is someone who could confirm you as well that you are on the right track. This is the way, and this, you know, even though you do research, you talk to people, you have the client, the customer, you still feel like, am I on the right track, and what will be my next move, whether the next decision gonna be the right one or not, and while you are in that situation, you still need to convince your team to believe on your vision and your mission, so that everybody can move forward. So I think that is really caused the phenomenon, because after you make the decision, you can't wait to see the result. Yeah, whether it's accurate or it's, you know, go according to plan or not. So yeah, that is my perspective.
Thank you, Gan. So we heard 3 different reasons, and I'm sure there's so many reasons out there, but we've heard sometimes the society imposes this on you because there's no room for failure, sometimes past experiences, kind of you're protecting yourself, right? So, and then also maybe the situation you're in or your journey you're in. My take on it is, you know, we were talking about the source of imposter syndrome and who coined this and who came up with this phenomena. But maybe we need to look at it as our internal warning system telling us you are about to engage into something new. Okay? You're about to embark on a new journey. You're about to get out of your comfort zone. Hey, are you ready to do this? Right? And maybe that's a good thing, to just wake us up and say, okay, you know, we're about to do something different. So we take it, we acknowledge it, we thank it. Thank you, myself, for warning me that I'm about to take a big leap, and then park it, acknowledge it, park it, and then move on. So that's another way to actually deal with this syndrome. Ignoring it maybe won't help so much, but acknowledging it and, you know, parking it and then moving on may be a way to actually overcome it. I'm going to pause here before I ask another question. I did want this to be interactive, so could you please, anyone has a question, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll get up and do a bit of a dance for you.
Or does anyone want to share a story, their own story of imposter syndrome?
I could add a little something.
Yes.
If ever,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
If ever no one wants to go, or you want to.
We've got some.
We have someone.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're all about sharing here.
Sharing is caring.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. First, I want to say it's great to have this type of conversation because I really think they're very much needed. So I can share something and then I have a question. So my personal experience, I'm an executive and leadership coach. I work with individuals one-on-one and large organizations. And my background was in corporate, I was the operation director of some of the largest design and engineering firms globally. In my role, often I was the youngest ops director across thousands of employees, and many times the only female at the table on large projects in Saudi and across different geographies where I work. It was not an easy place to be at all. And many times I walk around, I remember walking the construction site in Singapore with Chinese contractor or in meeting in Saudi and asking myself, am I good enough? And so it did require a lot of work on myself. I was fortunate that I partnered with coaches myself during my career, my corporate life, which made a huge difference, the best investment I've ever made on myself by far. And that's why now I'm so passionate also supporting others, male and female leaders, because it's something that obviously is across gender. So my question to one of you is, if you were to meet today your younger self, I would say, I don't know, you're 20 years old, in the hindsight, in light of what you've experienced so far, if you were to give a message of like 3 words, what would the message be?
Thanks for this amazing question. This is a question that I've asked myself. I wish there was a way I could go back to my 20-year-old self. I would say, believe yourself. Believe. Yeah?
So I would say to tell myself that I'm bloody good enough.
I'm going to say, going back to my 20-year-old self, I still do. Going back to my 7-year-old self, going to my future self. We have so many, we can walk across time, and it's really important to keep doing that. It's a very lovely question, and I'd say it's an exercise that we should carry on doing.
Cynthia, you have.
I would say that you don't need to hide to feel accepted and seen, that you deserve the spotlight.
Say, you are crazy. and good for you that you have met people that just as crazy as you. So congratulations.
I love that. I would say I'm 20 years old right now, so I'm going to talk to myself right now. No, I would say, especially for women in corporate, when you're given a job, you're like, oh, can I do this job? I'd say one thing. If somebody is giving you a job or giving you a platform, they giving you that job or that platform because they think you can do it. No company will risk putting you in a position if they don't think that you can do that. So they're trusting in you already. Claim it, take it, honor it, and succeed in it. If somebody is giving it to you, take it. So that would be mine too.
Yes. And I'm always saying that if you make people talk, it's because you're doing the right thing. You're shining too bright. And I could relate to you because I was working a corporate job, and I had a lot of learnings, and I still every single day didn't feel like I was doing my best, even if I was, giving my best. So I think at the end of the day, it's about how you are your own boss within that, and you're able to do like, hey, you did a good job today, and you're not waiting on others to let you know about that. So yeah,
I love that. All right, so
Avatif,
yes,
what
go ahead,
you
please.
say to your 20-year-old?
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the things that influenced me the most. It's realizing that the only way to grow is through discomfort. The only way for us, we live in our comfort zones. The only way to grow is when we lean in the fear, and then from the fear we do the step into the discomfort, and that's how we grow. We can't jump from comfort to growth. Unfortunately, it's never happened. If you think about every time you grow in your life, you never had a jump. So I would say to myself, you feel uncomfortable, right? Good, you're growing. That's it.
I love that.
Great point.
All right, so we're going to pivot to one more question. We're going to take this to performance right now. And the panel, whoever wants to go first, how does the imposter syndrome affect performance, leadership, and opportunities out there?
Can I go first? I think decision making. I think it's very difficult to take decisions, especially if you think you don't belong there, and you're constantly looking for external validation, right? So it's very difficult to take decisions, own decisions, and I also think when you have imposter syndrome, you let opportunities just pass by, right? Because you think you're not good enough and somebody else is, you don't even apply for it. I had, like I told you, I suffered from it, and I kept getting promoted every 2 years in a very large IT company. And I actually shared this with my friend. I said, I don't know why I'm getting promoted. And he told me, they are not stupid to promote you. No, that's exactly what you told me. So, but, when I look back, there were so many more opportunities that I could have taken, and I should have done so much more. That's how it affects.
I take that? Okay. So I'll give you a personal experience of mine. So there was a position of a CTO open in my company, and they said, okay, refer people whom you know who can fit for that position. And I'm like, okay, let me check what is the JD, and they were like 10 things you should know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I ticked myself against 5, and I said, oh, I don't have the rest 5, so I should not apply. So the concept where you say, fake it till you make it, yeah, that I think I didn't have it, and I lost that opportunity. So I think that's how you lose the, yeah.
I guess one of the questions you can ask yourself, if not me, they already gave me the platform, I already have this, if not me, who? And if not now, when? So.
Could you repeat the question?
Oh, it's to do with performance. How does it impact performance?
I listen, being a coach myself, I also have a therapist, I've also hired lots of coaches. And I find stories usually inspire me. My youngest son is an actor. He's a BAFTA young presenter. So I'm actually meeting lots of Hollywood A-listers, very successful people. And just for you to kind of have some hope. The more successful you are, and I'm talking to, like, they're all sharing their stories of imposter syndrome. Even though they might be making it with a lot of money, a lot of high achievers and high performers I work with still have imposter syndrome. It's part of the human condition. So I hope this kind of gives you, sometimes it doesn't come from trauma. I've actually worked with people who had very idyllic, loving childhoods who suffer from imposter syndrome. So if that gives you some hope, I really hope it does. And one thing I'd say is, like, listen to the stories of actors. Listen to the stories of musicians.
Thank you, Tanya. I'm gonna do one closing question, right? And then I really wanna pass it to the audience. The key takeaway, all right? We can start, Rinku, on one. The key takeaway, if you want the audience to walk away from this panel with one thing, what would that be?
One thing which I did and worked for me was the moment I started realizing my strengths and feeling worthy about all of those strengths in myself, I looked around me. Who were the people who were pushing me up, and who were the people who were pulling me down? And I weeded them out. I moved away from everyone who pulled me down. I ensured I'm surrounded by people who support me. And that has worked wonders. And these are not people who will tell you fake things that, oh, you're great. They will tell you the real things, but they're not there to damage you, right? They're not going to pull you down. They will give you feedback to help you improve. So find those gems and keep them with you.
Lovely.
So I would say value yourself and also value your time. So just define what is exactly your core values, and then value your time enough to not spend time in a place that you need to explain yourself a lot, because that is a sign that you might not be in the right place, and that might be draining your energy. So just value yourself and value your time. Yeah, thank you.
I'm just taking that. I want to acknowledge there is one person in this room who's been a very big cheerleader for me, my childhood friend and my partner, Shruti, right? So a massive cheerleader, you know, so much of positivity that comes from her. Thank you, Shruti.
I love you, Shruti. Okay, I think the one thing which helped me is something called as mirror work. Look, so every morning when I get up, I go in front of a mirror, and I think, like, if someone is saying, oh, you're never going to get a trendsetter watch award from Fuel, and I say to myself, looking at the mirror, and say, I'm bold, I'm confident, you cannot get a trendsetter watch award? Ha 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 ha! I am bloody good enough. And that's how I start my day.
Well done. I like the environment part, that it's so important to cultivate a good environment, and the affirmations, because this is also what helps me. And I think really the environment matters so much. Like we really need to imagine our everyday like a garden, and we are in control of the plantation, you know, and how we cultivate it. And for example, in this last year, it has been so transformative for me, because I think it's the very first time that I invested in myself. So I got the honor to have two coaches alongside me, one in public speaking. His name is Josh McCartney, and he just really helped me recognize the power in my own story. So I think when you have the chance to practice and to be yourself in a safe environment, that only pushes you further. So again, with the environment and its importance. And the same thing for my other coach, Laura. She helps me in my personal and my professional life. And I always say, if you can have a mentor next to you, it's someone that sees your potential already and is just holding your hand and giving you the space to reach it yourself. And so, yeah, I think to take the time to acknowledge how far you've come every single day, and especially because as an entrepreneur, even someone working in a corporate job, like you need to, yes, okay, always keep raising the bar, but also acknowledge every step that it took you to raise the bar. Because a lot of the time we look at the entire stairs and we don't look at how many steps we've made, you know, but that is also important. So yeah, to really thank yourself and to surround yourself with people that want your well-being and your growth.
Thank you, Cynthia. Tanya, did you want to add?
Yeah, so there's this theme that comes up when it comes to imposter syndrome that comes from the collective unconsciousness, this voice, you're not good enough. Just change it. I am more than enough.
Okay, that's great. That takes us great. I want to end it with one thing. We talked about imposter syndrome here, but we've seen things changing a lot. We see women, men, minorities in politics, in health, in education, in military, in sports, in different industries. And, you know, it's happening, right? It's changing. So I want to say to everyone out there, when you see men or women rising, you either join their movement, right? You either give them support to succeed, or you move out of the way, right? So you have to do one of the three things. Either join the movement, join their success, support them, or let them be. Move out of the way, because it's coming. The wave is coming, and people will end up where they're meant to be. And with that, I will close. I've got 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes here. We're doing well. 1.5 minutes. I really want to pass it back to you guys for any questions that you might have. This is your panel.
I'm going to pick someone.
Oh. Hello, come here. We share mics. We share everything.
I don't have a question, but I do want to thank you for your insights. As someone who, I don't think you really get over imposter syndrome. It shows up and it manifests in different ways. But I will say, for me, when I became a school leader, I was considered fairly young, and I had teachers who were older than me. And so a lot of that came from not necessarily knowing that I wasn't enough. I knew that. I knew coming from my family, I knew that had been entrenched in me. But walking into a situation where I was needing to lead other people and they weren't willing to be led, I think what was happening is, one, I had somewhat of fear. And what I learned was fear is false expectations appearing real, right? So I first had to understand that I needed to believe in myself. And then also, the pivotal point came when I showed my vulnerability, because oftentimes we feel as though when we show up as leaders that we have to put on a facade. And sometimes our staff, they just want to know that we're human, that we can make a connection. So I really had to focus on making those connections, building relationships. And then finally, I also knew that as a leader, I had to create an environment that would not perpetuate the imposter syndrome. So by pouring into my staff members, tapping into their gifts, or even sometimes they did not recognize them. So I think one of the things that I learned as a leader, it was, one, not to perpetuate it by creating an environment where it was safe, being vulnerable, like you talked about the social media. I'm sure that brought out some vulnerability for you, because we think when we're in business, we just have to be one way. But I'm more than just a leader. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a breast cancer survivor. So when I started really connecting with individuals in my organization, that was a pivotal point for me. And so if I were to tell my younger self anything, it would be to just be cool with who you are and to show who you are, and so that people get to know you outside of just showing up as Principal Hood-Kirk. I'm more than that. I'm a mom, which means there's teachers who are mothers, and so which means they also can relate because we share those stories. And once I did that, that was a turning point for me. So I want to say thank you, though, because we don't talk about this a lot as women, whether it's corporate or education. And what I'm learning and connecting with other women is that we may have different languages, we may come from different backgrounds, but we share similar stories. And so I want to thank you guys for bringing this to the forefront, and really for this conference of seeing the importance of breaking down that barrier so that we can really show up as our authentic selves.
I love that.
Yeah. stay here.
Be cool and
I
be
just-
authentic.
Yes.
I love it.
I just want to say first, what's your good name?
My name is Jamila.
Jamila. You know what it means in Arabic?
Yes, beautiful.
Ah, okay, good. Yes, so I was gonna say you're beautiful, first
Thank
of
you.
all, and thank you for your, sharing these thoughts with us. It really means a lot, and you've come a long way, and I hope you're proud of yourself. And about the young factor, I could instantly relate to you because I'm 25 years old, and I started my little entrepreneur journey with my corporate job also on the side at like 19 while I was still at university. And all my life, I always second guessing myself and always thinking, okay, do I deserve to be in that environment because you're working with older people that have more experience. And even before, like I used to always say, oh, I'm young,
Right.
I would always put everyone on a pedestal.
Correct.
And so I think, yes, just like you said, it's like eliminating those barriers that we put in our heads. And I love the fact that you said that you are more than just the head, of your mom, you have so much more to offer. And I think that's the beauty of being a leader. So really big congratulations to you, and also
Thank
about
you.
the breast cancer that you've mentioned. I think we can all give a big round of applause.
Thank you, Jamila. Thank you for
Thank
stepping
you.
in.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, so we are 3 minutes over, but I think this was a valuable conversation. And thank you, all of you, for bringing your questions in, for whoever wanted to share stories. You shared your stories. We're going to be hanging around. We're going to be outside, so come talk to us later. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
A heartfelt thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you. Now let's zoom out and look ahead. One of the most exciting parts of being in business today is imagining what is next. Think about it. Artificial intelligence, clean energy, space tech, biotech, entire industries are being reshaped right before our eyes. We are living in history. The question is, how do we spot the opportunities before they become too obvious and overpopulated? How do we position ourselves to ride those waves instead of watching them float by? Our next panel discussion is titled The Next Big Thing, where innovation meets opportunity in future industries. Now, moderating this panel is the India campus head of Mephasis, Joshua David, and I'm going to hand over to him and he will introduce his panelists. Please let's give him a round of applause.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm not like the other moderators. I would definitely need responses. So I'm not going to leave you folks. Please close the door. Nobody is going to leave out. Yeah, thank you. All right. Once again, good afternoon. And a wonderful topic, the next big thing where innovation meets opportunity. All right. We have wonderful panelists. We have one person yet to come, but I'll quickly, oh, they're already here on the stage. All right. Okay, can we have a big round of applause to Mr. Ramesh Kumar, Managing Director, Balaji Prime Steel Private Limited. You can raise your hand, sir. Okay, we also have Mr. Raj Mohan, Subramaniam Director on RNP Tech Private Limited. We also have Mr. Kenjiro Momi from CEO CSBE Incorporated here with us. Thank you for joining. We also have Mr. Emi Gover, founder of Brand and Tech. Thank you so much, Gover, for joining us. Where is Nathan? Yeah, he's on the way up. Nathan, can you come on the stage, please? Okay, CEO of Dan Nathan Jack Limited as well. So everybody is talking about the buzzword today. Every topic touches something on AI and so on and so forth things. But we are talking about emerging technologies, transforming sectors defines our next decade, where innovation is creating massive opportunities and so on and so forth. So we are going to talk about a lot of things on artificial intelligence, green tech, sustainability, quantum computing, biotech, advanced materials and nanotech and so on and so forth things. So a quick introduction from each of you for next couple of minutes. That will be really great. To start with, can we start with Raj Mohan? Yeah.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raj Mogan. Actually, I'm a director of R&P Tech Private Limited. Okay, so this is you founder from Singapore. So this R&P Tech, what we do that is called a EWHS management system. So it's workplace safety and health management system. So it is comprised all the company operation. So it's mainly for safety functions. It's like permit work system, your inspection management, your form builders. That means the various operations can be automated in this process. Yeah, it's most like something like ERP system. So it's mainly for safety functions. Even your others like quality, environmental, sustainable activities. So there's a lot of company operations. Again, the My System will done. So this is one system. It's unlimited users, unlimited companies, unlimited countries. So it's only one system. So we can do wonder in this. That's about me.
Thank you, Raj Mohan. Mr. Ramesh, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramesh Kumar Ajviria. I am Managing Director of Balaji Prime Steels. I got 35 years plus experience in leadership position in engineering director in India abroad. I have expertise in steel, cement, solar system and power plants. In India, one of the biggest achievement in my life that in private sector, we were the first company. I have made the rail for the bullet train, high-speed train, successfully in private sector. And now I'm doing the global consulting also, India and abroad, and we are supplying the products also, steel products, and we are doing import-export business also, and so many. So I now become engineering director, board of director to come to my entrepreneurship role also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. Can we have Mr. Kenjiro introduce himself?
Hello, I'm Kenjiro Momi, the founder and CEO of COSBI. COSBI means a Cosmopolitan Business Engine. So our field is AI transformation. And in the era, the AI adoption is not enough since everyone can use the AI tools. So to accelerate the business strengths, the AI adoption is not enough. The leader needs AI transformation. There is a transform of the business itself from the regulatory style to the AI-driven business style, such as AI-driven development, AI-driven sales, AI-driven marketing, so that every business can focus on only their unique selling points. So we provide that. Located in a Silicon Valley-based company, I handling that company from Japan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kenjiro, for that. And over to you, Goba.
Hi, I'm Emre. I'm a tech-based engineer, now turned to e-commerce entrepreneur. Currently, I'm working with thousands of influencers and content creators to build their future. And most of the times I see that most of these kids, even though they got education, they don't know how to sell an idea. So they need to practice outside of this field. That's why for this matter, we built a platform called Brand and Trend, where these kids are able to practice while they learn with the support of the AI at the same time.
Thank you. And finally, Jack.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Nathan Jack. I'm an educator in human potential. I work with business leaders, executives on a personal level, and I go into the companies and deliver the core four of excellence: consciousness, communication, competency, and compassion, bringing a different narrative to this day and age and culture, going into a new era of force, authority to authenticity, and bringing the culture with them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion starts here. We have kind of put across a few things which talks about future industries. We are going to talk about innovation and entrepreneurship. We are going to talk about future of work. Obviously, if it is going to be future of work, it is going to be skills and education, and something on safety and something on regulatory framework. To start with, I would start with Mr. Ramesh Kumar. So mostly on innovation and entrepreneurship. What are the key challenges facing startups in emerging industries, and how can they overcome?
So, entrepreneurship, you have to go alone with that. I am the example of that. That I work with a leadership position now. I am come to the entrepreneurship role now. So you have to first to entrepreneurs, then you have to become a business leader also. Because what happened, you have to train your people in your business. Then you have to guide them also as a business leader also. Then it is a growth plan is there, impact is there. There are small scale businesses there, medium scale businesses, large scale businesses there. And entrepreneurship is you have to go alone because you have got a lot of challenges you have to face. Now people are, I was seeing this, this was one of the different type of experience for me. I attended a lot of conferences in the world, but this was the mixed experience was there. And everybody was talking AI also here. So AI, artificial intelligence, just assist you, but it cannot replace the human brain also. Human is more intelligent than AI, as I believe also. So maybe I bring my son, young son is 25 years, Rahul Ajmeria. He's sitting there and he's working one's biggest company, NVIDIA, and he's a designer of AI and chips also. I think he may not be agree with me. So, so this is the entrepreneurship is a very difficult part also, as well as you, when the success is there, there is joy also there. I can give one small story for when I was working in my previous company. India, one plant is government plant with us making the rail also, another is a private concern, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. We have put this plant and started this rail commission in 2003 with the Japanese technology. I have been trained to Japan and Fukuyama also, and I have been to Japan also many times, and Hiroshima, then Hitachi also. So people are laughing us, oh, how we can make a rain and all that. When I again abroad and I can again come back and join there, you will not believe, we commissioned in 2003 and successfully rail produced on 2nd October of 2015 with lot of efforts. So everybody was telling, even somebody told my wife also, Mr. Ajmi has become mad. now he's not going to make the rail, and why he's doing so much hard work. But I took this challenge and made it successful. That was the first thing. Second thing was the, the high-speed train Shinkansen, Shinkansen in Japan. So that speed is 320 kilometer per hour. Now in India it is coming from Bombay to Ahmedabad. And that rail has called Haddon Rail. That was a big challenge, and that under my leadership, the first time in India, ahead of government, we successfully produced that rail also. So sometimes you have to face this problem also, and you have to, this is one example of innovation also, as well as you can say the entrepreneurship of leadership also. So this is very, very important. Innovation, you have to develop the new products, new ideas, and some. So I can experience with you a lot of new products like parallel flange beam. We first time developed with the Japanese technology in India. Then we developed the sheet pile also. Bullet train for rail for bullet train I already discussed with you. So these are the innovations very funny. So you see the example of Steve Jobs. Innovation distinguished between leader and follower. So Steve Jobs was a leader. So what he's developed in Apple now, everybody is following him. So this is the right example of innovation also. So that is the my view about this. But one thing I'm telling you, entrepreneurship is a very, very big challenge. But it's not so easy thing. You have to go 24/7 time. You cannot say no. People are not ready to listen to your problem. Your problem is your problem. People see only from the outside to you and see the outcome result also there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been again joined by Ahmed, who is a Senior Director, New Bridge Pharmaceuticals. Can you have a big round of applause to him as well? Thank you, Ahmed, for joining this. Quick follow-up question to Dwayne. So how can establishments, companies foster a culture of innovation and stay ahead of their disruptors today? Jack.
I think it's all to do with the big C, consciousness. The more conscious the leaders are, the more those that are within the company, the institution, the more awake we are, the more alert we are, the more efficient we are. The more unconscious we are, the more problems happen, the more we're swimming against the current rather than swimming with the current. Once we start tapping into that consciousness as a leader, then we're able to lead the people. The old way of leading is force, authority, fear, but we're going into we're evolving as human beings consciously, and no longer are we operating from the old system of fear, because within the workplace, the work people will be freezing up, fight and flight due to that fear. Now, if you've got an authentic leader that walks in the room, you have employees sitting on the edge of the seat with their pen and paper out, taking words because they're inspired, they're motivated by the leader. It's not driven by fear. So, going back to the question with regards to shifting cultures and companies, numbers don't move numbers. The NASDAQ market doesn't move itself. It's people that move numbers. And when we focus on the development of the people, they're evolving consciously. And sometimes that's doing some work, some inner work within ourselves. That's taking responsibility with some of that work within ourselves. Taking responsibility, looking at uncomfortable things within our personal life, because our personal life will pour out within our business and affect the efficiency, the productivity within our business, the way we communicate. If we're communicating effectively, if we're communicating ineffectively, how is that going to contribute to the relationship that we have with our fellow workers or our partners? And it's just being conscious to enable us to be that beacon of light. So there's power driving through us for our team, our company, our society.
Thank you so much for that insights, Jack. Now we're talking about future industries and AI. So, Mr. Kenjiro, which industry is likely to emerge? And a follow-up question is how technologies like AI and automation is going to create new opportunities.
Yeah, great question. Thank you so much. Well, since I'm delivering AI transformation, from the point of view, I'd like to say that almost all industry have the great opportunities. Since AI could, AI enables you to focus on only your unique sales point. So unique sales point is a key for the growth. Especially the unique selling point or the original knowledge, which is the ticket knowledge, is will differentiate you against other competitors. And even the artificial intelligence cannot learn your ticket knowledge. So if you accelerate that ticket knowledge, that will accelerate your business. But there are especially for these small, mid-sized entities, we have many shortage of resources. So AI transformation can overcome this shortage of the resources and enable focusing on only the differentiation point.
Thank you, thank you. So when we talk about future industries, we are talking about the future of work, right? When we talk about future of work, the buzzword is gig economy. So Mr. Grover, how will the gig economy and flexible work management evolve in the next few decades?
With the experience, I can say that the gig economy is maturing right now. Currently, the economy is like within delivery or driving skills. Now it's moving to the more like influential marketing, curation, and decision-making parts are coming. When we look at the e-commerce market, I could say there used to be e-commerce 1.0, used to be a company with a domain name, and used to do advertisement in the Google, Facebook, and expect people to come and pay. The next step became e-commerce version 2, where the marketplace came out, like Amazon and others, and people were there already to buy something, but you still have to pay for the advertisement to list up. Now, with e-commerce 3, it came the influential marketing, the agencies, affiliate marketing, because they understood that people buy from other people's decisions. They listen, people they trust. Now, I believe the next thing will be e-commerce 4, which is nano marketplaces, owned by the influencers. So all big markets will divide into the small pieces. I believe this the next thing will be in the gig marketing in the future.
That's a valid point. And again, what skills will be essential for leaders to manage teams effectively?
Could you repeat that?
Okay. What are the essential skills?
Yes, yes.
Leader,
Okay.
yeah.
Now, when we look at the skills, the one thing we're missing is still in the education system is the communication values. Because currently in school we can teach mathematics, economics, accounting, but we still don't know how to sell an idea. It can be only learned on the streets. And you need to practice on that. And the only way to do is you must go on the street, talk with the people, as we do in the conference, communicate and build new negotiations on that. I believe these skills, we must also add on top of that the AI knowledge, literacy. Because I always say that the AI won't be the next thing, but managing AI will be the next thing, because someone else will take our jobs on that. And the third part is, I believe, the micro-entrepreneurial mentalism, because first, either you have to wait for someone to do the job for you, or you have to act, experiment, and see the result, adapt regarding what you have.
So thanks, Grover, for that. Okay, now we spoke about entrepreneurship, we spoke about future industries, we spoke about future of work, and then we are now going to talk about something on regulatory framework. We have a person, Ahmed, from the pharmaceutical background. So how can a regulatory framework support innovation while easing public safety and security?
So thank you so much for the word support, because actually innovation is something that supports humanity, and we need innovation in all our aspects. I'll talk from general aspect and then go deep dive to pharmaceutical aspect. innovation should and regulation should support actually the access to innovation, shouldn't chase it. But while doing so, in an industry like pharmaceutical industry, we are touching human beings. So there should be actually a rigorous framework, but that enables access, that enables speed to market, because innovation in pharmaceutical industry is touching patient lives and diseases. Yes, there are a lot of innovations that came to the pharmaceutical industry, like AI designed molecules that are targeted, immunotherapy molecules that are gene therapies that actually are life-saving. But however, regulatory framework should also ensure that these products are safe, are effective before being marketed, and this actually needs a lot of accelerated trials and clinical trials in order to establish the safety and efficacy. Not only safety and clinical trials are needed, actually flexibility from the regulators to enable them assessing the product. And one of the countries that are leading this now in the region here is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has the Saudi FDA, which is a regulator that's enabling access and doing efficacy and safety trials even before the US FDA. Recently, we have seen products that are granted their regulations and indications in Saudi based on trials done in Saudi. Waiting the US and European regulators to grant an indication actually is a loss of time for companies, for countries that are, I would say, that are overseen. So upgrading the regulatory framework in countries who actually are representing an underseen and underrepresented population, especially when the therapy area is prevalent in certain disease. So Saudi Arabia took this step in a disease that's widely prevalent in Saudi Arabia other than others, which is sickle cell anemia and thalassemia. They did approve the only medication that helps their patients, and this is actually how regulation supports innovation to access. In other setup, actually, AI is used to drive precision medicine. Some tailored medicine that are only specific for certain diseases that are tailored by AI data generated from the gene mapping. So having a regulatory support to this precision medicine will end up one day to have certain treatment for certain disease, for certain population, and one of the countries that's actually leading this is UAE by developing a genome for the UAE citizens, and Saudi Arabia is coming next. So such kind of innovations will help leveraging the healthcare system while also being regulated.
And one follow-up question, Ahmed. So how will quantum computing, today again that's another buzzword, impact healthcare industry?
What exactly?
How is quantum computing helping healthcare?
So actually, that's exactly the gene mapping that's being done. Identifying the gene sequence and identifying the gene that's specifically related to certain disease will help a targeted therapy, and this is usually should be also regulated. But this kind of is a disease detection. It's apart from treating it. So we are taking a sample rather than giving a treatment. But once you get the sample, do the analysis, do identify the disease, you can target and tailor your medicine.
Thank you, Ahmed. Mr. Rajkumar, so coming from the safety industry, how do you, or in what way, innovation in your safety profession in the future industries?
Okay, I would like to share my insight from my experience in workplace safety and health and digital transformation, emerging technologies, and how these global shifts are creating new opportunities for organization in the Middle East, Asia, and beyond. So number one, it's a global shift. The innovation is no longer optional. We are living in a time where the technology has become primary driver of competitiveness. The three major shifts are reshaping the industries. One is AI-driven automation. Example, from predictive maintenance in factories to AI co-pilots supporting decision making in safety, logistics, and operations. Number two, hyper-digitalization. Every process is moving from paper, manual supervision to sensors and cloud platforms and real-time dashboards. Number three, I will say human technology augmentation, which is AR and VR, augmented reality and virtual reality training, and wearable safety devices, robotics, and digital twins are become mainstream. The action regions from Singapore to UAE, the message is clear. Digital transformation is no longer a project. It is a survival strategy. I will say it's number 2, opportunity lies where the innovation solves real problems. So the innovation has a value only when it is tackles the real operation challenges. Okay, I will say it's in reducing incidents and downtime, improving a workforce competency, enhancing a regulatory and ESG compliances, and supporting a multiple national and multi-site operations, enabling a fast decision making in the CXO level. And we are companies that adopt predictive technology, reducing incident rates and reducing a wastage and improving a productivity by 30 to 40%. This is not a future prediction, it is happening now. Okay, number 3, I will say it's workforce and safety and compliance are becoming a digital first. So as the industry evolves, the safety operational compliance cannot be safety manual. Companies are moving from lagging indicators, less reactive after something goes wrong. Then we're going to look out for the leading indicators, which is predictive and real-time and AI assisted. This shifts creative enormously opportunities, and especially for SMEs, small medium enterprise, to operate with the same level of intelligence that major corporations enjoy. So I will say it's number 4 is care example. What we implement is RNP EWHS-MS, Workplace Safety and Health Management System, is a practical innovation for future industries. Allow me to share this is a real case from my work. RNP Tech platforms, which demonstrates how creative opportunity even small medium enterprise. So what it is, digital workplace safety and management system, designed for construction, engineering, logistics and manufacturing series. And why it is matter? So because many companies still depend on the paper, WhatsApp, spreadsheets, and leading to delays and lack of visibility and compliance risk. And what make it is the next big thing? Okay, number 1 is AI-assisted safety management system. We can automate an analysis for LTIR, last time injury rate, accident frequency rate, and accident severity rate. And even we can predictive insights and risk trends. And we have a AI support for incident and inspection report as well. This one, my system can CCTV integration for real-time monitoring. Let's say we centralize command centers, even visible verification of a safety breaches, someone not wearing a PPE, maybe the equipment not in place, we can able to detect. So even the supports remote supervisions, even especially in a multi-site operation in multi-site country as well. So we have a digital permit work system. Just in construction and others, they need a permit work system. We will digitalize, we have a fast approval, there is a 0 papers, even we do a remote access for managers and safety personnel to check on these. Even we do have an integrated in the worker mobile app. So we have an incident reporting, we have a checklist, we have a risk assessment, we can do in audit. So even instant notification, escalation for workflows, if any message, we can immediately announce from the app. We do have a dashboard for management. We have clear visibility across all the projects in all the countries with unlimited users and projects. So even it will support executive level reports and trend analysis. We even support for ESG and regulatory reporting. And we even do have a training and competency model. Even we do have a LMS-based learning management system, we integrated this. So anything is training is not only safety, your quality, your administrative, and whatever it is, we can make it in the LMS system. Even with AI-powered training models, we have a digital certificate for tracking is others, all we do have. Okay, this innovation that solves real industry pain points. This is innovation that opens opportunity for entire sectors. It's not only construction, others go for this. Why this matters to Middle East and Asia? Okay, UAE and GIS, Gulf Cooperation Council, mark us accelerating towards the smart cities and AI governance and sustainability goals. At the same time, the region is experiencing high project volume and cross-border workforce movement, and we have a tightening EHS regulations, higher expectation from investors and clients. So the digital EHS system like RMP Tag directly support national industry like greater transparency, higher productivities, and reducing risk, and improve workforce capacity as well. So the futures belongs to fast adopters. Right, let me close this thing to thought. The companies that all lead the next decade are not biggest, they are the fastest adopters of innovations. When the organization embrace AI, the digital system, the real safety visibility, work becomes safer, the decision becomes smarter, the operation become more efficient, and the workforce become more empowered. So innovation become a strategic advantages rather than buzzword. The platform like RMP Tech show that we are entering a new era and where intelligence, automation, collaboration define the next big thing in the industry. Yeah, thank you so much. I look for the discussion inside what we say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raj. I think you covered it all. And the best thing is the future belongs to those who innovate at the end of the day. Okay, I'm really honored that I'm just being moderating the MDs and the CEOs of the companies. One question out of the box is, what education system should we adopt to prepare students for the emerging job markets? Can we start with Ahmed, please?
So learning about the benefits as well as the risks, coming from the background of regulators, is something that should start from childhood, and then should evolve by time. But AI doesn't come with a risk-free recipe. We kept learning about the machine learning itself and how implications could it have negatively before the positive one. In addition to this, I think this is something that's evolving also as well. The over-dependency on AI, yes, it's practical. However, with time, we might realize at a certain point that it's downgrading our skills and capabilities. So this balanced recipe is yet to be identified.
I believe it starts with self-education on the self once again, because you can have the product, you can have the system, you can have the external product service. However, whether it's AI, we are the drivers, and without that self-education, without that self-help, mental, emotional, then we fall short to operate these machines or the products or decision-making for wherever that may be. So I always go back to the self-education. I think within the curriculums in schools should be emotional intelligence, soft skills, communication skills, confidence, because we're in a generation where we're focusing all our energy on devices, everything externally, but the power is within. We put in all our focus, intention, our energy in the assets outside of us, but we're forgetting the asset that we see in the morning in the mirror.
Wonderful, wonderful. Gover, it's a beautiful point.
I believe that I think it's just short answer that we need more mentors. But the thing is, we will never have that much. Hence, that's why we need the power of the AI with it. The trouble is, we always talk about if it's automation, then AI can do so, who needs the mentors? The problem is, we will always need mentors when the AI able to take the core, find out, define, or identify the obstacles and possible patterns, while the real mentors will able to use that insight to optimize the groups as much as possible. Then this is the way we can optimize everything.
Absolutely. Ken, your words.
Yeah, so the education. Well, since I explained that we are focusing on AI transformation, so there are first one, the education for the AI understanding. So when we say AI, is someone think about that is the chatbot like that? It's a language model, but language model is not only the AI. If there are so other areas, and maybe you know that sometimes AI generate wrong answer. It's because of the statistical models. So we need to retrain the employees, their knowledges, what AI can do and what AI cannot do. And based on the specific knowledge, the experience, the employee can utilize the AI's possibilities. And from my opinion, the AI cannot do everything automatically. So sometimes the human being needs to use the human intelligence and develop the rule-based system utilizing the AI. So, in this point of view, some department of the company might be changed from the traditional workflow to the AI-driven workflow. When that happened, some employees need to change their role. So need to educate one needs the specialized knowledge experience so that the employee can judge, manage the AI systems. And the second one needs the knowledge about AI itself. AI is not the magic. That's a mathematics, the statistics results. So need to understand the limitation of that to utilize that.
Absolutely. AI, we should definitely rely more on HI, which is your human intelligence, than your artificial intelligence.
So we should teach this education system AI machine learning also. Apart from that, we have to bring our child the real world situation also, moral values also very important, and how to handle the difficult situation. And definitely AI knowledge is very required. AI will assist you, but how to use the AI in your life, that is most important. And they have got good training on the health also, how to maintain the health, and your sports. I believe the sports is also very important for the new system, because healthy mind can do many miracles over there. If you're not healthy, you can't do anything. So that is most important. And in my view, my personal also, because I got two sons also. The one is from computer science from US, and another sitting here. We are working with NVIDIA. I am developing for the entrepreneurship. Developed from childhood, they should have entrepreneurship also in there. So how to, in difficult time, how to handle the things over there. You can see many stories of the billionaires, all the difficult situation, how Steve Jobs, how Elon Musk, how the other, in India also a lot of billionaires are, I know the stories of their, so I come from the business family actually. So, that is most important thing, and you should, that time should not shaken. That time you know how to handle the thing, that is the most important thing. Otherwise you have to work in comfort zones is not always possible. You have to work in discomfort zone, and you have to hard work, then you will achieve something. So that reality you have to teach to the children in the education system, because this time the people are, you know, what is happening in the society, you know very well. So that is most important thing. This is, I personally believe, with AI is assist the system also. For example, somebody was talking to me, my son was telling that I want to make one system also there, that AI agent. AI agent means he will in the home, like you assist you. You are coming from the office, you should tell, okay, it's on the AC, on the TV, I'm coming over there like that. Somebody, your wife is asking how to handle these things in YouTube or Google, how to open, see, sometimes he asks on the phone. So the AI will assist you like agent. So that assistant can be done, but this moral value is very, very important. That cannot replace by any AI, any system over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my view is, I will say, is real to real, right? So what is real, right? We will be playing like cinema, those should be real to show them real in terms of practical. So any education must be practicable, not only in a theory manner, right? So that's what I will say. So other thing I will say is, education-wise, you need to ask. If you don't know anything, you must ask. Ask means verbally ask them something if you don't know. So I will say is here, ask me is number one is, I will say is skill. Other one is knowledge, yes and K. A, S, K, right? We need to have a skill, we need to have knowledge, we must have attitude, right? This make the thing to learn in your education system is very important for that as well, right? So you must be a practical volunteer. So that's education should be. Let's say we are now all moving to AI. Without iPhone, I mean without the phone, laptops, there's no internet. So how will your education go into system? Let's say I want to calculate something in calculations. So without phone, we cannot do that. But if we look up in traditional behind, so without also we do manual, for mind calculations. So these also like real practical, we need to teach us well beyond the AI. So in moving forward, we the next generation of our children, without your phones and others cannot. But we go to teach a reality, practicality. That's what I feel. Education should be combined. We go back to the traditional methods of learning, but we can adapt to the AI. But the AI is powerful, but it's not perfect. So who can make it perfect? By human. Maybe we can somewhat adapt in the old traditional way of learning of education. That's my insight. Thank you so much.
One closing comment from, just 30 seconds of closing comment on the topic, what it is. Ahmed, if you want to start, one closing comment.
So at the end of the day, AI is a tool. AI is a supporting, let's say, machine. At the end of the day, it was invented by man. So in order not to lose ourselves and our values, we can use AI as an agent. We can use AI even further, but we don't need to lose ourselves among social disconnectivity with the digital addiction. I would say addiction was mentioned yesterday in the Health 2 conference. So we need to avoid these drawbacks of AI while keeping the best use of AI at the end of the day. So just looking at it as a tool, maybe we together, if we looked at AI as a tool, is better than one looking. So it shouldn't distract us from being, at the end of the day, human beings.
Wonderful. Jack?
Know thyself, stay rooted so we don't get lost within the evolution of technology, so we recognize the power is within, and the more educated we are within ourselves and rooted, we don't become so independent that we get lost, like the gentleman said.
Absolutely. Grover?
Well, with the technology, we always see that every generation starts to stay alone. Like the kids are starting not to go out. For example, my daughter, 19 years old, Gen Z, she only goes out when their friends are going out. They are not discovering new things. They are discovering together. Because they are living in a tribe. That's what I believe. So if they want to fail, they want to fail together. If they win, they want to share the win. But with these new technologies, we start to actually create more communities to share together. That's what I believe the future will be on that one.
Wonderful. Ken?
Yep. So this is a close comment. Okay, so the one thing is the believe the unique selling point, because in this era there are the big things such as AI space. However, every business has their own strengths, own differentiations, and stick that, believe that these are most important things. Since if we stick down, believe that, never give up that, we can find out the right way to overcome that and accelerate that. To do that, we can use the technologies such as AI and etc. So the believe the most strong point, the differentiation, stick that is the most powerful one, I believe.
Thank you. Mr. Ramesh?
So my thinking that we should use the AI and this ChatGPT in your life, in your business also. You should have knowledge of the and you should use the automation and upgrade yourself also. You should not behind the with the speed of the this new era, and you should have knowledge, but you should know the reality and the reality of the life also, real world also, and use your all the AI and in your business, in your life smartly. Thank you.
Raj?
Yes, I will say it's real to real. Yeah, we have to adapt AI. That's why it's not optional. It's a must. Our strategy is right to learn, to survive, moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much, leaders. I think, in a nutshell, I always talk about this thing called FACTS, F-A-C-T-S. There's nothing but stay on your fundamentals, like the way Jack was talking about, stay rooted, compassion, and so on and so forth things. And A is attitude and adaptable to whatever new things comes into your place. The C is the most important word, is on continuous learning, lifelong learning. And T is absolutely is technology, adapt to it whenever it is needed. And last most important thing, everybody spoke about, is skills. And let's also add L to it, which is life skills, your compassion, empathy, because what do you talk about? Big thing, innovation, opportunity, interest. Let's not forget the human thing which we are for in this industry, in this world we are living for. And that's the most important thing. We have exactly 18 to 17 seconds. Any questions, we'll be happy to take it, please. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions, please?
What David had said, only one thing I would add on attitude. I remember there's one author is there, Shiv Khera. Now he's an Indian author, but in the US, his books more than 100 million already sold, and you can see on the YouTube. He told that 85% of your promotion, job increment, and success you will get on attitude. 85%, 50% only technical.
True, true. Ladies and gentlemen, any questions? We were so clear and crisp that you're all clear. All right. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. And over to the MC, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. If you can hold. Let's give our experts one more round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. You're very welcome. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on to our next panel discussion, and I think it's something that we can all relate to, because our workplaces today bring generations together, baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, as well as Gen Z. And sometimes it all works out, but most of the time, not so much. So the topic of our next panel discussion is navigating generational differences within the workplace. They will dive into how leaders can turn those differences into strengths, creating a culture where every generation feels valued and empowered. So moderating this session is the co-founder of the CEO Maker. Please put your hands together for Lara Khoury, and she will present her panelists.
Good afternoon, everybody. Right. Can you all hear me? Yes? Thank you. So I would like to invite my fellow panelists up, beginning with the first lady that you see after me, Kasia Kwiatkowska. Hi, who is the founder and CEO of Smart People. And their primary area of expertise is in identifying people who possess the necessary skills to carry out projects and procedures efficiently. I love that word, efficiently. It's like my favorite word ever. Next, I will invite Joanna Purdy, who is the CEO of Jet Delivers, where she and her team use an approach that focuses on understanding people, their thoughts, feelings, drivers, and tensions. Next, Professor Captain Francis, the CEO of World Maritime CS, which focuses on maritime consultancy, education, and services. And finally, Samuel Lovis-Salanzia, who's the president of PMI Cameroon, Project Management International Cameroon, which leads a group of over 400 members and 2,000 project management enthusiasts in Cameroon. So welcome to all my panelists. And what I will, you know what? Is it all right with my panelists if I stay up here? Oh, Amit! I am so sorry, I did not see your picture up there. I thought, where's Amit? Yes. Thank you, Joanna. I will stay up here, yes. So I will invite Amit, who leads a team of over 100 people internationally for white clay. And I'll just hang out here. So we are going to be talking about leadership, but before we get into it, and looking at the sparse audience that we have, this is going to be easy. I would like a show of hands, please. Which generation each of you lovely audience members identifies with? I'm going to start with the traditionalists, who are also known as the silent generation. And these are people who were born around about 1925 to 1945. And I do that on purpose because my father was born in 1945. He turns 80 this year, and he is still very much an active member of the global workforce. So do we have any traditionalists in the audience? No, I didn't think we would. Baby boomers, 1946 to 1964. Hey, yes, Professor Captain Francis, amazing. I have a feeling we're going to have rather a lot of hands for this one. Gen X, 1965 to 1980? Yeah. Millennials, 1981 to 1996? Okay, hello millennials. Gen Z, 1997 to 2012? Oh, we've got one. Hi. And just in case, because I've seen quite a few very, very young people outside, Gen Alpha, 2010 to 2024. Didn't think so, but they will be joining the workforce in about 5 years' time. So it is important to talk about Gen Alpha as well. So this gives us a general snapshot of who we've got with us today. I would like to start by setting the scene, and I will ask each of my panelists, with the work that you all do, you are all working with different generations, whether it's in the company that you are leading or it's with clients when you are consulting for them. What generational differences do you see are most visible or prevalent? And I know this is going to be a generalization. We'll get into specifics a little bit later. So I would like to start with Cassia, please, and then we'll work our way down.
Yeah, I will start. So what I can see that different generations, they have different values. And that's what we have to understand to manage them better. So for us, I'm Gen X, yes, but I'm identifying with Gen Z more. Yeah, so I have different value, and work and working was the most important thing in my life. But young generation is looking for that completely in a different way, and that's a matter of values, really values.
I have a feeling you're speaking to Joanna's heart with that. Joanna, what do you see?
Absolutely, I resonate with it completely. I think I'm pretty much Gen X though, but I also have a Gen Z son. So actually, when I'm working with my clients, I do quite a lot of multi-generational workshops to really help understand that difference across the generations in the workplace at the moment. And I think one of the biggest things is, apart from the values, to add on to that is also about their desire to add value quicker. And I think that we're finding in the workplace that, you know, at my generation, we knew we had to work hard and we would take a lot of time to prove ourselves. And now they're saying, when is it happening? I want it tomorrow because I'm already adding value and I need to have purpose.
Professor Captain Francis?
Okay, so I've had the privilege to work with everyone at different levels, including the traditionalists. When I was invited by Mahathir, who was Prime Minister at the age of 94 years old, because of a project. So the traditionalists are simple, they are self-motivated, they don't look for any extrinsic motivation because they already have the money, okay? So my youngest son is 10 years old. He already has an Ethereum account, now he's 14, because he did NFTs because of his brother, who is a Gen Z. 27 years old, drives a Porsche, has his own house, super smart, and used to be a seafarer like me. So his attitude is very different. He wants extrinsic motivation. He wants to see it now. Then, of course, my daughter is Gen X, and I actually just went to one company in Indonesia to help them with their generational difference. But they only have 3, but I'm dealing with up to 6. So is it difficult? No. But what I do ask is this, and there is a big difference. Not just the multi-generational, but between males and females. So I have an algorithm that helps the company, especially shipping, on a woman who then gets married, have a baby. What can they do in working at home rather than there? And of course, another one that's been asked of me, which I'm not too comfortable with, is the LGBTs. But that's what I'm helping on a global level. So I have lots of interesting things, but I think I'll let the rest share as well. Then I'll leave it there for the questions. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sure we will get to all of that. And I think this is a great segue, actually, to go from you, Captain Francis, to you, Samuel, because through the PMI, I'm guessing you have a very similar scope when it comes to generations that you're working with, over 2,000 people.
Yeah, in the development sector, we are lucky to have everyone working around the table for a single objective, that is serving people. So most of the time you are focusing on delivering value, as she just said, and the donors or people around the partners are really focusing on how to improve the services and how to build the capacities of people to improve the quality of the services. So we have to work on almost everybody, because we observe that volunteering, everyone wants to do it at a certain point of time, and for different reasons. Some, when they use retirement, they want to do it. Some young, they understand they need to do volunteering. But when you are in the same team, we forget about those ages. And that is what is very powerful with this sector, is that we forget about our ages. We have old people and young people working collectively. It's true that we have certain differences on the field, but for the development sector and for the intention behind, it's quite a bit difficult to have all those differences when it comes to serve the beneficiaries.
Another beautiful segue, because our last but not least panelist, Ahmed, this for you is very relevant, because you are a senior leader in an organization and you lead other leaders, you lead team leaders. So what do you see?
With all due respect to everybody on the panel, and I do agree with you, Captain, but what I see is motivation is not age-driven. And you know, the younger generation, so I've worked with the younger generation and the older generations, all the gens. What I see is the younger generation needs more growth and meaning, okay? And the older generation, on the other hand, needs more clarity and impact. So when I say that, when both of them, they work together, it actually brings out different colors. For me, it brings out a whole new perspective when I see and when I work with both the generations. So I wouldn't call that generational difference, but more of a generational collaboration is how I see it. So.
That is a beautiful, beautiful line to take us into our next audience poll, because what I would like to do, what we would like to do, is see how generational differences are showing up for all of you. I'm going to ask a question. Raise your hands. How often do you experience generational tension at work? And remember, perception is reality. So 2 people might be experiencing it once a week. For one person, that's a lot. For another, it's not. So there is no right or wrong answer. Please raise your hand if you would say that you frequently experience generational tension at work. 1, 2, 3, okay. Occasionally. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Rarely. Never. Okay, that there is very interesting. There were no hands that went up for never. Okay, now let's take it a step further. Where do you see the greatest generational differences? You can raise your hand for more than one answer. Communication style. Okay, 4. Work ethic or expectations around, well, oh, and there's a smile there, there's a few smiles. Okay, this one's going to be fun, guys. Okay, use of technology, right? Leadership style, work-life balance, okay? Career progression expectations. This is very interesting. This is going back also to the previous panel on a couple of points. So now I open that up to my panel here. We can see where generational differences are showing up. I'm sure that you've all experienced those with your clients in your own companies. So in your experience, what's the business impact of these kinds of generational differences? If we start, for example, with work ethic and what hard work looks like. Cassia, you start us off?
Yes, I will start that. You know, it's completely different because as we said at the previous question, previous answers, younger generations, that they are not concentrating on hard working. They really want to live and they really expect work-life balance. So that's important for them. But in the meantime, they are really, really creative, and if we use right communication with them, we can get really a lot of profits with operating with them together.
This goes back to something that you and I spoke about before, which was what hard work looks like, and something that I've heard from a lot of the younger generations that I work with is, am I being paid to sit in a chair in an office, or am I being paid to actually deliver results? And if I'm being paid to deliver results, what does it matter if I'm sitting at a table or I'm windsurfing? If I'm delivering the results, that's why I'm being paid. So I'll take it now to Joanna.
So
yes.
I will add one sentence, and that's what older generation doesn't see, because they very often expect paying for time and spending time at work, and they want to deliver results.
Absolutely. That's certainly my mom's view. We'll spend all day on our phones. She thinks we're playing games, when in fact my sisters and I are replying to emails or we're putting presentations together. It just so happens that we do it on a phone, which she associates with playing solitaire. So different perceptions, different reality. Joanna.
Yeah, I sort of resonate with Amit so well on the fact that we want everyone to be able to do it together, that we shouldn't be looking for the differences, and yet it's also, it comes back to these values. We're looking at the world from our lens, and it's from our values, and it's from the way that, you know, we may have been brought up, or the way we're working, or the culture in the organization. And it was interesting that you said you're Gen X, but you resonate more with a Gen Z. In the end, it's hard to define people by their generation. It's just that there's these big differences. And I actually say to people, a lot of it is when we're standing in our shoes and looking at the world our way, we define something like ethics, or we define hard work, or we define career path our way. And then we're assuming everybody's going to be doing it the same way as us. And I think one of the things is that definition. You said, oh, we might define even the frequency words differently. And I think that the generations are defining words just differently. And we need to find out what those differences are.
That's beautiful. Professor Captain Francis, what
Okay, I
definitions do
will
you see?
play a bit on negativity. Because
It's
DBS,
always good to have a devil's advocate on a panel.
The DBS Bank Singapore, they retrenched about 50,000 people because they said the banking system can use AI. So many people had to restructure. I created a training program for mid-career changes. But what is important, firstly, is communications. When you have communications, you have understanding, and then respect comes in. So any company that wants me to give them a straight away instant formula, I said no. I require half a day for a company retreat and build games on understanding each other. That is the only way it can. Because when people start to understand. But you're right, the young people want to do it fast. My son, half the time, he's entertaining people, playing golf and all that. But he works very quickly. For me, I'm a mixed generation. I use a lot of technology because I train on AI. But I always tell them AI does the dull, the dangerous, the dirty, and things that human don't do. So your job is safe. So like what I say, I always ask for at least half a day or a full day, and I bring them for games to get to communicate, and then with communication comes understanding and respect. But if you want it to be instantaneous, you put graphs up there, you can't, because the different generations. And of course, the other one that is asked of me is between the males and females, the young girls who have yet to get married. So I've created algorithms for that. And of course, the only one that I don't really want to touch is the LGBT. But in reality, if you treat them as norm, it's okay. So don't highlight things and create that sense of, oh, you're this. Then people get a bit worried. So that's on my side. Yeah.
Okay. Samuel, how about you? What's your experience?
Yeah, I really like the idea of not focusing on differences, but on situations, on how the world is moving forward. And it's true that one of the biggest problems, according to me, is that technology and AI is not the main problem, but it's a problem when it's conflicting with cultures. We grow up with different period of time, some when the system were purely manuals, with hierarchies respected, systems are known, we know who does what. And now we have systems where I can have one software doing everything. I'm just controlling, supervising. I don't need to have procedures to control what I'm doing, etc. So I may want to have a certain environment or certain flexibility to do things I want. When for other teams, just stay to what the system wants you to do. And those differences are really for me, or the culture is really for me the key point of how we are now talking about those different generations. Because for me, I appreciate to see other teams trying to learn new things, or new generation trying to understand what other people were facing and how to go about. So it's a matter of navigating into differences and adapting to each period of time you are going through. So yeah, that is what I can say.
Very important, the point about adapting, absolutely. Because the only constant, I mean, you and I were talking about this earlier, the only constant in life is change. So we have to always be adapting. What do you see as business impact?
So the business impact, since we started with work ethics, from a work ethics perspective, I see that everything should be outcome driven, right? And be it the older generation or the newer generation, what we try to preach inside our company is that everything should be outcome driven. You should respect three things. One is time, one is quality, and the third is respect itself. And what we saw was, ideally during the COVID, the whole work ethic actually took a spin, because everything, the hierarchy kind of like became flat. And like what Captain said, communication became so important. And that is when I suppose even the AI boom started a lot, because without feeling people inside the same room, we were trying to communicate via technology. And since we were trying to communicate via technology, I saw that a lot of generational difference also kind of like, went down. And we were too close to each other even though we were in separate rooms. And I saw a lot of companies making good revenue during those times. So if there was a lot of generational differences which was happening, I would have seen a lot of companies go down. Yes, a lot did, and probably they stumbled upon those differences and could not overcome. So my take on the work ethics and the impact is that we should all be outcome driven. Yes, since we have a generational difference, which is by nature natural, we should probably create a playbook. We inside the company have created a playbook. I was talking to you, Lara, around that.
Yes.
So that playbook could enhance the way you are managing people, or people are managing themselves. So
I will want to come back to that playbook idea because I absolutely loved how you did it.
Can I add
yes,
to
of course,
that?
Of course.
Just because it sort of links to what I was saying before as well about the definition of words. An example from COVID, the whole thing about well-being and looking after each other and not working 24/7 came about. By the time everyone came back for COVID, people were talking about well-being in a much better way. And yet, generations were again interpreting well-being to be different. And I had a major client who was implementing well-being activities, which included, we'll have some massages inside the company, and we'll do different events for well-being. And then the younger generation is saying, well-being means we get to go home and we get to do our massage ourselves when we want to do it in our own time, and you are not taking our time away. And I think it's so interesting to keep remembering that impact is because people are defining it differently.
You've brought us back to one of the two extremely important points in this discussion, which is about communication. And all of you have mentioned communication in some way. I will give, this is the first of a few takeaways that I would like to give our audience. With a client that we've been working with, my business partner and I, for a few years, they wanted to know, could they put a dirham or a dollar figure to communication? And I said, well, yes, you can. And they looked at me like I was crazy, because how do you do that? And it's actually quite simple. Research has shown that people spend approximately 2 hours a day engaging in conflict. And whether that is by email, where people are sending emails to each other but not agreeing on something, or whether it's in the pantry or wherever it might be, it's approximately 2 hours per day. Well, okay, so let's consider 2 hours per day per employee. How many employees do you have? 1,000, all right. How much, what is the salary of each of those employees? X amount. Great. So you now know that you can work backwards. You've got an employee who's earning 100,000 dirham a year. You can break that down to an hourly figure. Now, you know that they're spending 2 hours a day, so double that. 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, multiply by 5, and eventually you will get, now multiply that by X number of working days or X number of working weeks in the year, whatever you like, and you now have a dirham or a dollar figure about how much you are actually losing in terms of revenue for people to not communicate, for people to not agree, for people to not be productive. So that's one takeaway that I share with all of you, and you are welcome to do the math for your own organizations as well. The second thing is about what leadership looks like. And this is where we can go into the first, say, traditional way of exploring generational differences, which is with older people leading younger people. One of the points that the previous panel made was around AI. And Joanna, I believe that you and I were talking about this. We, as Gen X, even millennials, are panicking for the younger generations because of all the jobs that AI is going to take away. They are not panicking because they have never worked a traditional 9-to-5 job that is being taken away from them. They are growing up and they will be working in a space where it is normal for AI to be doing certain jobs. So this is a huge difference in how people are viewing technology when it comes to running a business and to leadership. So looking at older generations leading younger generations, what challenges do your older generation leaders tell you they're facing when it comes to leading younger generations? You know what, Amit, I'd like to start with you because I'd like you to tell us a bit more of that playbook.
So I'll start with an example. We as even Gen X, we always used to instruct the younger generation, right? Inside the company, organizations, I've seen older generations, if they are managers, leaders, they would lay down certain instructions. Instead, so that was even what I used to do. But in contrast to what I changed myself in doing was, I kind of like involved, so instead of telling a younger generation employee that you need to do this, I laid down the problem. What do you think? How would you solve this? Now, this is something that I always used to ask a leader. I never used to ask a younger generation employee. But when I did that, and when I started doing that, I saw so many perspectives. As in, I saw so many young boys and girls solve things on their own itself. And that changed a lot of my perspective. And that actually led me to talk to my HR and create that playbook. That it is, we don't have to be stereotyped. You know, we need to continuously evolve. We were talking about evolution, right? And that is how we need to evolve, by creating a playbook, because, and that playbook also needs to keep evolving. Because ideally, I don't see generations reacting the same way that they used to. Probably when we were that age, we used to react very differently. And today we react very differently. How they react today, probably the same generation 10 years down the line will react very differently. So I saw that the key was involvement. They want to be involved, and everybody wants to be involved. From the senior generation, what I saw was respect. If there is a younger manager managing an older employee, instead of involving his or her colleague at a later stage, he or she needs to involve him or her at an early stage. Take the value from that experience that they hold, and then go on to the matter. So what we created, the crux of the playbook was create an SME, club them with a digital expert who's from the younger generation, and see how they evolve. And it did wonders for us.
I'm sure it did, because it sounds like you are giving each generation exactly what they value, going back to what Cassia and Joanna started us off with, what people value. Samuel, I'd like to come to you next, because the point that Amit made about evolution and about shifting, that's, I mean, project management, that is a process, but it's a process that has to evolve because things happen. And managing projects is one of the very few, actually at this moment, it's the only thing I can think of where you are planning for change, which sounds like a bit of an oxymoron, but that's actually what you're doing. So what does evolution look like in your experience with different generations working together, and maybe with younger generations leading older generations instead of vice versa?
Yeah, I like the word involvement, because when we talk about how older teams are seeing younger teams, it's like younger teams really want to be involved, but sometimes they want to go very, very quickly. They want everything to come now. They want their promotion to be like next year. Yes.
Yesterday.
They want everything. They just keep, they're negotiating the biggest salary, even if they didn't really provide any proof of experience or stuff like that. So they are really impatient. They really want to have everything now. And unfortunately, sometimes it goes with the amount of errors they can in their jobs. Especially for those who are not focused, for those who are not concentrated in what they are doing. So it might be confusing on the kind of talent you are seeing and the kind of results that the talent is producing. And unfortunately, again, that's leading to a lack of confidence from the senior person and the younger person. That's part of what teams. It looks like my mic. Older teams can see from younger teams, but younger teams as well are like, okay, maybe that older person is too hierarchical, too many procedures. I want this at that time. I want this way. I want this. I want it. Oh, I'm going to finish with that. I remember one story, one feedback I received from a younger person, from a senior person during COVID, because she talked about COVID, so the thing came to my mind. During COVID, that younger person has, thank you, that younger person had a older supervisor that was calling her every 10 minutes to know what she was doing. Are you working?
That's a lot, even for me.
Are you working? What are you doing? I just gave it a task. Where are you with that? But you understand that the older person was not ready for teleworking. And that goes along with adapting to the era. We call it in project management the business acumen, how you move with your environment, how you improve, how you understand the need to continue to progress, to train yourself, to avoid this kind of conflicting moments. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Captain Francis.
Okay, for me it's very simple. If we talk about hierarchy, I was an ex-captain before, right? So they always say the captain is the old man of the sea. But in my second command, I was 30 years old. I took over from a Danish captain who was 60 years old, double my age. But the funny thing is, when you look at the crew list, the second officer is my batchmate, happened to be older than me. My cadet officer is older than me. I was the youngest person on board, but I was the captain of the ship. So what does age matter? It doesn't matter. But because I know my job, they have to follow me, right? But it's more than that, because when I was sailing, we had many Indians who were our officers. So they would tell me, my chief officer would say, "Oh boy, you must understand. Captain is man who knows everything. I, chief officer, know many things. You cadets know nothing." So people try to use that age gap, but they cannot. So for me, I would say, no, it doesn't matter. It's attitude. So when I had an exercise with one of the companies that called me, I created the exercise, and many of them told me align with purpose rather than behavior. And I was shocked. Then I asked them to show me. I found out they got it from ChatGPT. I straight away told their director and their CEO, wrong. Behavior is the most important, and I trademarked and created behavioral competency. Because I say technical competency, you can train anyone to do a job. But in order for multi-generational people to work together, you need to build behavioral competency. So I started to write something called asset intelligence, where AI won't take over and the human is an asset. The most important is not IQ or EQ. It's AQ, adversity quotient. When you fall, how strong and tough are you? The resilience to climb even higher. Second one is social quotient. Because the internet, the many newbies, they tend to look at the internet and find things there. And many forget to do face-to-face. So I build on that. Then, of course, emotional quotient based on cultural. Because I do different countries when I train the companies. And the last one, of course, very important, technology quotient. But because I wanted to spell the word asset correctly, I had to add the word S. So I thought about it and it came to my mind, success quotient. Look at the glass being half full rather than half empty. That the grass may not be greener on the other side, and understand. So again, we talk about communications, and when you use the word older, it depends. There are young people who want to quickly grow old, and older people, when like my mom celebrating 85th birthday, but we say 85 years young, and she still stays on her own, in her own condominium. So what I'm saying is, behavioral competency based on asset intelligence is something I created, and 2 governments have already employed me. So I got to work for the next 10 years. But I don't want to work for 10 years, I've got more than enough money. So I pulled my son in, being a Gen Z, he's going to manage a lot of it. Because I told him, son, there'll be $10 million for you. He said, no, Dad, we will make at least 100 million. So money is still a motivation for him. But for me, because I made my money, it doesn't matter. I just enjoy myself. But what I'm saying is behavioral competency, and I felt that ChatGPT AI is saying align with purpose, not with behavior, and people work together. I thoroughly disagree. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna, this is something that is very close to your heart as well, because you've got your dad and your son, different generations, both of them involved in tech. What's that like? What do you see?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I was telling the panel the story about the fact that my dad is 87, and he actually was a founder of one of the first computers, and they actually used to have rooms with all of the technology as they were building the computers. And he said, I was part of the start of computers. And he said, I had to be ready to watch it evolve and watch it evolve into how do they become useful to a consumer. Now, my son is 25, and he's joined a company where they're building robots. And my dad actually said to me, it's so interesting watching my grandson starting a new technology, and it's not going to be usable yet, but he's starting it, and hopefully he's got the wisdom to watch it evolve into something usable. And it was really impressive for me to sort of listen to my dad have that much insight at the age of 87. However, he's also a traditionalist, and he still gives me advice on personal life, which is rather old-fashioned from my perspective. And my son will give me advice that I sort of listen to sometimes of, seriously, you're going to leave the organization because you're not learning enough? Come on, you've only been there 8 months. He's like, yep, but I've reached the ceiling of how much they can teach me. So although there's this amazing mindset of ready to grow, ready to build something new for the world, which is the purpose, there is still some complete differences on the way they're viewing the world from the different values that we talked about. And I'd just like to share one other story that maybe resonates too, because it's a word that hasn't been used yet by any of us, and I disagree with the word, but I thought it was such a lovely moment in one of my workshops. Gen Z comes up to me and she said, I hear from my managers all the time that Gen Z is entitled. And she said, and I'm feeling really uncomfortable with this word entitled. Why do the older generation always say that we are entitled? And I said to her, okay, so you've arrived, how long have you been in the workplace? She goes, 6 months. And I said, and how's it going? What do you want from being here? And she says, oh, I want to change the world. I've got so many ideas, but nobody's listening to me. And I could do more. I really could do more. And I said, and when do you want that more? And she said, well, as soon as possible. In fact, by the end of the year, and I have my performance review, I hope I'm going to be promoted. And I said, and the older generation worked for years and years before they would get to that promotion, and therefore they think you're entitled. And it comes back to those words again of how are people interpreting them. And we have to be so careful as leaders, because she didn't understand and she didn't know what her leader was talking about. But the leader is frustrated because she wants too much too soon. And it's going to always come back to communicate, understand each other, work it out.
I think someone who's got the answer to that is Cassia, because when we were having our pre-panel discussion, Cassia shared with me something that I believe will make a lot of people quite jealous out here. Her kids' friends actually enjoy spending time with her, and they want to ask her advice, and they want her to tell them what to do, how to do it. So Cassia, please, the magic, share with us.
Yeah, I didn't know that you bring that topic, that my experience. Yes, that's right. My children are 21 and 23, and they really bring a lot of their friends to our house, and we spend time together. And we are really friends, you know. They ask me, oh, can you join us at the party, or can you go with us to drink coffee, or just to talk, to spend time together? And I say, yes, really, me. And you know where the secret is? I was thinking about that. I'm listening to them, and I'm asking them questions. So I think that from the leadership perspective, we have to learn new tools how to communicate with them. And the two new tools, which are very, very important, according to me, is active listening and coaching, however we call it, asking questions. So if you really understand what they want, and you ask them, and you ask them what they want to achieve. Yeah, I experienced that what Joanna says, that they are impatient, they want results immediately, they want to change word. But if you listen to that and try to convert that into values which leading your company or your family or whatever relationship to results you want to, you will win.
It seems that we've got consensus on the panel, as well as from the audience, from the hand-raising exercise a little while ago, that communication underpins everything. And active listening is part of communication. People can tell when we're not listening to them. People can tell when they've lost us, even if we're nodding our heads and saying, even if it's over the phone, it's felt, even if it's not seen. So with the 3 minutes and 15 seconds that we have left, I will ask my panel to please share with our audience practical actions or initiatives that they can take that will support building healthy communication with their colleagues or even with their kids, for those who've got kids who are a lot younger than we are. Ahmed, may I start with you?
So I suppose we should, if we are talking about organizations and companies, we should create these mentor-mentee groups wherein we should not restrict it to age. We should restrict it to outcomes and skills. There would be groups where you would have the mentors of older generations, mentees of younger generations. There would be groups where mentors are younger generations and mentees are older generations. And respect is something that should be inculcated inside, because older generations look for respect and then they are ready to learn. They are ready to move as fast as possible. My take is on that.
Thank you very much. And certainly one thing that I've seen is that younger generations are a lot more comfortable with instability and risk than we are. And so that could be a topic for them to mentor older generations, how to be comfortable with risk and instability.
So what I see is younger generations need rapid feedback, so that word of impatience, impatience that we see among younger generations can be converted into, communicated, well communication, and I suppose that would mean a lot to them. So rapid feedback, that is what they need.
Thank you, Ahmed.
That resonates with me very much. So, yeah, be curious. Ask questions and be curious how they want to change the world, because maybe you can use these ideas to change your world, and to change your company, your relationship. So that's my takeaway.
Be curious. Beautiful takeaway. Thank you. Simon.
Okay, if I can suggest two things, technology and all you were saying about instability and risk is increasing issues with mental health and psychological safety. So I will advise people to work on their emotional intelligence. And on the other side, maybe to move to avoid these people or generation issues at the system level, at the organizational level. We can work on strengthening the policies so people will understand that the way the organization functions is really a system base. It's not someone who decide that I don't want to give you that promotion. I don't want you to give that. As soon as the systems are clear, people are fine. That's my thing.
Okay, so for me, looking at things, I sort of create a awareness of your surrounding, and I call it the emotional and social psychology of understanding your surroundings. But coming to what they've said, the young people want to quickly get promotions and move fast. They want it tomorrow, she says yesterday. True. My daughter, she is just hit now 28, right? So she got a double promotion in a very good company. She thought everyone congratulated her. Then she made a mistake, but she dare not tell me. Her fiance called me and said, "Uncle, this has happened." Straight away I called my daughter and said, "Daddy is here, baby boomers, we have the answers." So I told her, firstly, send the email to everyone, since this person who is jealous of your double promotion has sent this mistake you've done. First, send to everyone. Let's not blame human error. What we need to do is look at our SOPs and readjust it, and then show them what the company can do to improve. And within a few hours, she was very happy about it, and I didn't even see her face to face. Then within 6 months, she had another call from another company, Chinese company, which is very scared, but huge promotion, huge salary increment. I told her, be careful, this Chinese company has money, but ethics may be different. But try it out, don't burn bridges with the current company. Take this new promotion and this high salary, and if it doesn't work well, you go ahead. But if it does, you'll have 12, 24, 36 months promotion. So that's how I help the Gen X, Gen Y, and show them how to do it and create simple ways. But I don't tell them. I show them and I suggest, because they want to be their own strength, but they actually need to lean on you. So that's what I've learned, not just from my kids, but I've been teaching for more than 26 years, and I do career advice, so I know about situations, and that helps me, though I have no psychology degree. But that's what I would say. When you communicate, and remember, you need multi-generational, because the older ones can be the rock and foundation to stabilize the ship. The younger ones, let them run faster, it's okay. When they trip and fall, we are behind to pick them up. That's how we do things. Thank you.
It's a very beautiful point that the older generations, and this is something that my mom used to say to us all the time, "Al-Amr له حق." Age has its value. And older generations, we have the experience of the past that allows us to support in the present. Younger generations are experiencing the present, and they can help the older generations look at what a potential future is based on those experiences that they're having. Joanna?
Yes, and I know we're out of time, so I guess I just would summarize what's really been said here is, remember, we all have had an issue with 2 generations above us, and they've had issues with us, because we all do it a bit differently as every generation comes in. And if you can be curious, collaborate, have that safe space where they feel they can speak up, be heard, give them feedback, help them, be behind them, supporting them, so that they know that they can run. And actually you'll get so much more out of all of the generations working collaboratively together.
Thank you very, very much. That is a beautiful send-off. Great reminders for our audience. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to invite questions, but I don't want to hold up the other panels. So please come and find us if you have any questions for us now that the panel has ended. Thank you.
just awarding two of the awardees as they were busy in other parts of the conference. So up first I have Professor Captain here with me to give out the awards. Let's give him a round of applause, first of all. And for our CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Award, put your hands together for Sunao Kimura. Sunao, there we are. Sunao Kimura is the CEO and interactor KK Sunao's diverse educational background. It includes graduation from Music Specialist School and vocational training program in Mechatronics, followed by a degree from Tokyo Online University.
Thank you so much. I'm 99% Japanese speaker, so I read text. Yes. Thank you, CXO. I started writing source code when I was 7 years old. Before going to class of elementary school, I was running a program. After class, I looking at the monitor. The screen remained completely black. It was a program to display 3D object. So I couldn't tell whether it was taking time to process or if it was bad. This was in 1985. My first job as a programmer was developing embedded software for dialysis machine. It is used in Turkey. My next job was working for aircraft measurement instruments. They fly in the skies over China. I have been engaged in software development as my work for 20 years. In 2020, I started my own company. We develop business systems for Japanese listed companies. Japan is struggling with declining birth rate and aging population. This might appear as an opportunity to people from countries outside Japan to sell a system to cover the human resource. However, before that, please consider placing software development work with our company. This is because the yen is depreciating. Therefore, you can get Japanese quality at a low price. Let's work with us. Thank you very much.
And for our next Business Leadership Award, please put your hands together for Nasreen Al-Qudari. Nasreen has over 15 years experience in strategic HR and people management. She is the VP and Head Strategic People Partner of the EMEA and APAC regions at Nokia. In this role, Nasreen oversees the people strategy for all network infrastructure, business lines across dynamic, diverse regions, as well as continents. Go, go, talk.
Working? Yes, now it's working. Okay. So thank you so much. I believe that this award comes deep to my heart as it is reflecting really how much teamwork is important. It touches my empathy and way of leadership actually and coordinating with all of my teams. So it's really impacted me and impacted my team, and I'm sure it's gonna like really make us more proud and having the stamina to move forward and achieve more and do more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Serene. Thank you, Captain. All right, that is the end of the awards for now. And we will be moving on to our next panel discussion. Now, have you ever wondered why startups seem to move faster, innovate consistently, and respond to market changes almost instinctively? The answer lies in their mindset, being bold, agile, and unafraid of fail. In our next session, it is titled Lessons Corporations Can Learn from Startup Mentality. Heading the panel is moderator Shruti Vasuki. She's the director and co-founder of... Gosh, sorry. Let's try that again. Shruti Vasuki. She's the director and co-founder of Ampliair Consulting. Please put your hands together and she will introduce her panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate everyone's time here. It's the fag end of the conference. I hope we can keep this engaging, short and crisp. So thank you again, CXO, for this opportunity. I have an elite panel here. Before I introduce themselves, I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Shruti. I'm the director and co-founder of Ampliair Consulting. We're based out of Bangalore, India. We curate programs which are transformational, they're simulation-based and experiential for organizations, corporates, individuals, and educational institutions. We blend personal branding, power skills, as well as Japanese methodologies to create effective impact for the organizational growth. So today's topic is very dear to me because I started my career in a startup way back in 2000. Was there in a startup for a few years, then went on to join MNC and a corporate for over a decade. And then I consulted for many startups. And now in the last few years, I have founded 3 companies, and Ampliair being the recent, and which is what I am completely passionate about. So this topic is very dear to me. I have a 360-degree view of what we're talking about and what we will be discussing with the other panelists as well. So let me hand over the stage to my co-panelists. You can go in any order you please. Let's keep it short and probably
but I don't think it's working. Hello, can you hear me? I'm sure actually you'll be able to hear me with both the microphones. I'm Brigadier Sushil Bhasin from India. I have served in the Indian Army for 34 years. And after that, in the last 21 years, I have been applying the military leadership lessons in the corporate and business world. I transitioned from the army primarily for children, did do a lot of work for schools, colleges, not only students but teachers, principals, parents, but ultimately landed up in corporate world, and I do both. My bread and butter comes from the corporate, but the jam still comes from the schools and colleges. So I am into transformation, and I help leaders both at individual and at organization levels to build and lead absolutely high performing and mission oriented teams. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name's Trevor Croft. Ironically, I've had 22 years in the Australian Army as an officer, so I know pretty much what Brigadier Sushil's been through. I've worked with many Indian officers as well and had the pleasure for 22 years, and then another 25 years working in the corporate space, both for large global companies as well as small startups. The essence of my work is not so much with people, but with digital transformation. And I help now large corporate entities go through their digital transformation journey to deliver the benefits that outcome, not the delivery of the project, that's one part of it, but actually to deliver the benefits. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Daniela Lamarca. How should I say this? This topic is really close to my heart because when I came fresh out of university, I actually decided never to work for a big corporation. So I started out more or less freelance, working for editorial offices, freelance jobs as translator, lecturer, and so on and so forth. Then came the big opportunity, and I couldn't resist joining big corporations. So I worked for DHL, for Penton, for BMW. And then it brought me here to Asia more than 20 years ago, to Singapore, started for a local publisher, and decided again, I think I want to do it on my own, and started MediaBuzz, a company focused on AI and marketing right now, so anything on digital marketing, and Global Health Press, so 2 publishing companies based in Singapore.
Hello, I am Shuprakash Das, and I am with 19 plus years of experience. So how I am attached with this concept, so that's a little bit interesting story. So initial time I spent a lot in the petrochemical sector, and then running IT companies, and then I faced a life-altering challenges in 5 years back, and then we started a deep science technology research institute, and where I started facing a lot of challenge. Now why? Because we have to hire research scientists, academicians across the globe. Now they are hardcore scientists, they are hardcore academicians. So they believe in study, they believe in doing research. Now to make a sustainable research ecosystem, there is a blend of corporate and academia. So I have to infuse the startup mindset into the research organization. Otherwise, the research system will not be sustainable. So that's how this topic really interesting part of me, that startup mindset, because that is one of my important job, is to make them think like a startup, individual research project like a startup, so that the organization can be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, co-panelists. So getting started on lessons corporations can learn from startup mentality, I think the first thing which comes to my mind is most corporations plan excellent. Their plans are all in place. There's so much of paperwork and process associated with plans, but plan to action often gets delayed or it doesn't happen in most cases. So execution and planning don't go hand in hand. So Trevor, do you want to put some thought into this and some insights from your end?
Thank you very much, Ruti. Actually, yes. It's been my experience when I'm working with large organisations. They will set out a plan or goals, perhaps at the beginning of a year, with a 2-year outcome. And often there's a budget for it, and people are rolled out and onboarded, and then the projects start. But then there's a gap between say and do. And the gap is, how do we measure the success of the project outcomes? And that's, one is the delivery. The second is actually the benefit that's passed back to the organisation, which is the outcome of the total investment. So corporate, at board level, might say, we'll put in $1 million, but we expect $10 million to come out the other end in 3 years' time. That very rarely happens. And the misplacing is, number one, the communication and the measured objectives are not effectively transmitted through the organisation into the world of the project. I think we've all experienced that at one stage. Secondly, ongoing communications and measurement of how things are going. And that measurement goes 2 ways. It comes up from the project to say, yes, we're on track, we're going to deliver, and it needs to go through all those levels of governance and continually be aligned and checking with the original goal. And secondly, more often than not, the market changes or the direction of the board changes, and these projects are still travelling through as orphans. And there's no mechanism to either shut down, change, or redirect the projects, and very often. For startups, I find is completely different. For startups, there's an understanding of the connection, and there's probably not so many corporate levels to have to get through. Startup might be a team of 10 or 15 or 20 people, and more often than not, they group, they talk, they plan, either on a monthly basis and then a daily basis of their outcomes. And so when things change at the top level, the market changes, the direction, the goalposts change, then the projects in the startups can often change to meet that difference of direction. And that's been my experience. Startups often have the advantage of being able to change direction very quickly or adapt. Big corporations will continue through with their investment because there's a gap between the goal
planning
and the execution.
100%, you nailed it.
I don't know if that would be the experience of anybody else.
Absolutely.
Would somebody want to add to that?
I'll add to that. So, how many of you would agree that when an army goes in for an operation, it goes fully prepared? How many would agree with that? Sorry? No. In all armies, one thing is that you go quite prepared for an operation. But do you know that all the planning that you do lasts only till the contact with the enemy is made? And the moment the contact with the enemy is made, there is chaos. Why? Because you know your plan, you may have prepared very well, but are you prepared to face the contingency which you have not planned? Because every army knows that this person may do this and they have prepared for it. So you have to really maneuver and do, how do I outsmart the enemy? And in that there is chaos. And in all our army training, we are taught how to handle chaos. There are many methods of it, including contingency plans. You figure out if the enemy does this, I'll do this. If they do this, I'll do this. In 1984 in India, there was a very unique operation of the world where we had to go into a temple, a Sikh temple, and flush out some terrorists there. And many years later, when the general who would organize this, he was a retired man, he came to our mess, he stayed, and I was having a conversation with him. And in that he told me, he says, Sushil, do you know there were 14 plans we made? And the one which went in was the 15th one. None of those 14 plans worked. And he says, but don't say that I won't make a plan because it doesn't work, because these 14 plans made us think of so many contingencies that the 15th plan came like this because it was a combination of many plans. Now, in the corporate, we get stuck at this execution, very, very rightly said. But what I just heard Trevor say, in the startups, they start up with chaos. So therefore, they are able to take on the chaos because their mindset to handle chaos is far better than the bureaucratic way that the corporates function. So that's my take on it.
100%. So I'm just going to summarize in one statement that mindset actually drives outcomes, right? So when you don't have unlimited resources, or you don't have budget or teams, you're forced to think outside the box, right? You're forced to innovate. So I think, Daniela, you have played different roles and you've been put in this position many a times. We've had this discussion offline. So I think your take on this would be...
Exactly. Trevor showed how strategy becomes real when alignment is executed. And I wanted to shift a little bit the lens to what happens when alignment meets constraints, because this is what really startups have to deal with. I'm not talking about those that are already in the funding, rounds and so on and so forth. So how do we start out? And I was just thinking when I was sitting here, finally I understand the famous quote of Steve Jobs, stay hungry, stay foolish. I think what he wanted to say, if you don't have much, you have nothing to lose, you fight, you start to become creative, and you look for solutions. So what comes to everybody's mind when you talk about startups? It's actually speed, hustle, disruption. Chaos. But there is also something good in it. What I would call it the power of unpowered limits. Something like how should I say this? You have to find solutions, and you are sharper than if you don't have the money to put in and have, how should I come up with creativity, But I was thinking about what are actually the lessons we can give to corporates, And I was first thinking about don't be afraid of budget constraints. Be open-minded, find solution. I think the thinking expands. You sharpen your mind, and you rest assured you will find a solution. The other thing is how should I say this? Okay, we talked a lot about this bottom-up, and I can also talk about this here. The solutions are usually not coming from the top down. It's more found by the people that are closest to the work, see the friction, and know the truth. So listen to them. We had it also in the previous presentation. And have the courage, I would say, to give true autonomy to small teams, micro teams. Of course, startups are small, but the big companies have to change here their mind, because if they don't have to ask for permission, they move. And we all know that the momentum is, I think, beating perfection, something like that. And thinking about this, I also would come up with a second big lesson, I would call it the power of strategic simplicity, because the other big problem corporations have, we talked about it, is the complexity. So how do you reduce all these permission-taking, the layers, the committees? You know, time is flying and the opportunity is gone. So this is the speed that small or startups have. So work on this, and I have a simple solution for myself, which I can share. It's actually the GPIE cycle. So it's the goal, the planning, the implementation, the evaluation, and just follow that cycle. You know, we talked previously about communication, so be clear in how you define your goal. Then commit on a lean plan. It's implemented and without over-engineering. And then evaluate fast and adapt fast. And this cycle you can repeat non-stop, actually. It's simple, it's powerful, and yeah, it's maybe avoiding a few traps, you can call it.
100%. So I just want to continue what you were saying. I think more often than not, we hear corporations say that this is how we've always done it. We don't know any other ways to do it, right? I think that's the point when they stop growing, is because they can't pivot and they can't adapt. So I think for me, the most important thing is to take adaptability as a strategy for the organization rather than wait for things to happen. Adapt quickly, and that's when you can follow through.
So that is what I say is a leadership style of working ahead of the predictability curve. If you're working on crisis management all the time, you can never think ahead. And the transition from doing things to getting things done is sometimes, I feel, in the corporate leaders never learn. They still do, even at the highest level, they do the job they were doing 20 years back. They only do it at a little higher scale. So that should not be done. And if you empower your teams, you trust your teams, you delegate work and free yourself from making more leaders and looking ahead at least as much as you can, depending on your particular business. Look ahead and prepare your teams for the future, because the speed of change is something which everyone is going to battle with.
I have another example. I was just thinking about these. Do you know these children games? German is here a fantastic language because you can put a whole sentence in one word. So you think about a word and I whisper it into your ears. You give it to the next. You give it to the next. You give it to the next. And it's something ridiculous comes up. Nobody knows. And the best is you don't know where the mistakes happen, who to blame for. And this is a little bit in the big corporations where
when
a lot
it
of things
trickles down,
get lost.
it gets lost. 100%.
So absolutely, Daniel, I was about to say the same example, because what happened in large corporate, at the leadership position, we think something. Then, the way we pass on to it, to the team, the middle managers or the juniors, they got ideally the half of the information, even less. So that's where the problem. And as you also rightly spotted, why startups? Startups don't wait for the, entire information. They work on that, whatever the complete, informations they have, okay. And wherein, the large corporates, you need full 50-side deck, okay, and lot of sign-offs and certainty, what I'm going to tell to my stakeholders. And because of all these problems, they lose the momentum. They are behind the, they are not being able to come up with the product at the right point of time. So that is where, the startup mentality is really works well. And I know, one story that in NASA, what they do before they launch any large program, they have a simulation system where they experiment. And they do a lot of simulation. because and then they see that which one is giving what kind of result. Based on that, they go for the larger mission. That's way that that is the way they are saving a lot of money. So yeah, so gradually many large corporates, institutes are accepting the startup mentality.
I think in some ways, what we're all hearing from the panel is the smaller teams are able to be agile and change direction, pivot, adapt. The corporate level, it's that big ship moving forward under steam and difficult to change procedure or direction. We get that disconnect between what the corporate sets as the goal and what the teams are able to do at the grassroots level, the small teams. And that is the conundrum. That is the problem. We have this large organization that cannot effectively communicate change or direction or receive change or direction between the two levels.
Which I thought, I didn't know what you said in the beginning. Did you say of a ship? No. Okay. So I was talking about, or I was thinking, it's something like a big, huge ship. Like I was on a cruise very recently, and you see how it moves in one direction, and it moves very slowly. And if now they have to change course, there are a lot of people involved, and it takes time to do that. Whereas, see a small boat, which will change course easily, very, it can adapt to any change, and it can go much faster. It doesn't require that type of a large delay in making things happen. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, I
think
agree.
for startups, it's more survival mode. For corporations, it's optional, right? So you can ignore some of these things we are talking about. So,
Like what you said is, the term that used there, it's time tested. It's a proven thing.
correct.
So you don't look at a possibility, whether it was Nokia, whether it was Kodak, all these people didn't look at opportunities because they were stuck with, I am the best.
Yeah.
I'm the market leader. I know what to do.
They simply have to be resourceful, There is nothing to waste. It's so simple. And this makes also the change. Teams are usually cross-skilled. It's not this flat hierarchy, but everybody hops in for the other. Communication, of course, it's a big advantage. It's shorter, more direct, not the situation we described. So how this can be implemented, I only think corporations have to have the courage to give micro teams really
The empowerment.
So just add on to what Sushil said about the Nokia. So I got an opportunity to interact with the Nokia's research team. So what happened, when they were the first to came up with the touchscreen phone. So when their R&D team, interacted with the leadership, say, here is the model, the touchscreen phone. So their R&D team thought that, everything is going fine. We have the dashboards, we have the numbers, and the button phone and whatever you call it, it's working fine. We don't need any, touchscreen phone or the new age phone. And they told me, the leadership just simply threw away the decision. They were the first who built the touchscreen phone. At 90, yeah. So that's how, the large corporate fails. And one interesting thing about the startup, they are mostly, looking at what I am learning. Okay, they value the learning. Okay, so that is one of the most interesting things.
Do you think
Yeah,
that
and let me add here that I had the privilege of doing a training for 60 people of Nokia in the Western region. And they came to me with this, that now wherever our people are going for orders, they are finding that the Nokia board has come down and the Samsung board or the Apple board has gone up. And it was a 5 days training in an outdoor camp. And after 2 days, I told them, you have come to the doctor when the patient is already in the ICU. Because most people are talking about that they're looking for alternate jobs. So the people who were there in that training were only those who didn't get jobs. If they had got, they would have been out by then. And it was, I think about 2 months after the training was over, I found that the regional manager who came and did all this is now in Jakarta with another company. So that's what.
So, Suprakash, do you think they're doing something instinctively and corporations are overthinking it and wasting time without believing in their instincts?
Yeah, more rigid, I think. And
Yeah, more rigid, rather.
So, I can give you an example that we all know about Amazon Prime. Now, how Amazon Prime, came into the picture. That, a small team that came up with the idea of Amazon Prime, but that requires a lot of investment. I guess it was approximately 1 billion at that point of time. So Jeff Bezos asked, I don't care about the failure, but you have to confirm me what will be our learning from that project. Okay, are we able to learn about the consumer behavior, data intelligence, and what are the other things? That's how now Amazon Prime is one of the successful project they have. So this is how, these corporates take the startup mentality or these decisions.
I think it can also go along the lines of the appetite for risk. When we're all involved in startups, we are all willing to take a risk. And especially the founders over here. Nevertheless, we have an appetite for risk because often we see if we face a risk or a challenge, there's an opportunity there somewhere. That is a lesson that the corporate can learn. And now I'm dealing with CXOs in that level. They also understand that there has to be an appetite for risk in their level of organisation as well. And they call it a risk without regret, or guilt-free risks. And they are starting to take the lessons from the startups. They are seeing the successes of the startups go up exponentially, and I think that they are saying, okay, how do we do this? We're willing to change quickly, and we are willing to take risks. And the risk appetite in larger corporations is changing for the better. And it's a reflection of what they're seeing in those successful startups.
I think it's also giving space to experiment. You don't find it so much in Asia, but having the right to test something if you believe in it, and even giving it to your staff, and accepting if it doesn't work out. It's not risk-taking. I quite often tell my guys, I know it won't work for this and this reason, but if you believe in it, I can afford it, give it a try.
And
they learn at least.
You're absolutely right. Many of the large organisations now have startup labs where they encourage startups, give them seed money, they go through embryo, they go through initiatives, and each of these are gateways through to success. And now they're applying that at the corporate level to say, this is the corporate direction or strategy that we're going to take for the next 3 years or 2 years, and these are the startup steps we're going to graduate through those steps. And each time we get a win out of maybe 1 or 2 pathways, we'll take that pathway and we'll push it forward.
Move forward.
One interesting thing is that in many countries, particularly I can talk about India. So what happened, all the grants from the government usually go to the large institutes. Now they have changed the entire, ecosystem. Now they have said that, you have to incorporate incubation center. You have to, encourage the startups, because, when you have a startup, you have the, responsibility to show a result. Okay. Otherwise, when you fund a grant or to an institute, they are working and they are not accountable for the results. So that's how the the global the institutions and others are also so encouraging that the startup mentality and ecosystem, as you said.
Yeah, what I'm thinking, you have, of course, to do your research and you have to collect the facts. It cannot be just gut feeling. But on the other hand, what I wanted to say is never stop imagination, never stop creativity, because all these big
100%.
companies are also on the lookout for the next thing, and you never know what happens and how does it, I always say more heads think better than just mine. So I would never just,
Only your
I always can explain myself, and I have, of course, an answer and a solution. I have to lead by example, but I never let it out first. I first ask around.
Listen
you
to
know,
others.
Listen, yeah. Because it could be a lot of inspiration from that. And just look at the pharma industry. If nothing is in the pipeline, actually the stock market is dead. So it's the same with mobile phones and I don't know what. So sometimes you risk something and you win, and sometimes maybe somebody else comes too fast with something new. But that's the industry.
True. I think we just have a little over a minute. If there are some closing comments from any of you folks.
I would offer that corporates do have a lot to learn from startups and the appetite for risk and the ability to change quickly. Thank you.
And it's a mindset game. The moment you understand that, it's all about changing our mindset and actually a heart set more than mindset, because transformation happens in the heart, not in the mind.
Not in the mind. Daniela, any closing thoughts?
Oh, for me, it's always staying curious and embracing challenges. Same as what Trevor thinks.
Prakash.
Yeah, so I just again close this with a story. There were long back, the American general and a Russian general, they were talking among themselves. And they said, we can win all the battle if you give us the three generals. So they said, what are them? What are these generals? So one is the General Motor, the other is the General Electric, and the General Food. So now today we don't have all these companies. Now why? Because the lifespan of these companies are going down. Today the companies which are actually leading the market, they were not there 15, 20 years back. So the reason is why? Because the large corporates are not really, once they settle, they lose the interest of innovation. So innovation is not happening in the large corporates. Many organizations. So gradually, they are also need to change their mindset. Many companies are working on that also, because they are also bringing the startup mentality that, create a team, working fast, do the innovation, and with the ultimate one thing, disrupt before you are getting disrupted. And that only can happen with the startup mentality.
Thank you, everyone. I think we are over our time, so I just want to summarize with one statement. All of us agree and we resonate with one thought, that the point is not for corporations to copy startups, but I think to adopt to the best practices and try and see where they can implement them and take it forward. Thank you. If anyone has some questions, I think we are over time, but if anyone has some quick questions. Okay. Thank you, folks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached the final panel discussion. Can you believe it? We've already reached the end of day 3, almost. We got one more panel to get through. Now, let's not slow down just yet. Our final session tackles one of the most important questions for leaders today: how to stay effective, connected, and adaptable as the ways we work and collaborate continue to evolve. The title of the panel discussion is How Are Leaders Adapting to the Changing Rhythms of Work and Collaboration? Heading the panel discussion is our moderator, Alok Chok, and I'm going to hand over to him as he will introduce all of his panelists. Please put your hands together for Mr. Alok.
Thank you. Hi, can everybody hear? All right, okay. So I'm actually going to invite my fellow speakers and panelists on the podium now. And yeah, Vijay, Anuj, you want to come? And I'll let everybody introduce themselves. I think that'll be more appropriate. We have Bethany also. Yes, Bethania, yes. And missing Dr. Amani. Dr. Amani is there? Yeah, all right. Okay, super. So last session of the day is always difficult because everybody is in a hurry, and I know some of us on the panel as well as in this group have a flight to catch, so we got to take care of that part. We'll try and make it as energetic and engaging as possible. Yeah, why don't you? Yeah, please. Yeah, everybody seated? All right. So the topic for the day obviously is, how is the leadership evolving in this, and the rhythm of leadership evolving in this time and age of where we are today. And things are definitely, with this digital transformation that is going on, and with this COVID and post-COVID era that we went through, etc., things have evolved quite significantly in that space for sure. So what I'm going to do is, in order to make sure that we've got, contribution coming in from everybody, we've tried to make sure everybody's, and feel free to sort of share your inputs as we go along. But I'll ask pointed questions based on what I know about each of you, the kind of understanding that I have in the business setup that you are in. So to start with, a quick introduction from my side. My name is Alok Chok. I've been in the region for past 32 years, worked with the Big Four for about 27 years, and started my own journey as Helios Consulting 5 years ago. We've had the privilege of working with some very large multinationals across these years, plus some startups, a number of people I can see we here who's looking to set up operations here. We work very actively with people like yourselves. So through this discussion, obviously, I think we're going to come up with, the leadership and the vision, and and draw out those parallels as we come across. So maybe starting with you, Anuj, if you can please briefly introduce yourself, and then everybody else.
Thanks, Alok. Good evening, everyone. I'm working as a Chief Operations Officer with a company called India Mortgage Guarantee Corporation. We enable home ownership in India for underbanked and unbanked consumers. I have over two decades of experience in transforming the processes, risk underwriting, operations, digitization, automation, and I feel that I would be able to add a lot to it because I have seen leadership change. Getting change. There's a paradigm shift in the leadership change. How do you lead the the people? So I would love to share my experiences over that, and thank you to my all fellow panelists. Thank you.
Dr. Mani, yourself?
Yes, my experience is in an educational sector. It still is a kind of business that leadership is going from bottom to top to bottom, and it has to be always up to date. So as an educator and as a leader for more than 20 years, served on the Middle East and in North America. That was a massive experience of facing lots of changes, starting from COVID, before and after, different kind of fast and rapid changes. So with my qualification as a Master in Leadership Education and PhD in Business Administration, Strategic Planning, so I could share a lot of experience that we faced in this sector.
Thank you. Yeah, looking forward to hearing from you. Yeah, Vijay.
Thanks, Alok. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vijay Jayaraj. I work with a company called WorkTalk. It's a young, new startup which is based out of India. But before this, I've been an entrepreneur now for close to 18 years. And prior to that, true blue corporate citizen. I used to work in Dubai a long time back in the 2000s. And I worked with Jet Airways, I worked with MasterCard, then I started a company back in 2008 and started and ran it as the founder and CEO for 10 years, scaled out nicely and eventually got acquired. And now running my second venture, which is called WorkTalk. WorkTalk essentially is a private communication platform focused on corporate privacy. It's not social, but it's corporate. It's a B2B tech product. Very, very early days in its journey, but from the look of it, from the first phase of our product launch, it's taken off like a rocket ship. Looks like companies really was waiting for this product because it helps organizations regain data privacy, regain data sovereignty, one-of-a-kind product. And through this journey of being a corporate citizen as well as an entrepreneur, I've seen the transforming years when how leadership changed while I was looking up at the leadership, and then how leadership changed while I was leading an organization. So it's been an interesting experience of over close to 25 years. I hope to share experiences from my journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yanni.
Hello, good evening. My name is Betania Yashini. I'm CEO for IBC, International Business Corporation. We facilitate the business between companies across border, cultures, and industries. We have three main cores. First one is artificial intelligence. We have solutions implemented in different kind of fields like oil and gas, real estate, agriculture, education, medical sector, energy. We implement our solutions in Chile, in Brazil, in Boston, and now we're moving to Saudi Arabia. The second core that we have is electromobility. I started working in this field in 2009, working for Spain projects, and then I moved to Lisbon to work in the Lisbon Institute of Engineering. Then I became consulting and advisor for the national government in Argentina. And nowadays, we are consulting for the World Bank, and we represent the Institute of Transportation of Argentina. We not only provide analysis and studies, but also the technology that is involved. And the third core is international trade. I represent the Association of Electrical Regulatory Entities of Argentina. All of them, I cross them by shipping and logistics.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction. And I think, so as you can see now, we've got quite a versatile group over here, and that is what makes it very interesting for the conversation perspective. So we've got a financial professional, banking professional, we've got an educationist, we've got an entrepreneur in the digital world, and then Rajani now with your works, years of experience across Lisbon, Argentina, etc. So if I were to ask you one specific question, and maybe to interlink both the points, how have you seen from your work perspective or in your areas of specialty, the work has evolved and the work culture has evolved? And what does it mean for leadership from your perspective? How have you seen leadership changes in that perspective? Go in any order, please, however you want to start with. Vijay, you want to go first?
Yeah, I think, like all of us know, it's been a transformative window, right? I think from the time that I started working to how the corporate world, the business world works, I think I look at it on three pillars. One is space, which has changed substantially during the last 20 years, last 15 years. And the pace of change is also accelerating, right? So one is space. The other key difference that I see is space or location. That is also substantially changing. In some way, COVID accelerated that change. COVID sort of brought into the world a whole new way of working with a location agnostic perspective. And the last is the culture. And I think culture has perhaps both the first two legs impact how the culture's changed over this period of time. And all of these three are driven, the change is driven largely with technology. That's a field that I work. I would like to believe that technology plays a key role in all of these changes. When it comes to pace, as all of us know, from the times when we all started working, when things moved from today's perspective, at that time things moved at a glacial pace, slowly and steadily. Approvals or processes were set much, much slower to today's world where everything is instant, including communication. If you actually pause to think about it, this very panel that we are here, and the amount of communication that has happened between us, where Alok's put in a lot of effort to bring us all together, while there was some amount of email communication, a substantial part of the communication happened on WhatsApp, which is an instant communication platform. And often enough, people expect response instantly. Employees are expecting approvals instantly. So that change of pace has decisively impacted how we as professionals and how organizations perform in the business world. That's pace. Secondly, in terms of location, as we all know, we all lived in a world where we got up in the morning and went to office. And that's not a thing today for youngsters, right? I mean, we all talk about Gen Z a lot and how you manage Gen Z in the corporate world. But one big change that I see is how the youngsters or even the older folks who have adjusted to the new ways of working, how they find location absolutely non-relevant. You get up in the morning and work from home. Some people these days, they don't say work from home, they say work from anywhere. They're working in some company, but they're living in Goa. You could be living in Ibiza, but as long as you log into your system and complete your work, can be done well or not well, but location is no more an important factor to consider. And also from a hiring perspective, often enough, it's not, there are folks who say that if it's a in-person coming to office role, I don't want that. And I'm a very good technologist, but I don't want that.
I want to continue from that point. It is easy to see people work from home sometimes, but is it easy to see SKJK study from home? Like, this is what we really face at that time, the COVID and the change from pre and post-COVID. We can imagine teacher teaching from home nowadays after training, but grade 1, 2, studying from home, there is a big challenge. It is a big challenge. So pre and post-COVID was really different for educational sector, where students in school have to adopt a new plan. Before that, teachers used to be, okay, all in one room, preparing together, have a lesson plan together. Now everybody is in a different area, different place, different country maybe, and they are teaching the same classroom. So that was a big challenge that education sector faced. So we have to come totally with new planning. We have to invent. It is not only change, it is inventing. So we have to invent. Yes, there was online teaching before. It's not something new to the world, but a whole school system to shift every single student sitting home, like 30 students in one classroom online in front of one teacher or maybe two. That is a big challenge with new system, with a new planning, new strategic plan. You have to start from scratch at that time. That wasn't an easy task to go through. It was a big change.
Absolutely, and that's where the edtech space has really flourished in the last few years, because, and it's no longer just the learning platforms that we provide, but it's much more than that. I think.
And that's why leadership has also to face different challenges. So if we talk about leadership now, we have to start adopting new styles to be
Absolutely.
able to control, to be able to lead those kind of settings.
Sure. I understand you want to add something. Yeah, please.
Yes. I also believe that, yes, the rhythm of the work changed. And yesterday I had the honor to receive one award. And my first award was when I was 21 years old. In the university I was gold medal. The second award was given by the Association of Engineering of Argentina. My third award was given by the Association of Materials of Argentina, and it happens almost 20 years. And I was thinking how this changed. And yes, as you mentioned, Amani, there's no more office hours. Now everything is through platforms and different time zones, and a volatile market, emerging technologies, and this globalization force us to change the pace of decision making. Now everything is fast. And in order to be fast, we need to delegate. We need to build teams that work independently, that we need to be agile, flexible, and we need to adapt to different environments. Sometimes we take decisions on environments that we don't have the complete information, but we need to be fast in order not to lose the opportunities. But about leadership, I believe that there is one point that still cannot be replaced, that is the meeting face-to-face with your team. Shake hands or just the visit and the presence really make results and change the results of the business.
Sure. Thank
Okay, so I would like to add only 2 points, which I feel are very, very important from the leadership perspective. One is the essence of leadership will always be human. Okay, so the 2 points are technology is a friend, is a teammate now, it's no more a tool. The second is what is very, very important for me as a leader and for, I think as leaders are that we should be very, very focused about emotional intelligence and try to give psychological safety to our teammates.
Great. No, thank you. Thank you. I think, and you almost brought it to the next question that I had in mind. And what kind of qualities, aside from human touch and the emotional intelligence that we're talking about, what other qualities would you actually see? Has the leadership actually changed in the organizations? Have they evolved also over this period of time and started recognizing that one?
Yeah, hello. I think along the same lines of what everyone here said, what I am most curious about, I have my thought to share, but I would also like to hear from everyone, is how all of these changes, how those changes are impacting the culture of an organization. And in my last venture, on our town hall wall, we had this line written. We used to have it written there saying, culture eats strategy for breakfast every morning. Literally, and I so deeply believe in it. You can have the grandest of strategy and the best of technology, but if you don't get the organizational culture right, if you don't get your work culture right, none of the other legs will help organization thrive. So in that context, with all of these changes that's going on, how do we still keep the culture of the organization intact? And for me, I've been an entrepreneur, I'm a startup guy, and you know, as you all know, for startups, culture is everything. Because startup is a contact sport. Now we come to office every day and we move heaven and earth. So in a context like that, how important is culture, and how do you get culture right when you're location agnostic, when people are logging in from different places, you can't shake hands in the morning like you said. So how do you get culture right? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so maybe I share a little bit of a perspective because I've seen both the worlds. You know, I've lived corporate life for 27 years and now I'm living my own journey. So obviously in a corporate world, the whole culture is driven from the top, you know, the leadership and the constant messaging and the constant communication and the mentorship, etc., that happens with the people, and those were the efforts that were being made by the HRs time and again, you know, engaging people or smaller teams from time to time to sort of let them bond with each other better.
and then also separate sessions with the CEOs, etc., and the C-suites to let the people understand the vision of the organization as such, and how everybody could embed that vision and live the same culture and the values that you want want the organization to have. Obviously, it has changed quite significantly since the time we're no longer 10,000 people, but we are now 25 people, for example, and so the interaction is a lot more agile. The interaction is a lot more in much more smaller groups through WhatsApps and through other sort of communication channels that have been there. The bonding it's easier because you're able to sort of have off-site events every now and then and things like that, and then it sort of changes. So obviously the circumstances or the environments are different, but challenges obviously continue to remain, because you still want, as a leader or as an owner of the organization, I still want my people around me to live the same vision and work with the same kind of ethics and culture that we embed. Yeah, feel free to add.
From my point of view, I would like to mention 3 skills and qualities that leadership need to develop to survive in this new rhythm of work. And first, we need to understand that work is not a straight line. Now, work is like moving in waves, and leaders need to, they feel that they need to navigate in these different rhythms and rapid changes. So we have the digital transformation, and most here, especially in UAE, digital transformation every 6 months. We have hybrid teams with different time zones. We have cross-border partnerships, and nowadays, before the rhythm of the work used to be predictable, but now it's like a dynamic orchestra. We have everything is faster, multi-layered, and deeply interconnected. So nowadays, the leaders need to learn how to conduct. The second one is that we need to especially transform and shift from controlling the work to enable people. I work with many countries. I work with Argentina, Chile, Brazil. I work with Middle East. I work with China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and believe me, the leaders who succeed are the ones who build the trust. I moved in 2017 to China, and I learned this, one Chinese that is my best friend now, about build the relationship, build the friendships first.
No, it's a great point.
For example, we are now doing a project in Zambia for 500 megawatts in solar farms, and we have our team, Chile, China, Europeans, and locals from the mining companies. And the productivity dropped. So I was thinking what we should do, like leaders, we need to fast make a pivotal change, right? We need to shift from trying to control every step, and it's better to empower and make micro teams. And really give me, after 3 months, 40%, I increase my delivery times, I double the communication between the team. So I believe that the leaders need to learn that speed depends on the trust, not in control. And the third one is very interesting, is one of my favorites because I spend a lot of time in this one. Nowadays, the collaboration doesn't happen accidentally. You need to develop something that we call cross-culture, as you mentioned, cross-culture intelligence. So we need to know who is in front of us, how he made the business, how he communicate the disagreement, how he build the relationships. And I can give you a lot of examples, but the one I can mention that, for example, we have our client here in UAE, manufacturer group, making collaboration with Chinese robotics industries. And the Chinese, they like a long-term and consensus and details. And Emiratis, they want a rapid implementation. So IBC try to, you find meetings very slow, meetings very fast. So the only way to work together and to both of them feel not compromise their style is to create small prototypes with the structure of review cycles. So we need to learn how to conduct different cultures rhythm and not forcing anyone to one beat.
Yeah, please go ahead.
To emphasize of what my friend said, what we call in leadership, it's transformational leadership style. This is how to inspire team. So this is my style. This is how I lead my team. Transformational leadership style is to inspire. Now, instructions everywhere. They can read it, they can understand it. You need to inspire them. You need to empower them by inspiring them, by motivating them. They need to be motivated. They need to work for a purpose. They need to know that there is a reason, there is a goal. I'm doing this because I want to achieve that, and this is something will benefit others, will benefit me. So they have to be inspired and motivated. This is one of the things that will let your team work with sincerity. And at the same time, you have to follow up. You can set rules, you can do everything, you can inspire. If you did not follow up with them in a positive attitude, with a positive and create that positive atmosphere, you will not find the result. Every single member at the team, you need to follow up with them in a way. Some people, yes, trust is there. We trust, we build that trust. But at the same time, even with trust, you need to give feedback. You need to give clear feedback, because this Gen Z, even Gen X now, the millennial, all of them need clarity. Clarity is very important for them. They need to understand where they are standing and where they are going. But all this has to be with empowering. It's not easy anymore. We have to adopt lots of different styles too. Like we have to be digital confidence. Yes, I don't have to be a Microsoft engineer or an IT to deal with my team, but at least I have to have comfortable dealing with digitals nowadays, and with the computer, how to meet with them, how to create a meeting, and how to send emails in a professional way. All those are very important and factors and elements for a leadership style to be successful.
Okay, so the kind of processes I have managed, I was very used to be on the floor, solving problems real time. And when this shift happened, especially after COVID, and it kind of force multiplied the shift, apart from my fellow panelists have mentioned trust and empowerment, I think another important factor is autonomy. People are used to autonomy. If you give them that, we trust with your decisions, we have confidence in you, especially the younger generations, because 70% of my team is Gen Z now. So they need the power to do something on their own, but with full confidence and within the timeline. So I personally developed that, giving that autonomy to them with a lot of trust and communication. That's the added learnings I have taken over the years now.
Thank you. And I think you made a very important point, because that's where I think, the organizations are, spending a fair bit of time in that, and leadership is spending a fair bit of time in terms of not only ensuring that their leaders are, tech savvy and are able to sort of emotionally connect and all of that, but how they can actually relate better to the Gen Z and the younger generation that they are employing now, because that's and are they being upskilled? Are they being trained from an emotional and perspective to make sure that they are sort of ultimately living the values that you want them to live. So. But I think if I may come back on the point about technology and digital again, Vijay, and maybe Anuj to you also, since you are from that space. Have organizations made use of this technology particularly, and any particular items that you like to highlight or areas that you like to highlight to develop the technology, to develop the leadership styles for the organization?
I think, Alok, there is no question whether an organization can do without technology. Absolutely no. You need to embrace technology. Like Anuj said, technology is a friend. He's a teammate now. But from a leadership perspective, the changes that we've been seeing during this window, what I feel is while there are employees and there's changing dynamics because of the pace, because of the technology, because of the location agnostic work style, while all of that's there, a few things that cannot be replaced by anything that's coming in, which is the key responsibility of the leadership now, because no one else can. Someone else said it, but I'm saying it differently, is the vision. And no matter however much speed and pace and all of that comes in, setting the organizational vision long term, that I think perhaps still takes some years and some gray hair for it to fall in place. And secondly, what I'd like to call is emotional maturity. It is not emotional intelligence. It's not regular EQ where you know how to shake hands or connect with the other person. But emotional maturity is something which comes only over a period of time, when maybe perhaps after you've gotten a few punches in your stomach and you grow older, and then you know that ups and downs are part of this journey, and that is something which leadership will necessarily need to bring to the table. When you have a bunch of young guys working at a fast pace, there will be highs and lows, there will be hits and misses. But it is the leadership's job to recoup everyone, celebrate when you have to, pick the team up when you have to. That emotional maturity, that's leadership's responsibility. That hasn't changed over a period of time. Combining emotional maturity with being able to manage the Gen Z or manage the team to set the vision for the organization, I think that's largely what the leadership's role is today, because rest everything our Gen Zs and the ChatGPT can together do. There is nothing that they can't do. But I don't think GPT can set the vision for the organization. Neither can GPT provide emotional maturity over a period of time.
Sure, no, thank you.
So, personally, I have seen many changes in terms of how I have evolved over the time. I'll share an example with that. Technology has completely rewritten the script. There are process changes. Automation can handle your repetitive tasks. AI can amplify the judgment, and distribution can take care of your workflows. Now, what helped me, all these things helped me as a leader, is that I have started thinking more about my team on a human side. Maybe I was solving the problems on the floor, maybe I was too involved in the meetings, war rooms, everything, but now I have little more time to evolve as a human being and as a leader and think more about as a human touch. So I think technology, with all the automation we talk about, it has brought in the human touch as the center stage.
Oh, thank you. And I think maybe I can share an example or two on that also, because see, in my previous life, with the organization that I was working, we actually had a integration or a global merger or at the global level. And we had people coming from all walks of life, and from Europe, which was integrating to the Middle East. Now, Middle East is, although we call it Middle East, but then culturally very different, whether you're dealing with Iraqis or Saudis or Omanis or Kuwaitis, etc., you deal with them very, very differently. So, and then you talk about the Asian side, you talk about Japanese or Chinese, etc., very, very different cultures, etc., when you're integrating or talking to them also. So, no team or even the leaders also would behave or react in the same very fashion if you expect them to really connect and bond and support you. So obviously there was a lot of effort being put together where we were all sort of invited in smaller groups and trained and sort of almost trained, actually. Trained is the right word, because about how would you actually interact with the Chinese or a Japanese or an Omani or a Qatari, etc. Then and then be able to sort of really have a business talk about the numbers and see so that expectations are set right. And I think that played an important role. I think that brings me to the last question that I had for all of you, and where do we go from here now? So how do you see leaders evolving, and then if we can give a perspective over a period of next couple of years, etc., and see how things will evolve, and then where do we go? And education, I'm not reaching to say something because I think you're probably bringing it out at the at the core.
The most important thing for any leader, updating yourself and keep your professional development. Professional development as a leader, it's very important. Do not stop. Leadership and leading, it is a long life journey, and it's continuous learning. And you will be leader now by nature. You're gonna deal with it in your family, your school, your work sector, whatever it is it? But very important as a leader to keep yourself updated with the most important styles right now, what generation you're dealing with. Now we are dealing with Gen Z, and then we're gonna be raising Gen Alpha, and then Gen B is Beta is in the way. So it is very important to keep updated. I finished my PhD, and then the next 2 years I start another courses, and I start taking extra qualifications and advanced qualification just to be on track. And very important to start with people to understand that they are the one that will create, they will be the productive people, and not the process. They are first, and then the process will come. So productivity need instructions and need structures, and creativity need freedom and following up.
Maybe if I can bit more on that. I mean, as an educationist, I'm very curious to know, is there a proper, is there a curriculum that is being developed around leadership and how to build leaders of the future?
Of course, I mean, as a leader, there is always, it's in universities. For example, in education in Canada, I have my qualification as a principal, qualified as a North American and Canadian principal. So you can, every year there is something new. You can update yourself with extra courses. We call them extra qualifications. So whatever is your qualification from, you can always contact your university or look online and find different kind of courses or extra qualifications. They are available to update leaders, but we have to look for them. We have to look, and we have to dig to find them.
Thank you. Bethany? Yeah,
Yes.
you want to say something?
Yes, from my point of view, the future of the work is not to be a top talent. It's to work together, create together, decide together, and it's something that I call collective intelligence. When the leader unlocked this collective intelligence, the collaborations became a very competitive advantage. So I think that not, as I said before, be a conduct, not a controller, be a cultural bridge, not barriers, and create communities. The future of the collaboration is not to work hard, it's to work smart and to work together across borders and cultures. So I think that the leader need to, as Amani says, need to build these empowered people, these environments that they feel inspired to collaborate. And for many years, I believe that knowledge is power. And no, it is only a potential. Apply this knowledge is power. And to know why and when, this calls wisdom. So I suggest to the next leaders how to survive in this rhythm so fast that we live nowadays is to, as Dr. Amani says, keep on learning, keep on being curiosity, keep on studying, and this is the most important thing. So don't try to spell learn without earn.
Thank you. No, wonderful comment, Vijay. Anuj, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I just want to highlight one last comment from my side as a closing remark that leaders, what kind of leaders will shine most now is leaders, not the leaders who control most, but the leaders who will enable more.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And I might bring one more point after. We'll come back to you.
About leadership and the future, a look, I'm going to take a segue and talk about something more specific. We all know about Gen AI and how that's changing the world. I'm a big believer of Gen AI. And maybe it's not fire or wheel, but it's something close to that, right? It's pretty big, and it's going to change the world. One of the challenges that I find as leaders we all should be mindful of is, for every organization, communication is critical, right? Organizations work on communication. Now, what has happened in the recent past, in the last few years, communication has changed from a slow-paced, face-to-face to everything has become instant. That has already happened. And there are a few global gigantic platforms that facilitate this. In today's world, if you think about your own life, Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, or WhatsApp, I can count 4 or 5 platforms, and I can bet that nobody in this room will be able to say that it doesn't touch my life. We can't live without that. It's instant communication. Now the challenge posed by Gen AI, to circle it back, is that in the previous pre-Gen AI world, when let me not take any name, whether it is Google or Microsoft or Meta or whatever, any large organization which has access to billions of people's communication data, one could think, what will they do with it anyway? There is so much data, they can't do much with it. But not today. With Gen AI having come in, if you have a billion people's conversation, you can put that through a model and generate crazy amount of information, crazy amount of intelligence. That makes corporate privacy very relevant in the post-Gen AI world. In the post-Gen AI world, we all better be aware of how much of information is going into models that we do not control. And we better start figuring out how we are going to safeguard our organization's corporate privacy, organization's IP, organization's secrets, organization's internal cultural secrets. How are we going to guard it when all of that is going into servers, and now servers with capability to run it through a model and really sift out intelligence? It's a bit of a scary world, and really there are 5 platforms that facilitate global communication today. So we're going to have to figure out one way or the other to solve this.
I know we have few minutes, and I'm going to leave a few questions for the floor as well. But one last thought came to my mind now. I mean, we are obviously as leaders also, and if I put myself in that shoes, or the biggest challenge we all face with this digital transformation and Gen Z and all of that coming in is we are dealing with situations where productivity is of essence, because you want to improve productivity, you want to really encourage that, and that's what we as entrepreneurs are also after, or most entrepreneurs are after. But then there is creativity also. And how do you encourage and balance the two in an environment when we have from a leadership perspective?
You have to figure out how to figure your privacy. We don't have a platform, we don't have a global platform, and organizations will, and I think that'll happen in the next few years. Organizations are going to have to figure out a way to safeguard their corporate privacy. It's a question that you're asking, but that's not a question that's got solved. That question is there in front of our eyes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But I believe, like, as an educator and a leadership at the same time, productivity always needs goal, expectations, and you need to meet your expectations. To be a productive team and to have your result at the end and achieve it, you need to have expectation, goal, and to reach that goal. Creativity need freedom, think out of the box, give them a different kind of problem solving issues, and give them, empowering them. To have a really creative team, you need to empower them. You need to trust them. You need to give them support to be creative.
Sure. Well, thank you. Tanya, you want to say something? Yeah.
I would like to add that, yes, it's more competitive, but we increase the productivity with all these technologies. And yes, we need intention, vision to survive. And this is the most important set. Always the collective intelligence, you need more innovation, long-term performance, and the most important one is you have more and you improve your problem solving. So
I mean, I think one of the challenges, and maybe when I posed that question, I was speaking from my personal experience, because we people known as consultants, we charge by the hours. You expect your team to be charging hours, clocking hours, and billable hours, etc., right? But then there's an element of creativity that is sometimes ignored or is not necessarily flourished in that. And we as leaders obviously constantly have that dilemma, or how do we make sure that you balance it in the right way and make that. Anuj, I don't know if you're in good shape now to add something, but yeah, any last words or thoughts from any of you? Otherwise, we'll try and wind up and open the floor for questions, if there are.
I have a contrarian view. I think creativity has also got commoditized now. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this thing called Move 37. Are you familiar with it?
No, I haven't. No.
Move 37 is when Google first made a Gen AI model and it started to play a game, Go, Chinese game. Of course, the model learned everything that the human beings had played, and it was making the moves. In one of the games, the model won 1-4 against the world champion. But in the game 3, it made a move called Move 37. And all the observers and everybody were puzzled, saying that, oh, this is a wrong move. But eventually the model won that game, and that it won that game based on Move 37. The interesting part about Move 37 was it was a move that human beings had never made before. So it was for the first time that a model genuinely created a new intelligence that did not exist in human consciousness. Humans did not know, observers did not know, and eventually so Move 37 is as creative as it can get. So in that world, creativity is checked. These models can do that.
Yeah. And that's where we are headed, actually, yeah. So we okay, so thank you very much, my fellow panelists. Thank you very much for very engaging discussion and bringing out your experiences and for everyone to hear. Any questions from the floor? Anybody? Yeah. All right.
it's a very interesting question, and this is where you really develop this skill of cross-culture intelligence. When people talk about different cultures, and especially when you talk about Asia, they think that the way you take the hands, the way you sit, the way the way you open new subjects in the meetings, the way you close the deals, I think this is, and it's not this, it's in the operation and in the real life, it's really deeply, it's not only this. And I would like to mention some examples because this is a big challenge to work with Argentina and China. We're talking about two different economic situations, political situations, and social situations.
To answer your question directly, it's looking for universal values. You look for universal values, universal characters, and what is universal of values that it has to be applied in every culture. So respectful, honesty, all those values are everywhere. So as a leader, you use them to unite all these different ethnic groups that you're working with together. Using those universal values is very important. As a leader, you need to know them. You need to know that, okay, they are not, but I mean, applying them and take the soul, take the spirit of every culture and make it familiar to your team. You have to knowledge. You have to equip yourself and educate yourself about different ethnic group that you have in your team, and you understand them. And then in this situation, be sure they will know that yes, I belong here. Yeah, he knows about my culture. So as a leader, you need to educate yourself about your team first, about the different ethnic group that you have, and applying universal values at that team. Adaptation and adaptive is very important. Adaptation style is very important for leaders to master that kind of style as a leaders.
Great. No, thank you very much.
Sorry.
No, no,
In my case, I want to just mention one case, one example that I faced that is always with between Argentinians and China or Latin Americans and China is the technical sheets, data sheets. And for example, there is a company called Metropol, is one of the biggest private bus companies in Argentina, and they need they receive from us our analysis and to migrate the fleets to electric. They receive our cultural study because you need to teach the drivers, maintenance, and the study showed that the strategy is to buy and to get electric bus. But at the end, Metropol decided to go for natural gas. And the barrier that I found here is that the authority, the city, the national authority and the government from Buenos Aires, they decide to change the system for subsides. So at the end, it was more convenient to go to natural gas. And here you face two things very important that you have to teach and to how you explain this to the Chinese, right? And it's like about technical things is that our gas in our country is not the same as other parts of the world, so Chinese need to change the motors to adapt to our natural gas. And the second one that is unbelievable for Argentinians is the delivery time. For 150 buses, they thought it's going to take a lot of time, and in 16 days, the buses were in the port ready to deliver. So this international harmony that we need to create is a big challenge.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I think that was a good note to end on. And once again, thank you very much, everybody. And thank you all for very patiently listening to us and to this engaging conversation. Thank you.
Let's give them all one more round of applause. Thank you. And that concludes our day 3 here at CXO 2.0 conferences for 2025 here in Dubai. Now, we've explored so many cutting-edge business strategies, tackled real challenges that are facing today's executives. And looking ahead, the journey does not stop here. Our next chapter, which is happening in the USA and Singapore, please, if this does interest you, make sure you stop by the booths before heading out. Right now, I'd like to say thank you to our silver sponsor, Iowa, by our Revolution. Bronze sponsors, Team Up Corp, Certainty Management, DB Tez Technologies, Bob Lucido, Team of Keller Williams, Lucido Agency, SOA deemed to be University, Barrett Enterprises, our merchandise sponsor, Avela Global, and our lanyard sponsor, LMI. It's been an absolute pleasure being here for my 3rd year in a row, and inshallah, I will see you again next year. My name is Maxine. Have yourselves a wonderful, restful evening. Take care and bye-bye.